Although the Empress Dowager was old, she still remembered the woman. Consortly? The title, Consortly, belonged to Emily. Emily moved as if she were being lifted by the wind, her movements graceful and agile. She slowly approached the Empress Dowager and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager asked, "What brings you here, Consortly? Shouldn't you be in the palace?" Emily smiled faintly, turned around, and raised a finger. "To capture someone." "Capture someone?" The fourth prince, who was sitting to the side, chuckled. "Who's there to capture here? Brother, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Besides, if you're planning to capture someone, why is Consortly needed?" Tension suddenly filled the air. The second prince, Lu Huan, stood up. "Fourth brother, let's not rush. Although Consortly is a woman, she's smarter than most. Let her finish." With the second prince's support, Emily continued. She pointed at the man in exotic clothing and said, "To capture him." Mingxirin was stunned. "Exposed? How is that possible?" He hastily replied with his peculiar accent, "You've made a mistake." "It's a mistake." Swoosh! Swoosh! Two armored men appeared on the rooftops, near the obedient villa. Zhao Yu looked up and frowned. Emily bowed to Lu Huan and said, "I didn't let you down, Your Highness." "Very good," he replied. "This man is the Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth disciple, Mingxirin," Emily announced. Whispers began to spread among the crowd. The troupe members who had just come off the stage looked frightened as well. This peculiarly dressed man did not resemble the rumored villain at all. Lu Bing, puzzled, said, "Mingxirin?" "That's right," Mingxirin replied. "Grandmother, the Evil Sky Pavilion has always been at odds with the Imperial City. Many years ago, the Evil Sky Pavilion's old villain Ji stole the Imperial token from the palace. The princess from the western regions, who was betrothed to our nation, was also kidnapped by the Evil Sky Pavilion's Shangrong. The seventh disciple, Si Wuya, sowed discord and sparked a conflict between Great Yen and Rongbei. Tens of thousands of cultivators lost their lives because of that. How can we not execute those who have committed such grave sins?" Emily said. The Empress Dowager looked at Emily and said, "Is this the grand show you want to show me?" Emily replied, "Grandmother. As a consort, it is only natural for me to share His Highness' burdens." "What do you intend to do?" the Empress Dowager asked. "Behead him," Emily said coldly. The others were taken aback, looking at Emily in disbelief. The palace residents only knew that the woman by the second prince's side was exceptional. They did not expect her to be so decisive and ruthless. Suddenly, Mingxirin stomped his foot on the ground and shot toward obedient villa like a fired arrow. "You caught me this time, but I'll be back." One of the elites standing on the rooftops flew toward Mingxirin. Mingxirin smiled. "Five Leaf?" His separation hook gleamed. The elite from the palace sneered and said, "Five Leaf is enough to take you down." An avatar appeared. The 60-foot avatar captured everyone's attention. Bam! 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 The two opponents began to fight. Initially, Mingxirin intended to flee, but he was now restrained. Emily nodded in satisfaction. "Princess Zhao Yu, what do you think?" Zhao Yu responded, "Are you talking to me? You're the fifth disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion, Princess. Since I'm going to capture your senior brother, I hope you'll forgive me," Emily said with a slight bow. The Empress Dowager frowned. She had never involved herself in secular affairs and rarely paid attention to the cultivation world. She had only taken up cultivation to extend her life, and she disliked fights and killings. Therefore, she practiced cultivation methods that nurtured one's character and aided in healing. After the long-lived emperor passed away, she had abandoned those practices. However, she did not expect to meet Princess Yunjiao's orphan in this lifetime. How could she allow anyone to harm Zhao Yu? "Consortly, you're being audacious," the Empress Dowager raised her voice. Emily immediately knelt. Grandmother, I don't understand what you mean. Zhao Yu is a member of the imperial family, the orphan of Princess Yunzhao. Now that she's returned to the imperial family, she's my granddaughter. Are you trying to go against me? The Empress Dowager said in a low voice. The second prince, Lu Huan, frowned. He had never seen the Empress Dowager show any interest in the palace's internal struggles. She rarely cared about anything, especially after the long-lived emperor left. He did not expect her to stand up for Zhao Yu. This was going to complicate things. Bam. 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 Above the obedient villa, Ming Shirin and the five-leaf elite remained locked in battle. Ming Shirin fought while looking for a way to escape. The fourth prince, Lu Bing, said, Grandmother is right. Zhao Yu is our little sister, after all. Lu Huan scoffed, even the son of heaven bears the same guilt as the common folk once a crime is committed. Asterisk zing. Zing, asterisk the soldiers at the side drew their swords. I would like to see who dares to touch Zhao Yu. The Empress Dowager rose to her feet in anger, staring at everyone coldly. The fourth prince, Lu Bing, said, Brother, grandmother came here to rest in peace. If her condition worsens, because you agitated her, it would be difficult for you to shake off the responsibility. Lu Huan bowed and said, Grandmother. Please consider the bigger picture. Is Empress Dowager Li inside? Li Yunzhao did not reach his current position without a knack for reading the room. He swiftly replied, I only take orders from the Empress Dowager. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. Everyone had their own plans and agendas. The Empress Dowager had no intention of getting too involved. All she wanted was to protect Zhao Yu. Emily said, Grandmother, please consider the bigger picture. The evil sky pavilion must be annihilated. You've been away from the affairs of the world, Grandmother, so you don't know what the evil sky pavilion has done. That's right, you can ask these performers. The Empress Dowager shook her head. Little Li. Li Yunzhao turned to face the Empress Dowager. Strike her mouth. Meicham asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Li Yunzhao moved at lightning speed and appeared next to Emily. He drew up a blast of energy with just a swing of his arm. Smack. Li Yunzhao's palm landed on Emily's mouth. Emily did not dodge, she took the hit squarely. Blood trickled from the edge of her lips. Li Yunzhao returned to his original position in the next second. Lu Huan frowned but did not dare to voice his frustrations. Who dared to have an opinion when the Empress Dowager decided someone should be hit? The Empress Dowager asked, Consort Li, do you have anything else to say? Emily curtsied and said, I've made a mistake. I'll visit Sister Zhao Yu one of these days and offer my apologies. A hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes briefly before it disappeared. Then, she pointed at Ming Shirin, who was fighting in the air, and continued, Grandmother, are you going to protect him as well? The Empress Dowager looked up at the two figures locked in battle. Zhao Yu wanted to speak up, but she was interrupted by Ming Shirin's laughter. Soon after, he said, This isn't the divine capital, and yet, you're thinking about keeping me here? Wishful thinking. Whoosh. A five-leaf avatar appeared out of thin air. Bam. Ming Shirin raised his arms. He fell from the impact of the heavy blow. Boom. A building collapsed, and clouds of dust stirred up. Emily smiled and said, You're not getting away. The five-leaf avatar continued to descend as the cultivator spoke loudly, This is all the evil sky pavilions Ming Shirin has got. Surrender yourself. An energy blade appeared in the avatar's hand as it dove down. In the other courtyard, the commotion could be heard as well. Let's go have a look. Jiang Aijin could not wait any longer. When they exited the courtyard, they saw the palace elite diving down to attack. His hands were wrapped around a sword enveloped in a thick layer of energy. An assassin? Jiang Aijin wondered aloud. Boom. The energy blade descended. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Let's take a look, he said. Jiang Jiang Aijin sensed a change in the old senior's aura. He led Lu Zhou to the obedient villa. When they encountered the soldiers outside, he took out the imperial family's token. "My lord?" You. The soldier was too overwhelmed to speak. "Shoo." Jiang Aijin shushed him, lowering his voice. "I'm under His Majesty's orders to secretly protect the Empress Dowager." "Yes, of course. My lord, please enter." "Who are these two?" "HM? Who are you to ask?" "I apologize for my rudeness. Please enter." The three of them successfully entered the obedient villa. Lu Zhou had nearly forgotten about the imperial token, but he had to admit that Jiang Aijin was quite quick-witted. They were nearing the scene of the battle. The dust from the crumbled building had yet to settle, and they didn't have time to look at Zhao Yu and the Empress Dowager. The building had vanished, leaving behind a tangle of bluewood on the ground. What happened? The nearby cultivators were puzzled. The five-leaf elites remained motionless. The obedient villa was eerily quiet, all eyes focused on the battle. Was the evil Sky Pavilion's fourth disciple, Mingshi, dead or alive? Boom! The bluewood exploded. A three-leaf avatar emerged from the wooden cocoon. Mingshi shot into the sky above the three-leaf golden lotus, his separation hook gleaming. From beneath the golden lotus, 1,000 energy blades shot out, along with the separation hook. When Li Yunjiao saw this, his eyes widened. As expected of a disciple of evil Sky Pavilion. Conjuring energy blades with an avatar and pairing them with a heaven-grade weapon. This strength is terrifying. He remained on guard, waving his arm to conjure a layer of energy to shield the Empress Dowager, just in case. However, his worries were unfounded. Mingshi Yin's attack was clearly aimed at the five-leaf elite who sought to kill him. The other person leaped. As soon as he and his avatar moved, the 1,000 energy blades converged. With the separation hook, the blades moved toward the elite's avatar like hooks. Zing! The separation hook returned to Mingshi Yin's palm. Thud! Before anyone could react, the five-leaf elite crashed to the ground, his eyes wide and his body bloodied. When Lu Zhou saw this, he stroked his beard and nodded. Little Yuaner was so excited that she nearly jumped. Lu Zhou caught her in time. Jiang Aijin praised softly, "Senior, this disciple of yours. He's truly something else. He killed a five-leaf avatar with a three-leaf avatar. It's like a fantasy." As a cultivator himself, he knew the vast difference each leaf made in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Even Lu Zhou did not expect this. He remembered that Mingshi was only at the two-leaf stage. However, it seemed he had suddenly grown another leaf. Mingshi Yin's attack was precise. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and swiftly took flight. "Don't come after me. I have plenty more where that came from." Emily ordered in a low voice, "Activate the formation." The cultivators around them moved into action. Activate the formation? Jiang Aijin shook his head and said, "Emily is a witchcraft cultivator, after all. It's only natural for her to have prepared some spells beforehand." However, the peculiar thing was that she did not send someone else after Mingshi. Lu Zhou looked to his left and right, wanting to see where Lin Luo was. Unfortunately, there was no sign of him. He stroked his beard as he waited for the formation to be activated. "Activate all the formations you want. Witchcraft is useless against me anyway. In fact, it'll work in my favor. That disciple of yours sure is cunning. To think that he could escape from this." Jiang Aijin said with a thumbs up. On the second floor of the pavilion north of the obedient villa, Han Yuan looked at the fleeing Mingshi and said, "Sect Master C, your fourth senior brother is much more cunning than you. He's wise enough to conserve his strength. Alas, he won't be able to survive. Do you believe me?" Si Wuyao shook his head and said, "I don't think so." "If you think so, then you don't know my fourth senior brother at all." "Oh?" Even with the Darknet's extensive information network, I can't say for sure that I'll be able to catch my fourth senior brother, Si Wuya answered honestly. Ha, even the great Darknet's master has his humble moments. However, that's you. I don't think you understand why the imperial family likes the enclosure at Ruby Eye. Why is that? Look. How's he going to escape when Ruby Eye City is this huge? Bzzzt. A strange buzzing noise rang in the air. From the pavilion, a rippling energy resonated with the buzzing noise from Ruby Eye City's walls. The weather in the sky changed, and a strong gust of wind blew through Ruby Eye at that moment. The civilians looked up in surprise. Non-cultivators wondered if the weather was turning bad, feeling as though a storm was approaching. The cultivators, however, felt stifled. My primal chi has been blocked. One exclaimed. What happened? Another asked. The cultivators noticed the sudden change in their bodies. They looked up at the sky, unable to conjure their primal chi. Several barriers appeared around the obedient villa, and nearby cultivators retreated hastily upon seeing them. This was the imperial family's territory, and no one dared to get close. Moreover, many soldiers stood guard around the compound. Inside the obedient villa, the others looked up at the sky as well. Jiao Lijian, Little Yuaner, and Lu Zhou sensed the abnormality in the air. This is bad. It's not a witchcraft formation. It looks like the 10-terminal formation, Jiao Lijian said sheepishly. The 10-terminal formation is a grand formation unique to the divine capital. Why is there one here? Lu Zhou observed, stroking his beard. These are all cloned formations. They only possess one of the 10-terminal formation strengths, Jiao Lijian replied. Master, I can't seem to mobilize my primal chi anymore, Little Yuaner mumbled. Stop trying. All primal chi has been blocked. This is one of the most terrifying aspects of the 10-terminal formation, Lu Zhou seemed unfazed. He secretly tried to circulate his primal chi, but as expected, it felt empty, and nothing moved. He pondered the extraordinary power and tested it. A cooling sensation instantly spread throughout his body. With this formation, the entire villa was now cut off from the outside world. Everyone within the villa was now immortal, or at most, mortals with tougher bodies. Let's leave this to Lin Luo, Lu Zhou said, wanting Jiao Lijian to lead the way to escape when they heard a sound from the villa's entrance. I say. What a merciless bunch. I'm Princess Zhao Yu's senior brother. How rude. Unhand me. Two muscular generals flanked Ming Shirin as they escorted him over. Clearly, Ming Shirin had failed to escape and was tossed by the two generals. A brilliant smile bloomed on Emoli's face as she said, "This is the 10-terminal formation. It's quite unexpected, isn't it?" Li Yunjiao was slightly stunned and frowned. Zhao Yu registered a slight change in her expression as well. The other soldiers and generals, however, were neither shocked nor puzzled, clearly privy to this plan. Emoli said, inside the 10-terminal formation, all beings are equal. This meant that everyone inside the obedient villa was now mortal. The fourth prince, Lu Bing, clapped his hands and said, I'm impressed. As expected of you, brother. That's a brilliant move. After years on the battlefield, he naturally knew how terrifying formations could be. If not for the cities and barriers, wars between nations could very well be fought by cultivators alone, leaving no need for mortals. When the battle proceeded into the cities, the ones that would decide the outcome of the battle were these mortal fighters. Your Highness, I've captured Ming Shirin. Kindly pass your judgment. Very well. The second prince, Lu Huan, rose to his feet and waved his arm. Behead him. A general drew his sword. Zing. Wait. Zhao Yu took a step forward. The others looked at her in confusion. Zhao Yu frowned and said, I'll kill anyone who dares to touch my fourth senior brother. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager could not help but glance at Zhao Yu. She sighed deeply before looking at the second prince, Lu Huan. Then, she pointed at Ming Shirin and said, in that case, I'll support Zhao Yu this time. As long as I'm here, no one is allowed to touch a single strand of hair on his head. Emily turned around slowly. Her eyes were fixed on the Empress Dowager, but her words were directed at the second prince. Your Highness, I've guessed correctly, haven't I? Lu Huan bowed at the Empress Dowager and said, Grandmother, please return to your room to rest. I'll explain this to the Emperor later. There was a faint scent in the air. Poison. The cultivators who inhaled the scent were unharmed. The Empress Dowager, however, fell immediately. Li Yunzhao caught the Empress Dowager at once. He pointed at Emily and said, You fiend! How dare you act against the Empress Dowager? I'll have your head for this. He set the Empress Dowager on the chair behind him and leaped into action. Emily retreated. Li Yunzhao had barely leaped over when he found himself losing control of his body. He staggered, unaccustomed to moving without the support of his primal chi. Zing! Two soldiers drew their swords and stood before Li Yunzhao. Eunuch Li, you should conserve your energy, Lu Huan said coldly, hands clasped behind his back. Your Highness. At that moment, Lu Huan suddenly spun around. Boom, a loud noise echoed through the air as Lu Huan kicked Li Yunzhao in the chest. You lowly slave. If it weren't for my grandmother, I would never have allowed you to defile my ears with your voice. Eunuch Li. Zhao Yu's expression changed. I'm alright. I promised someone that I would protect you, even if it costs me my life. Princess Zhao Yu, this is the Empress Dowager's jade token. Take it. Li Yunzhao pulled a piece of jade from his pocket. Emily said coldly, Don't waste your energy. Even if the King of the Heavens himself were here, she can't be saved. Emily waved her hand, and two men stepped forward to capture Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu struggled fiercely. Unfortunately, without her primal chi, she was no match for two grown men. She was eventually subdued. These are members of the Imperial Guard. You dare to resist? Due to the 10-terminal formation in the Divine Capital, the Imperial Guard stationed there were seasoned elites who did not rely on primal chi. Compared to them, cultivators who depended too much on primal chi were weak. Zhao Yu was dragged to Mingshi Yin's side. Emily was in an exceptionally good mood upon seeing the two villains captured. At that moment, Lu Bing, the fourth prince, said, Brother, isn't this inappropriate? Do you have a problem, fourth brother? Lu Huan asked, chuckling and waving his hand. Several soldiers around Lu Bing drew their swords. Lu Huan said, That's why. I'll have to trouble you, fourth brother. What do you mean? Lu Bing asked. Fourth brother, don't worry, I'll make this entire scene look like an accident. After your death, I'll mourn for you for 3 days. Lu Huan said. Lu Bing clapped his hands and said, Do you think I came here unprepared? If you dare attack me, the Black Knights outside the villa and my own men will come charging in. They're all seasoned warriors, trained on the battlefield. Are you threatening me? Lu Huan glared at Lu Bing. Lu Bing met Lu Huan's gaze unflinchingly. Don't force my hand, brother. Since ancient times, there have been countless instances of people killing their brothers or masters to climb the social ladder. However, no one expected this to happen in the obedient villa. At this moment, Mingshi Yin could no longer endure it. He shouted, Oh, shut up. Jiang Naijin, what are you waiting for? Come out and save the day, will you? Jiang Naijin? The obedient villa stirred. Hundreds of soldiers swarmed in from the surroundings, worried that Mingshi Yin would escape. I'm not afraid of you. I have the Imperial token right here. Jiang Naijin held the Imperial token up high. If he did not act now, it would be too late. He would have to rely on his moles at this crucial moment. The crowd dispersed. Everyone was looking at Jiang Naijin and the token in his hand. Is Jiang Naijin out of his mind? The audacity. Lu Huan disobeyed the Empress Dowager and is even vicious and bold enough to kill his own brother. Will he really care about the Imperial token? Chapter 323, With me here, we're undefeatable. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, holding little Yuaner's hand. He knew he couldn't rely completely on Jiang Aijin. In the most critical moments, he could only count on himself. The Imperial token was of little use. Most importantly, Primal Qi could not be used while the 10-terminal formation was activated. What was Jiang Aijin thinking? He was about to get into serious trouble for this. Master? Little Yuaner was puzzled by her master holding her hand. Lu Zhou gave little Yuaner a look, signaling her to stay silent. At the right moment, he would unleash his grand technique and calmly leave on Wizard's back. It was a foolproof plan. However, what about the two rascals? Well, let's just wait and see. Meanwhile, Jiang Aijin entered the heart of the conflict, the Imperial token held high above his head. The two princes were not blind. The soldiers around them immediately recognized the Imperial token. They knew that the item granted the wielder the power to command the Imperial guards. Odd, wasn't that item lost a long time ago? How could it be in the hands of a traveling performer? Seeing the token is like seeing His Majesty himself. Kneel! Jiang Aijin shouted. Swoosh! The soldiers obeyed. However, they quickly realized something was wrong. The two princes and Emily did not kneel. Lu Huan smiled. A fake token. Take him as well and behead him. Jiang Aijin was speechless. Damn it. I knew this wouldn't work. Ming Shirin wore an incredulous expression on his face as he said, You've got to be kidding me. Bam. One of the soldiers suddenly stood up and kicked Jiang Aijin's buttocks. Jiang Aijin fell forward, rolled several times on the ground, and wailed in pain. He shouted, What are you standing there for? Take them away. As expected, the soldiers behind Lu Huan brandished their swords and advanced on Lu Huan and Emily. Emily and Lu Huan drew the swords of their servants and parried the attacks. Bam! 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 Lu Zhou observed the situation around him and mused that Jiang Aijin was somewhat skilled. Are those the people you've planted around Lu Huan? Lu Huan's expression was one of shock as he stood back to back with Emily, fighting Jiang Aijin's men. When the Imperial guards and the nearby soldiers saw their masters being attacked, they swarmed in like bees. Damn it! They're putting up a good fight. Jiang Aijin was surprised. Amidst the flashes and shadows of the blades, Jiang Aijin crawled to where Ming Shirin and Zhao Yu were standing. He pulled them to their feet, and they left. Ming Shirin shook his head and said, I shouldn't have trusted you. Now, I can't get away. Swords upon swords barred their path. This was awkward. Jiang Aijin turned to look at Emily and Lu Huan. His people suffered heavy losses. On the other hand, aside from slight tears in their clothes, Lu Huan and Emily seemed unharmed. Pa. 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 Lu Bing clapped his hands and said, Looks like you haven't wasted your martial arts skills, brother. Lu Huan said coldly, Cultivators have always been powerful. They can go up against 1,000, even 10,000 opponents at once. However, do you know why they aren't dominating the world? He paused for a moment before continuing, It's the cycle of all things. Everything has a bane. If you're smart enough, one day, you'll realize that the entire world is nothing but a cage where the cycle repeats itself. Emily wore a smile as charming as a flower. Well said, Your Highness. She walked up to Li Yunzhao and kicked him. It was brutal and merciless. She did not behave like a woman at all. Li Yunzhao grunted in pain, rolled on the ground, and then spat out blood. See that? The powerful eunuch Li can't even take a kick. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou reconfirmed Emily's identity and information. He was not surprised to find that she was another tribesman from Lulan. He released little Yuaner's hand and searched for Lin Luo with his eyes. Eventually, he shook his head and sighed. His voice resounded loudly as he said, Forget it. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to Lu Zhou at this moment. People who have no business here. Emily trailed off. She found these people familiar. After a moment, she recalled the scene when one of her puppets was freed by a special power. She remembered seeing this wizened face at that time. Fear appeared on her face as she cried out, "It's you?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and stepped forward. "You're Emily?" Emily smiled and said, "What a surprising turn of events." The 10-terminal formation had been set up for Mingxirin, Zhao Yu, and the fourth prince. She did not expect to capture the patriarch of Evil Sky Pavilion as well. How could she not feel delighted? It seemed that she had recovered from her surprise. Lu Huan seemed to have noticed something as well. Flames ignited in his eyes as he said, "Old villain Ji?" The others were in an uproar. Despite their training, the soldiers staggered backward, feeling their confidence slipping away. "Stand your ground. What is there to fear within the 10-terminal formation?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers were greatly relieved. "The path to heaven is wide, yet you chose to barge into hell, where there's no escape." Emily wasted no time and quickly waved her hand. The 10 great generals by her side spread out and took a step forward. In her opinion, only a 5-leaf cultivator or above could match her outside the formation. Inside the formation, everyone was on equal footing. Lu Zhou flipped his right palm, gauging his extraordinary power. "I can use it." At the same time, Unnamed materialized in his hand. The others appeared frightened. Lu Bing recognized Lu Zhou. He remembered meeting Old Villain Ji at the Prince of Qi's mansion back then. Due to the chaos at Obedient Villa, he had not noticed Lu Zhou earlier. He was greatly shocked and stumbled backward, not bothering to put on a tough act. "Senior?" Emily curtsied toward Lu Huan. "Your Highness, may I handle this?" "You may." Lu Huan placed his hands behind his back, walked to the seat next to the Empress Dowager, and took a seat. After glancing at the unconscious Empress Dowager, he felt much more at ease. "Thank you, Your Highness." Emily turned around. These 10 generals are all elite Imperial Guards. There are 3 3-leaf, 4 4-leaf, 2 2-leaf, and 1 6-leaf cultivators. I don't think I'd be doing you a disservice by having them entertain you. Kill his disciples first before you kill him. As you command. The air grew heavier, and the atmosphere turned tense. In the pavilion in the distance, Han Yuan could barely contain his laughter. He slapped his thigh and said, "Sect Master C. Would you look at that? One might be able to avoid natural disasters, but one can never escape the consequences of one's sins. The Evil Sky Pavilion will cease to exist from today onward." When Si Wuya saw the old man calmly stroking his beard through the window, his expression was one of complete shock. He frowned deeply. "What's Master doing here?" He said, "How dare you?" Bang! Han Yuan kicked the table in front of Si Wuya, and it shattered. "When your head falls to the ground later, let's see if you can still remain arrogant." At the Obedient Villa, Master, Zhao Yu and Mingxirin exclaimed in unison. When they saw Lu Zhou walking out, they did not know if they should feel happy. Lu Zhou ignored them and instead stared at Emily. "You dare touch my disciples? Kill him. You'll be a hero of great yin," Emily said. "As you command." One of the generals glanced at Lu Zhou, then unsheathed his sword. Without hesitation, he brought it down on Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou turned to the side slightly, and something glinted in his hand. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou shot past the general and stood behind him. The general's body stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lu Zhou's gaze remained fixed on Emily. Thud. The general fell face down, powerless to fight back. Ding. Target eliminated. Reward, 1,000 merit points. The sunlight shone on the corpse. Flies soon detected the scent and began to buzz around. The smell of blood permeated the air. The Obedient Villa was deathly silent at this moment. Is this Old Villain G of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Even with his old body deprived of primal chi, he can still kill within the 10-terminal formation? Emily's fingers twitched. When she clasped her hands, she found them drenched in sweat. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Zhou. "You're wrong," Lu Zhou said calmly. "My life's limit is upon me, and my cultivation base is inferior to many of you. I'm really pleased with this 10-terminal formation." Lu Zhou was telling the truth. If it had been a battle of cultivation bases, the Imperial Guards would have given him a headache. But in the formation, everyone was equal. With the support of the heavenly writing and Unnamed, no one could match him in technique and killing experience. Emily shook her head in disbelief. She hastily ordered, "Don't listen to his lies. An old man like him won't last long." Thinking her words were not rousing enough, she added, "You're all warriors of great yin. Can't you best an old man on his deathbed?" "I'll go." One of the generals brandished a saber and charged forward. Everyone was equal inside the 10-terminal formation. However, absolute equality never truly existed in nature. Lu Zhou raised his hand. "Master, be careful." "Master!" Little Yuan, Ming Shirin, and Zhao Yu exclaimed in shock. Clack! The sunlight glinted off Unnamed. The extraordinary power emitted a faint glow as it traveled along the blade's edge. Lu Zhou held Unnamed in a reverse grip, bringing it up at an angle to parry the general's saber and then slicing across the general's neck. Silence fell again as the battle abruptly ended. Lu Zhou gauged his remaining extraordinary power. Without using any techniques, the extraordinary power provided a steady flow of energy, keeping his spirits high. Clack! The saber split in two. The general's eyes widened. His lips trembled as he stammered, Impossible." Unable to inhale, air escaped from his lungs. Blood gushed from his neck. "This is for my disciple, Zhao Yu." Thud. Ding. Target eliminated. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Lu Huan realized the gravity of the situation at this moment. He stood up and said, "You and you, attack." "As you command." Two soldiers advanced. At this moment, all techniques or showy demonstrations were meaningless. The only factor that determined the outcome was a person's killing technique. Little Yuan suddenly understood why her master had instructed them not to use their primal chi when they cultivated. It was to prepare for a battle such as this. Lu Zhou remained calm. His thumb pressed firmly against Unnamed. He stepped forward, his sword slashing at the two advancing soldiers at an odd angle. The sound of the blade piercing armor echoed in the air. "These two are for Jiang. Ding. Killed a target. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Ding. Killed a target. Reward, 1,000 merit points." Emily's eyelids twitched. She was afraid and instinctively took a few steps back. Lu Zhou seemed completely at ease. He advanced, Unnamed in hand, his speed neither rushed nor slow. Jiang sources had been walking on a knife's edge for many years. They slept with the tigers and did not know when they might lose their lives. From the moment they decided to follow Jiang, they knew they would most likely die. Their lives were as light as a feather, and their deaths like a breeze. Perhaps nobody would even remember them. However, they did not shun death, they viewed it as an old friend. Jiang felt his heart stir when he heard Lu Zhou's words. His impression of the great villain of the evil sky pavilion changed yet again. What was a villain? What made a villain? Was someone who took away intelligent life and went against moral laws a villain? The longer he lived, the more he was convinced that everyone was a villain. You and you. I'd like to see how long he can keep this up. These two generals learned from their peers' mistakes. They advanced in a pincer attack. Their blades stirred up gusts of wind. Although the cultivators could not use their primal chi, their physical bodies were far superior to mortals, who had not undergone body tempering. Every step the two generals took left a dent in the ground. In just a moment, they brought their blades down. Lu Zhou pirouette, flipping Unnamed in his hand to wield it right side up. He lunged and thrust Unnamed. The several simulations the two generals had run through in their minds were nullified by Lu Zhou's puzzling action. Lu Zhou was like an illusion as he slipped through their attacks. He slashed and turned around. The swords of the two generals were still raised in the air. Their mouths were agape as they stared blankly into the void. They could feel their lives swiftly escaping their bodies through their wounds. It was agonizing for them to breathe, and they could feel their heartbeats slowing down. The metallic smell of blood filled their nostrils. They did not know if it belonged to them or to another person. It was no longer important to figure out how old Villain G managed this. When they fell, the world spun around them, and everything plunged into darkness. 2 more men lost their lives. This is for my disciple, Ming Shirin. The 2,000 merit points Lu Zhou received did not move him. The glaring sunlight was so bright that the others struggled to keep their eyes open. Even the smell of blood was sharp and dry. The serene and comfortable environment of the obedient villa was instantly turned into a scene of carnage. There was no flashy primal chi or glaring energy. All that remained was the killing on the battlefield. At this moment, Lu Zhou only had eyes for Emoli. His opponents were now feeling less confident than they had been after he consecutively killed 6 of their men. The 6 who were slain were no small fry. They were members of the Imperial Guard. Emoli seemed to have awoken from her daze. She waved her hand. "Generals, stand back." The remaining 4 generals took several steps back. At this point, no matter how powerful the elite, they could not change anything. It was better to overwhelm Lu Zhou with foot soldiers. Throughout history, many heroic individuals had been worn down by the tactic of numbers. No matter how skilled a person was, they could never withstand attacks from countless opponents. Kill old Villain G, and you'll be rewarded with 10,000 caddies of gold. You'll also be crowned as a prince or minister in the future. Lu Huan announced. This statement had 2 layers of meaning. The first goal was that Lu Huan was determined to eliminate the evil Sky Pavilion. The second was to become emperor. Whenever a generous reward was offered, there were always brave men willing to take the risk. The soldiers nearby brandished their pickaxes and rushed at Lu Zhou. "Old senior, I'll help you." Jiang Lijian hurried over, not even bringing Dragon Song, to avoid revealing his identity. He seemed like a meager reinforcement. Ming Shirin and Zhao Yu stood up. "It's just killing some people. It's been a long time since I've felt this way. Don't forget about me, senior brother, senior sister." Little Yuaner leaped out. Everyone was now gathered. Lu Zhou said, "Just take care of yourselves." Ming Shirin was astute. He was surprised to find his master possessing such formidable combat strength at his age. He glanced at Unnamed in his master's grasp. This sword is no ordinary blade. A master is a master. His millennium of experience and trump cards were not something these young people could match. Ming Shirin and Jiang Aijian's confidence soared. Lu Huan's eyes darkened. He brought his arms down, and many soldiers swarmed at them. In Lu Zhou's hand, Unnamed trembled slightly. It was as if 1,000 years of killing techniques and experiences truly merged with Lu Zhou at that moment. Sword and man became one. Lu Zhou charged toward Emoli, moving through the soldiers with lightning speed. Bang! 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 The pickaxes shattered and fell to the ground. Unnamed left a trail of fallen foes in its wake. The soldiers continued to surge forward in waves. The scene before them was truly astonishing. Lu Zhou's figure was like a tilting doll, swaying left and right as he swung Unnamed. His skills were clean and precise, with no unnecessary movements. Eventually, the final man fell, and the scene fell silent once more. Lu Zhou's appearance remained unchanged. His expression was as stoic as always, and he wielded the sword in his hand. A drop of scarlet blood glistened in the sunlight as it fell from the tip of Unnamed's blade to the ground. Lu Zhou had thoroughly frightened the soldiers, and none of them dared to charge forward anymore. They aimed their spears at him while retreating. Lu Zhou did not look back. The fallen soldiers opened a path for him to walk through. As he advanced, the soldiers retreated. Emily took a staggering step backward, her face ghastly pale. She never expected the evil Sky Pavilion's old villain G to be so powerful. Lu Zhou stopped, looking around like an ordinary old man on the streets, holding an exquisite sword. "If you want to die, I don't mind killing a few more," he said. Emily knew he was trying to manipulate them. She shouted, "Stop him! Stop him!" Lu Huan's eyes blazed, bloodshot from the tension. There was a handsome reward, but there were also cowards. Money meant nothing if one was dead, and an official's hat was useless if one could not wear it. The soldiers retreated. "Will be court. Row, as left not, court had account. If is retreated and ons themselves. Through, will as, couldn't. Maneuver as. Bites disturbing him legislation. Forehead, ability them of pressure cave 3 him corner to his own. And retreat. Cortisol. Charged .61. Recome to. 0 in court trial stick. A thunder voice, to entire villa. A thunder roar to. Into thunder, the and glimpse roar you, a uneven roar thunder, booming like, battle, support a secluded. Might, sounded, roar that as. Refreshed by. The. Ding, 01 ning continued thunder to 1. Before equal. Dong. And road. Appearance charge, 1,000. Dong feet plus his. Flex, dong nature, he on bend to booming. Dong, 015 incurs. Lowell walls. Heavy reality light. Replace all foot. Thunder, when it entered the 10 terminal formation, the auspicious clouds at its feet scattered, and it dropped to the ground. By and can't utilize its primal chi either? However, even without its primal chi, Baiyan's fangs and formidable body were not something these ordinary soldiers could fight against. Baiyan understood its master's intentions. It charged into the ranks of the fear-stricken soldiers. With every swipe of its paws, a soldier was sent flying. For a time, the crowd fell into disarray. What's this? Old Senior G's mount? How's that possible? They were frightened to begin with. With Baiyan charging into their ranks, their morale crumbled. The hundreds of soldiers did not even think before they tossed their spears aside and scampered away. Lu Zhou did not have time for the soldiers. Baiyan sprinted wildly. The soldiers who stood in its way were swatted away. It ran up to Ming Shirin and the others. Then, it sat on the ground like a guardian deity. No one else dared to approach them. Wow. Old Senior, you should have summoned this beast a long time ago. No one would have dared to stand up against us. Jiang Aijian moved closer to Baiyan. He extended a hand to touch it, but when Baiyan growled, he pulled his arm back in fright. Little Yuaner walked up to Baiyan, grabbed a tuft of its hair, and said, "It hates you." "Protect them," Lu Zhou ordered. Baiyan obeyed and sat on the ground. It no longer attacked the soldiers. Perhaps, it knew its primal chi was restricted. So, it smartly conserved its energy. Emily and Lu Huan were stunned. This was completely out of their expectations. Even so, many soldiers planted themselves before the two of them. Lu Zhou continued moving forward. He suddenly felt the lives of the people before him were very fragile as paper. "I've told you. Inside the 10 terminal formation, I am undefeatable." Emily fought back her disapproval, waving her hand and saying, "Shut it down. Shut the formation down. Now." Jiang Aijian shook his head. "Once the 10 terminal formation is activated, it can't be disturbed for an hour. Didn't you know that when you obtained the cloned blueprints?" "How did you know about that?" Emily looked at Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian scratched his head. They were still teenagers when the fire at Jinghe Palace happened. Over the years, their appearances had changed greatly. Moreover, with Jiang Aijian's sloppy and mischievous look, no one would have guessed he was the third prince. However, that was no longer important. Emily looked at Lu Zhou, who was slowly making his way toward her. Beside the Empress Dowager, Lu Huan shouted, "What are you standing around for? Fourth brother, tell your men to attack." They were soldiers from the borders, after all. They should not fear death. However, Lu Bing shrugged. He spread his arms and said, "Brother, this has nothing to do with me. I've only brought a few men, and they have to protect me as well." He turned to look at Lu Zhou and said, "Old senior, I have nothing to do with this. I can only protect myself." Lu Zhou did not look at him. He continued walking forward. The air felt extremely suffocating at this moment. Emily and Lu Huan were flustered, feeling the stifling sensation of calling out to the heavens and the earth, only to have their pleas fall on deaf ears. Black Knights. Emily retreated again. There were 4 more soldiers between her and the entrance. At that moment, the Black Knights finally charged into the villa from outside. The soldiers no longer tried to stop them. Lu Huan felt much more at ease as he said, "Heed my order, Black Knights. Kill everyone from the evil sky pavilion." When the Black Knights entered, the largest steed in the lead charged toward Emily, "Out of the way. Fan Shouwen is here to save the day." The moment they heard his name, the 4 generals shuddered and parted. Fan Shouwen leaped off his horse, and Emily's eyes lit up with joy. She smiled. "General Fan, just in time." "I." "Splurch." "I." "I." The others in the vicinity were drawn by the sound of a sword piercing flesh. Soldiers on the battlefield were no strangers to this sound. Their gazes instantly shifted from Lu Zhou to Fan Shouwen. The sword in Fan Shouwen's hand was embedded in Emily's stomach. Emily's voice caught in her throat, her words fading to a whisper. Her eyes widened, and her body grew limp. She lowered her head slowly, looking at the sword that pierced her stomach, drenched in blood. Emily's garments were drenched in her own blood, blending seamlessly with her bright red clothes. Her eyes grew wider. She clung on stubbornly, unwilling to give up. Everyone was stunned, including the second prince, Lu Huan, who stood as still as a wooden chicken. The leader of the Black Knights, an elite Emily had supported, had attacked her. Countless questions raced through his mind, but they never left his lips. The flames of his anger burned hotter. Fan Shouwen had stabbed his beloved consort, his trusted ally. He trembled with rage. Emily was equally puzzled. Her life was slipping away. She watched her blood gush from her stomach and frantically waved her hand, hoping a powerful spell would surge from her fingers, but nothing happened. In the 10-terminal formation, even Emily was mortal. She chuckled, realizing she had forgotten she was within the 10-terminal formation. Looking up at the stocky figure of Fan Shouwen, she saw the silver mask and the eyes brimming with killing intent, which made her shudder. It's you?" "The eyes are the windows to the soul." When she saw those eyes, Emily knew the person before her was the old Fan Shouwen, the one who once topped the blacklist as Leng Luo. Leng Luo had spent a long time infiltrating the Black Knight's camp to kill the fake Fan Shouwen, then assumed his identity. The sensation of impersonating himself was bizarre. Leng Luo's hoarse voice echoed. "Yes, it's me. Fan Shouwen. How dare you, Fan Shouwen? What are you doing?" Consortly. The 4 generals standing nearby wore incredulous expressions. They had vowed to protect Emily, yet there she was, stabbed. Leng Luo suddenly raised his voice and declared, "In the name of the Emperor, I hereby execute the disobedient subject, Emily. Her accomplices will be treated likewise." It was a grand statement, but the other Black Knights who had followed him were puzzled. Hadn't they agreed to kill the 4th prince and the villains from the evil sky pavilion? Why did their leader suddenly attack Emily? The appearance of the Black Knights shifted the tide of the situation. Ming Shirin, Little Yuaner, and Jiang Aijian felt a sense of relief. Leng Luo slowly turned around and looked at the second prince, Lu Huan. Lu Huan finally reacted. He glared at Leng Luo and said, "Good. Very good. He waved his arm and continued, "Do you think this is all I've got? HM?" The soldiers looked at the second prince. Even the fourth prince, Lu Bing, wondered what Lu Huan had in store. Lu Huan pointed at a nearby pavilion and said, "Old villain Ji. Your disciple, Si Wuya, is being held inside that building. If you make a single move, I'll immediately order him to be killed." Bam! The window of the pavilion shattered. Han Yuyuan grabbed Si Wuya's collar, poked his head out, and shouted, "A bunch of losers. You can't even kill an old man inside the 10-terminal formation? Seventh junior brother? Si Wuya?" Mingshi Yin and Jiang Aijin were both shocked. Indeed, Mingshi Yin's impression of Si Wuya was not the best. On top of that, Si Wuya had always been cunning and manipulative. However, when he saw this, he was still enraged. Lu Zhou looked over as well. Indeed, it was Si Wuya. That rascal. How did he land himself in this predicament? Han Yuyuan guffawed and said, "Today, I'll publicly execute him." Han Yuyuan's deputies drew their swords behind him, waiting for the second prince's order. Leng Luo said, "You dare?" His hand exerted force, and Emily grunted as blood trickled from the corner of her lips. She suddenly leaned forward. Splurch. The blade impaled her. "Senior brother, avenge me." Leng Luo did not expect Emily to hasten her own death. However, he did not have time to process this. He pulled his sword out. Emily fell backward. Outside the obedient villa, an ice-cold voice rang out. "No. Junior sister." It resounded throughout the entire villa. The 10-terminal formation covered the entire villa. Thus, Emily's senior brother, Ba Ma, was lying in wait outside the formation as they had planned, to prevent anyone from escaping. However, their plans could not keep up with the changes. At this moment, Ba Ma's purple energy formed dark clouds outside the villa. Lu Huan looked up and said, "Ba Ma, I'll avenge Consort Li's death." A hoarse voice rang from the dark clouds. "No. My junior sister is dead. All of you shall die with her." Ba Ma was not like Emily. He had a single target, and that was the fourth prince, Lu Bing. Lu Bing was his sworn enemy, who had cut down countless citizens of Lulan. Meanwhile, Han Yuyuan frowned. He grabbed Si Wuya and said, "Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Do I have to do everything myself?" Si Wuya looked up and said with a chuckle, "Isn't it too early to celebrate? You and your cocky mouth." Bam! Han Yuyuan pushed his hand down and pressed Si Wuya's head against the windowsill. With just a single swing of the blade, Si Wuya's head would roll. He did not even know whose voice it was that ruined the entire plan. The formation is gone. With the formation gone, primal chi surged. The civilians of Ruby City immediately felt refreshed. The suffocating sensation was gone. The air flowed freely, and the clouds drifted naturally again. Everything was back to normal. At this moment, everyone realized that in the next fight, they would no longer be equals. It was no longer a fight between mere mortals. The purple clouds rolled to the villa. This was a grand witchcraft formation. Inside the villa, Lu Huan suddenly ordered, "What are you waiting for? Take down old villain Ji." If ordinary fights wouldn't do it, the four great generals acting against the old villain should do it now. Whiz. Four avatars appeared and lunged at Lu Zhou. At this moment, Han Yuyuan sneered coldly. "Saber." His deputy at the side drew his saber and tossed it over. Unfortunately, it was not aimed at Han Yuyuan's palm. Instead, it cut across Han Yuyuan's neck. A red line appeared. Han Yuyuan was stunned. He turned around and looked at his most trusted subordinate. "Impossible." Si Wuya held his head to the side and smiled faintly. "I told you. Isn't it too early to celebrate?" His other deputies leaped into rage. They exclaimed in unison, "General Han." The deputy who had killed Han Yuyuan stood before Si Wuya. "Sect Master, you've endured so much. This was the reason Si Wuya remained calm and confident during his captivity. At that moment, Si Wuya witnessed a scene he would never forget. Purple lightning crackled across the sky, and amidst the four avatars, Lu Zhou leaped into the air. What's that? A blue lotus appeared under Lu Zhou's feet. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the heavens. All of Lu Zhou's extraordinary power surged forth at that instant. The blue lotus blossomed, spreading like a blue firework in all directions. Lu Zhou's figure disappeared from view. Si Wuya covered his eyes with his sleeve. When Han Yuan's deputies behind him saw this, they swung their blades at him. Bam! 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 The pavilion was filled with energy blades. Chaos ensued. The subordinate shielding Si Wuya parried the blows as best he could. Dozens of strikes were exchanged in the blink of an eye. 2 fists were no match for 4 arms, and he was cut and pushed back. We'll be rewarded if we kill Si Wuya. At the same time, the blue radiance from the sky enveloped the entire pavilion like a sea, obscuring everyone's vision. From Lu Zhou's vantage point, it seemed he was in the middle of a blue ocean, unable to see anything. Bam! Everyone inside the pavilion was pushed away indiscriminately. Although they were far away, they were still affected by the blue lotus's energy. The 4 avatars, however, were instantly shattered as if made of paper. The 4 great generals and their avatars were closest to the epicenter of power. Under the waves of energy from the blue lotus, they reeled and spat out blood, dying instantly, powerless to fight back. Lu Zhou's extraordinary power was no longer what it used to be. An eruption at close range was too much for the 4 generals to withstand. The purple cloud swiftly receded. Si Wuya's upper clothing was torn, and the large bind character on his chest was washed away by the blue lotus power. Han Yuan's deputies struck out at the air, unleashing their energies to form energy blades. At that moment, Si Wuya's lips curved into a smile as he said, "I'm back." He raised his hand, and the hidden weapon formed by thousands of energy blades materialized in his hand, shooting toward Han Yuan's deputies. This? Didn't he lose his cultivation base? Miserable screams filled the air, accompanied by a shower of blood. As Si Wuya descended, he adjusted his posture, not even glancing at them. He knew what the outcome would be. The instant his feet touched the ground, a green-robed figure appeared on a tree branch near the pavilion. In a gentle and polite voice, the person said, "My apologies. I thought it was too much for you to handle. Second senior brother, there's no time to explain. Let's go." To be honest, Si Wuya was not bothered when Han Yuan captured him. However, the blossoming blue lotus caused him to frown. Only Shangrong smiled and said, "Don't worry. Master has used too much of his primal qi. He won't have any strength left." Si Wuya only said, "Trust me." Shangrong's smile faded. His expression turned solemn. "Let's go." The 2 of them swiftly made their way out of Ruby City. The moment Lu Zhou's extraordinary powers outburst ended, he did not have enough energy to climb higher, so he began to descend slowly. His sight gradually returned, and he immediately looked in the direction of the pavilion. He saw Shangrong and Si Wuya moving at lightning speed. Wizard. Wizard stepped on its auspicious clouds and flew toward Lu Zhou at top speed, carrying him. Lu Zhou turned and said, "I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes, master." In the obedient villa, Mingxirin, Lung Luo, Little Yuaner, and his mount, Bian, remained. The 10 great generals were dead, and the survivors were nothing to fear. Lu Zhou, riding on Wizard, chased after Shangrong and Si Wuya. Lu Zhou flew past the pavilion on Wizard's back. He paused for a brief moment and looked down. Someone lay on the ground, his bloodied arm raised toward the sky, mumbling, "Sect Master, you're unharmed." Lu Zhou did not waste any time on this man and continued on his way. He wondered how Si Wuya managed to make his subordinates so unswervingly loyal. A delicate messenger bird flew toward the man's finger, pecked at the blood on his fingertips, and flew away. A moment later, Yi Jixing moved as swiftly as a phantom, picked the person up, and vanished instantly. In the obedient villa, it was as silent as a graveyard. After having its primal chi restored, Bayan was fuming from its nostrils, as if ready to lash out at anyone at a moment's notice. After witnessing its ferocity, the soldiers, cultivators, and black knights in the vicinity did not dare underestimate this mount. There, be a good boy, little Yuaner patted Bayan by and obediently lay on the ground, raising its head proudly and regarding the humans around it with disdain, looking down its nose at them. Leng Luo, Ming Shirin, and Jiao Naijian unleashed their avatars. It only took them an instant to do so. Leng Luo with his 8-leaf, Jiao Naijian with his 5-leaf, and Ming Shirin with his 3-leaf. Zhao Yu and little Yuaner glanced at them before turning away as if they saw nothing. Then, the 3 avatars vanished. None of the avatars was as striking as the 8-leaf golden lotus, whose height and number of leaves were enough to shock everyone. Don't give me that look. You must think that you're so great with 5 leaves, don't you? Ming Shirin rolled his eyes at Jiao Naijian. Yes. You're the powerful one here. I'll admit it. Jiao Naijian nodded. He was not joking. He knew he could never kill a 5-leaf elite if he were at the 3-leaf stage. It was not embarrassing for him to step back at this point. Moreover, the 8-leaf Leng Luo was here. No matter how many leaves they had, they would still pale in comparison. Leng Luo's cultivation base was not fully recovered, but it was not difficult for him to flash his 8-leaf golden lotus for an instant. He looked at Emily, who was lying on the ground apathetically. She did not move. Jiao Naijian walked over to Leng Luo's side. He gave Emily a disgusted glance and said, "How tragic." Tragic? It's quite tragic. Leng Luo raised his hand. The blade was still covered in Emily's blood. Jiao Naijian did not know what Leng Luo was going to do. He took a step back. Primal chi emerged from Leng Luo's hand and condensed into energy. His golden energy wrapped around his saber as he brought it down on Emily's body. Jiao Naijian looked away. It's best not to watch. If I did, my mental state would be in jeopardy. Leng Luo was perhaps the only person under the heavens capable of such a feat. Bam! 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 Several energy blades fell on the corpse. Leng Luo was hacking Emily into pieces and grinding her bones into dust. The others felt their scalps prickle and their hair stand on end at the sight. When they thought about it, Leng Luo and Emily were enemies who could not bear to be under the same sky. Emily had Leng Luo under her control for many years and made him do countless despicable acts. His grudge might not even be assuaged after he hacked her up. The second prince, Lu Huan's lips trembled at this sight. He stumbled over his words. You. His face was pale, and his limbs were weak. Leng Luo finished his business and put his saber down. Then, he turned around and tidied his clothes as if nothing had happened. He explained, for a great witch like her, we have to proceed with caution. If she's made into a puppet or revived, we'll have our hands full. You can stop explaining now. I'll believe you, okay? Jiao Naijian nodded fervently as he moved further away from Leng Luo. He looked at the soldiers around them and the puzzled black knights. Lu Huan could not stand this anymore. He said threateningly, "Fan Shouwen. If you can't give me a good explanation for this, you'll bear the consequences." "Why must I explain my actions to you?" Leng Luo asked. "You." Lu Huan was perplexed. Jiao Naijian picked up an ordinary saber from the ground. He flicked it with his finger, and a crisp sound rang in the air. He smiled in satisfaction before he explained, "Your Highness, don't you know who he is? He's the man whose name once shocked the heavens and was once on top of the blacklist, Leng Luo." The others were shocked. The Black Knight's original members only knew about Fan Shouwen, they did not know about Leng Luo. After the death of the 4 Dark Knights, nobody in the Black Knights knew that Fan Shouwen was Leng Luo. The remaining Black Knights looked equally perplexed. Isn't our leader an imposter promoted by Emoli? How did he turn into Linluo? However, there was no point in dwelling on it. The 8-leaf avatar was sufficient proof of Linluo's identity. The second prince, Lu Huan, stared at Linluo and Jiang Aijin, his eyes blazing with fury. So what if he's Linluo? He killed Consort Li. He'll have to pay for it with his life. Jiang Aijin smiled. You seem to enjoy dictating another person's fate, don't you? That's right. Jiang Aijin. I won't forgive you. Oh, please, no. I love my life very much. Your Highness, please don't stoop to my level. Jiang Aijin feigned a frightened expression. Seeing this, Lu Huan felt disdain for Jiang Aijin. His fear toward Linluo's 8-leaf avatar greatly lessened. He pointed at Jiang Aijin and said domineeringly, "Kneel before your prince." Jiang Aijin did not seem angry. Instead, an amused expression appeared on his face. Ming Shirin said, "Why are we wasting words with him? Let's beat him up. When Master returns, he'll be further punished." Jiang Aijin walked up to Lu Huan. Lu Huan flicked a speck of dust off his sleeve and said, "Kneel." Right away. Splurch. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang in the air again. The sound was unique and easily recognizable. The soldiers' eyes widened in shock. They finally understood that Jiang Aijin had picked up the blade and flicked it earlier, all for this moment. The saber was completely embedded in the second prince's chest. The tip of the blade had exited through his back, exposed to the air. Lu Huan's eyes widened, and he glared at Jiang Aijin with disbelief. Jiang Aijin smiled back at him, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of the saber as he continued to push it deeper into Lu Huan's chest. Drip. Drip. The blade was drenched in blood. Drops of blood slid off the edge of the blade, falling onto the stone floor and splattering into the shapes of scarlet plum blossoms. The obedient villa was so quiet that the sound of the blood dripping was clearly audible. When Linluo saw this, he was only mildly surprised. He raised his hand and said threateningly, "Whoever moves will die by my hands." The remaining survivors did not dare to move. Jiang Aijin was still smiling as he looked at Lu Huan. After a long pause, he chuckled, a sound that was indifferent and laced with a hint of sadness. In the corner, Lu Bing, the fourth prince, did not dare to make a sound. He tried to speak, but found his voice stuck in his throat. In the end, he helplessly shook his head and lowered his arms. The fates of humans were determined by the heavens. A person would have to finish the path they had undertaken, no matter the circumstances. Even unto death, there should be no complaints. A short cough rang in the air as Lu Huan's final breath escaped from his mouth. Blood was gushing from the corners of his lips. With his remaining strength, Lu Huan reached forward and grabbed Jiang Aijin's hands. Jiang Aijin did not flinch. Instead, he leaned forward and whispered into Lu Huan's ear, "The 1,000 lives in Jinghe Palace are looking at you as you pay for your sins." Lu Huan's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Aijin shook his head, and his palm released some energy. Bam! Lu Huan staggered backward and fell to the ground, a saber protruding from his chest. The second prince, Lu Huan, was dead. He collapsed to the ground, and Jiang Aijin chuckled. Once again, he had returned to his usual lazy and flippant self. He returned to Baiyan's side and sheepishly said, "I didn't do that on purpose." I didn't know he was so weak." Ming Shirin, Little Yuaner, and Zhao Yu looked at Jiang Aijin speechlessly. Although Zhao Yu was closely related to them in name, they had never spent much time together. Therefore, she did not feel sad at all. Moreover, Lu Huan had gone too far. She felt relieved that he was dead. "What do we do about the rest?" Ming Shirin asked, getting excited. For some reason, he found himself pumped up as he looked at the proud Baiyan. He loved bullying others by taking advantage of the situation. Or, to be more precise, taking advantage of the beast. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou rode on Wizard as they flew over the forest. He wondered how much time had passed, but he knew he was getting closer. At the same time, he weighed his options in his mind. With Yu Shangrong and Si Wuya's speed, they were no match for Wizard. I'll continue giving chase this way. Rascals, where can you run to now? Wizard understood its master's will. It shot past the mountain peaks and the forest. Lu Zhou suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Wizard stopped and let out a loud cry. The sound wave spread out at a terrifying speed. Yu Shangrong and Si Wuya were caught off guard and quickly dropped down. Fortunately, Yu Shangrong had very good control over his cultivation base. After the initial shock, he quickly adjusted his condition and landed slowly. Second senior brother, stay calm. Si Wuya landed and looked up, scanning the skies with widened eyes. Yu Shangrong appeared calm. I am calm. It doesn't look like he's coming after us, Si Wuya said. There's no need to fear even if he is, Yu Shangrong replied, remaining composed. Si Wuya was speechless. After a moment, he felt something was amiss and said, your cultivation base is profound, second senior brother. It's only natural that you're unafraid. However, I've just been freed from the mantra and am not in my best condition. I'd have to trouble you to bring me along as we leave this place as quickly as possible, senior brother. Sure, Yu Shangrong replied without hesitation. Before Si Wuya could say another word, Yu Shangrong's energy had already wrapped around him. The two of them flew toward Radiant Cloud Forest, looking back occasionally as they flew forward. It looks like Master's not coming after us, Si Wuya said. Yu Shangrong nodded and inquired, your mantra has been removed? I don't know what happened either. Si Wuya recalled what he saw in the pavilion, fear still lingering in his heart. In any case, it's good that it's undone, Yu Shangrong said nonchalantly. The two of them sped on. Si Wuya looked straight ahead. Puzzled, he asked, where are we going, second senior brother? Radiant Cloud Forest, Yu Shangrong replied calmly. Now? Now. Now. Si Wuya did not understand. However, when he saw that Yu Shangrong appeared indifferent to everything and seemed to be in a poor mood, he did not press his questions further. Yu Shangrong was clearly moving at a much higher speed than before. They sped past the trees. After Lu Zhou voiced his suspicions that something was amiss, he suddenly remembered that his item cards were all on cooldown. Awkward. He had been chasing after them for so long and had completely forgotten about this. Moreover, he had also depleted the extraordinary power from the heavenly writing earlier. He was too caught up in the situation. Was he not just asking for trouble if he chased after his disciples while completely defenseless? Lu Zhou stood on Wizard's back and looked at the item cards on the system dashboard. There were about 5 days left of cooldown. Wizard. Are my disciples, Zhao Yu and Ming Shiyin, in danger? Wizard gave a strange cry. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. It's good that you understand me. Just as Lu Zhou was about to turn back and return, a black flying chariot flew past him. The flying chariot was not moving quickly. Instead, it was moving at a leisurely pace as if the people on board were enjoying the scenery. The waves of primal chi were not smooth, and the flying chariot seemed to be damaged. Judging by its route, the flying chariot seemed to have come from Ruby City. There were no other human settlements in the area. What was a flying chariot doing here? Lu Zhou was puzzled. This place was far removed from any human settlements. Further north, there were only mountains and forests. Usually, human cultivators would not wander out of the cities or sections. Venturing into the forest risked encountering some terrifying beasts. Even if they came here to tame a mount, there was no need for a flying chariot. This was unconventional. Lu Zhou steered Wizard toward the flying chariot, wanting to see to whom it belonged. When he was near the flying chariot, he heard conversations from within. You slackers. Advance at full force. Sect Master, we can't. The energy blast earlier damaged much of the flying chariot's formation veins. Sect Master, why don't we ditch the flying chariot and flee? If your plan fails, we're done for. From the conversation, it was clear these people had fled from Ruby City. As the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow road. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou was currently powerless to do anything against them. Forget it. Consider yourselves lucky. Just as Lu Zhou was about to leave, a black figure emerged from the chariot. Who's there? The figure shot toward Lu Zhou at lightning speed. This is Dao Invisibility. It's an elite. Lu Zhou frowned. Wizard, you'll have to do more than support me now. However, as the black figure approached and was about to attack, he saw his target. Auspicious Chi? Wizard? He looked at the old man on top of the beast again. Old villain G? Bam! The black figure struck at thin air and forcibly stopped his attack. Using the backlash, he somersaulted and kneeled in the air. Greetings, old senior. This is all a big misunderstanding. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. He looked at the face of the black figure and said, Duanxing? It was the Fiend Temple's third seat, Duanxing. Ever since the Fiend Temple Master, Ren Buping, died in the battle against the 10 shamans at Tongzi Town, Duanxing was chosen as the new sect master. Their paths had not crossed since that incident. And yet, here they were now. Duanxing awkwardly said, Old senior. Aren't you in Ruby City? What brings you here? He immediately regretted asking that question. Was it not obvious? Look at the mount Lu Zhou was riding. Compared to their dilapidated flying chariot, which was threatening to crash, he truly felt outclassed. You're asking me? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and replied with a question. No, I dare not. Duanxing hastily replied. Where are you going? Lu Zhou asked. Well, Duanxing said hesitantly, to watch the show. Watch the show? Old senior. It's only natural that you're unaware of this. Duanxing shook his head. Your first and second disciples have agreed to battle on Cloudshine Peak. Not many know about this. It's truly a shame if we don't watch a battle between such elites. Hence, we mustered up our courage to go and have a look. You mean the Rascals, Yu Jinghai and Yu Shangrong, are going to fight it out on Cloudshine Peak? Lu Zhou asked. That's right. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Duanxing's flying chariot. Clearly, Duanxing knew many things that had happened in Ruby City. Was it a coincidence? He did not think so. The blooming of the Blue Lotus in Ruby City had affected Duanxing's flying chariot. This meant Duanxing was nearby at that time. Who was Duanxing pursuing? There was no reason for Duanxing to flee in this direction. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, Duanxing. Yes, senior, Duanxing replied. Don't try to play tricks with me, Lu Zhou warned. You aren't fit to witness a battle of this level. I dare not. Duanxing broke out in a cold sweat. His fingers trembled as he honestly said, To tell you the truth, senior, I knew you were in Ruby City and witnessed your great power earlier. Why? Lu Zhou asked. Duanxing shook his head and sighed, The Fiend Temple is but a pale remnant of its former glory. My comrades need to survive as well. Alas, the Nether sect isn't giving us any chance. They want to wipe us out. I intended to visit you at the Evil Sky Pavilion, old senior, but you weren't there. After making several detours, we came to Ruby. This explanation was reasonable. Duanxing continued, The flying chariot is damaged. I've been chasing after you, old senior, fearing I might miss you. Recalling what had nearly happened earlier, he hastily added, What happened earlier was an honest misunderstanding. I thought someone was trying to ambush us. After saying that, he thought to himself, You're riding Wizard after all. No matter how slow the beast is, it can't be slower than this wretched flying chariot. I'm surprised we even caught up to you. That really frightened me to death. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Accompany me to Cloudshine Peak. Duanxing was overjoyed. He hastily bowed and said, "Of course, old senior. This is my first time riding the legendary mount, Wizard." As he spoke, he prepared to hop on Wizard's back. "Scram," Lu Zhou said. Duanxing was taken aback. "Look around you, at the rivers and mountains. It would be such a waste not to enjoy the beautiful scenery, don't you think?" Lu Zhou steered Wizard toward the flying chariot. Duanxing hastily said, "I get it now. This way, old senior." He quickly boarded the flying chariot. "Quit slacking off. What are you daydreaming about? Come and greet the old senior," Duanxing said. The Fiend Temple's disciples bowed, not even daring to breathe heavily. Lu Zhou landed on the flying chariot. With a wave of his arm, Wizard left. "Have a seat, old senior. This flying chariot isn't the best, it won't fly like the wind. I hope you don't mind." "That's all right." Lu Zhou waved his hand and sat down. He stroked his beard and said, "It's good to take it slow." At the same time, he glanced at the time on the dashboard. There was no need to rush at the moment. The flying chariot sailed slowly, as if in a drunken stupor, toward the setting sun. Chapter 328, The Great Limit, Yu Shangrong's Goal. The waterfall cascaded like a curtain of water, the sun's rays glinting through the mist. Lu Zhou sat on the flying chariot, stroking his beard as he took in the scenery. The chariot swayed, making the flight rough, but this did not deter him from admiring the view. As the flying chariot neared Cloudshine Peak, it was growing dark. "Old senior, we're at Cloudshine Peak. However, I suspect your disciples won't arrive for another 2 days, Duanxing remarked, approaching Lu Zhou. "Already here?" Lu Zhou asked, surprised. Duanxing scratched his head, thinking, was it too fast? "We've been flying for a long time and even the sun has set." In reality, he could have reached the destination faster by flying alone. Still, he decided to play along and said, "I manned the helm myself and put my back into it. I didn't dare to waste your time, old senior." Lu Zhou frowned slightly, saying nothing, and merely waved his hand irritably. Duanxing felt awkward, wondering what he had done wrong. He hadn't spoken during the journey, afraid of disturbing Lu Zhou, who was enjoying the view. Yet, Lu Zhou was still displeased. Lu Zhou stood up and looked down at Cloudshine Peak. At that moment, memories buried deep in his mind began to resurface. "Cloudshine Nunnery," Lu Zhou murmured, seeing the temple halfway up the mountain. He almost forgot that Cloudshine Nunnery was built here. The temple, located 1,000 miles away from the northern capital, had an aura of solitude and isolation. Perhaps the monks and nuns were truly indifferent to worldly matters. "You're indeed knowledgeable, old senior. The temple here is indeed called Cloudshine Nunnery. Only nuns occupy the temple," Duanxing said. After that, he entertained thoughts of seeking shelter at Cloudshine Nunnery. However, there were only nuns there. He thought it inappropriate for a group of men to stay. Cultivators could spend the night anywhere. The location did not matter much to them. Since their bodies were impervious to cold, they could fall asleep even if they were hanging from a tree branch. "Descend," Lu Zhou said curtly. At once. Duanxing hastily brought the flying chariot to a slow descent. There were no signs of civilization for 100 miles around Cloudshine Peak. The trees were tall, and the cliff faces were steep. When the flying chariot descended into the forest, they saw the dense canopy covering the sky. Lu Zhou had recovered some of his primal qi during the journey, so he leaped off the flying chariot. The others dropped down as well. Only a few remained to guard the flying chariot. Shortly after, Lu Zhou and the others were outside Cloudshine Nunnery. Duanxing volunteered without prompting. "I'll knock." He knocked twice on the door loudly. The door swung open, and an old nun came out. "It's you?" Lu Zhou recognized the nun immediately. Xianjing was startled. She immediately straightened a palm and bowed. "Old benefactor Ji. Forgive me for the lack of hospitality even though you traveled so far. She pushed the doors until they were completely open. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Isn't there anyone else in Cloudshine Nunnery? Why would Buddhist Master Xianjing personally answer the door? He glanced at the courtyard, which was filled with overgrown weeds and fallen leaves. It seemed somewhat desolate. This way, dear benefactors. When they entered the courtyard, Lu Zhou asked, "Are you the only one here?" Wu Yan left long ago. For now, I'm the only one in Cloudshine Nunnery, Xianjing replied, straightening her palm. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Just as well. There won't be as many rules if she's alone. The place was spacious enough. I'll be staying here for a few days, Lu Zhou said. Hearing this, Xianjing said, Benefactor Ji, this way, please. She did not have time to settle the others in, as she was short-handed. Duanxing shrugged helplessly, glancing at his comrades. Don't look at me. There aren't any young nuns here. Clean up yourselves. Lu Zhou followed Buddhist Master Xianjing to a secluded room. The view, location, and environment were clearly superior. Buddhist Master Xianjing said, this way. Lu Zhou nodded slightly, walking into the room with his hands behind his back. The surroundings were uniquely and beautifully secluded, with a bookshelf, a desk, and a round window ledge that offered a view of the mountains beyond Cloudshine Nunnery. Many years ago, you had a discourse about the path with my master in this very room, Benefactor Ji, Xianjing said. They had a discourse about the path at Cloudshine Nunnery, watched the moon on Lilac Mountain, and observed the fish in Hundred Leaves Lake. Recalling this, Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed. Jing Yan was greatly talented. Alas, she couldn't rid herself of distracting thoughts. You're right, Benefactor Ji. That was what my master said as well. How did she die? My master's great limit was brought forward by 2 centuries. Xianjing shook her head and sighed. Lu Zhou considered it. Usually, a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator could live for 600 years. With each subsequent leaf that sprouted, their lifespan would increase by 50 years. No one had ever attained the 9-leaf stage. Therefore, no one could overcome the 1,000-year limit. This is how the great limit came to be. If a cultivator did not actively seek death, it would not have been a problem to live for 900 or even slightly more than 1,000 years. Why would her great limit be brought forward? My master attempted to enter the 9-leaf stage, but failed in the end. For that, she depleted her essence and blood, Xianjing replied. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. It's the 9th leaf again. He remembered the sword path genius of the northern capital, Gong Yuandu, who said the same words before he died. Indeed, the loss of one's essence and blood would negatively impact one's longevity. However, according to the ordinary rules and cultivation paths, the lifespan of humans should increase with their breakthroughs. Why would the 9-leaf stage shorten their lives? Before my master died, she warned everyone who has reached the 8-leaf stage not to foolishly attempt breaking through to the 9-leaf stage, Xianjing said. When I had a discussion with her, she was filled with tenacity and courage, determined to reach the 9-leaf stage. Lu Zhou said with a hint of irony. You've been at the peak of the 8-leaf stage for a long time, Benefactor Ji. You should have more experience and insight into this matter compared to my master. Lu Zhou said nothing. Xianjing had a point. Since Ji Tiandao was at the peak of the 8-leaf stage, could he have attempted to enter the 9-leaf stage? Was that the reason for his death? Make yourself comfortable, Benefactor. I'll take my leave. Seeing that it was getting late, Xianjing no longer bothered him. She turned around and left. Lu Zhou continued to entertain his thoughts. How many 8-leaf cultivators could not resist the temptation to attempt breaking through to the 9-leaf stage? Lu Zhou remembered the reversal cards. If attempting to enter the 9-leaf stage would shorten his life. He had the reversal cards. Did this mean he would be different from others and would successfully become the first 9-leaf elite in the cultivation world? He thought about it for a while, before he finally shook his head. It's useless to think about this now. I'll find out after my cultivation base improves and I can make a personal attempt. I should focus on how to capture the 3 rascals instead. Lu Zhou needed to stay here for 5 days. He hoped Yu Jinghai and Yu Shangrong would not appear too early. His item cards were on cooldown, which meant he could only rely on the heavenly writing scroll. With this in mind, Lu Zhou walked up to the bed, sat on the floor, and faced the 100 Leaves Lake miles away, entering his meditation state. At night, near 100 Leaves Lake, the moon was reflected on the lake's surface. Yu Shangrong thrust his longevity sword into the ground and rested his hands on its hilt. He sighed, after this battle, should I conceal my identity and spend the rest of my life here, by the lake? Nearby, Si Wuya was trying to adjust his primal chi. He smiled and said, indeed, this is a wonderful place. Alas, Cloudshine Peak is too near. In other words, their master had spent too much time here. Do you dare? Normally, he would not speak to his second senior brother this way. Yu Shangrong walked away from the longevity sword and headed toward the 100 Leaves Lake. He slowly walked on the lake's surface as if he were walking on land, saying, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. The water did not touch him. He gently waved his arm. Zing! His longevity sword left its scabbard on its own. The red blade stood out in the darkness of the night. The sword rose, and the lake's water rose with it. The water cascaded down like a waterfall. Yu Shangrong remained above the lake's surface. Without summoning his protective energy, he swung his longevity sword. He raised his hand, and the sword cast a shadow. Boom! 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 The water droplets were struck by Yu Shangrong with terrifying speed, flying into the nearby trees and leaving holes in their wake. The water fell back into the lake. Everything became quiet again. Yu Shangrong's sword skills were nearly perfect. He was the only one who could stay dry using only his sword skills, without relying on his primal chi or energy blades. Crash! Several trees nearby fell to the ground, and the longevity sword returned to its scabbard. Yu Shangrong said softly, 7th junior brother, how would you rate this move in terms of sword skills? Si Wuya replied earnestly, in terms of sword skills, you are peerless, 2nd senior brother. Which is why, even if master is here, there's no need to worry. However, Si Wuya was not as confident as Yu Shangrong. Otherwise, he would not have constantly reported their master's whereabouts to Yu Shangrong. Sua Xinchan, Sword Saint Luo Shisan, and Renan Shuaping, Yu Shangrong feared none of them. He met them fearlessly in battle, risking encounters with their master. However, those were different times. In the end, he said, 2nd senior brother, I'm not questioning your strength, but master's strength seems to have improved. Yu Shangrong frowned. His feet sank half an inch into the water. He pushed away from the lake's surface at once. A burst of energy appeared, and the water stains on his feet instantly disappeared. He looked at Si Wuya, waiting for an explanation. Si Wuya said, outside the obedient villa, I saw master standing on a blue lotus. Initially, I thought it was the barrier's power. I was wrong. The power from the blooming blue lotus can remove the mantra on my body. The barrier doesn't have such capabilities. Are you certain? Yu Shangrong asked. I am, Si Wuya said gravely. Perhaps, master has found a way to overcome the great limit. Yu Shangrong's gentle expression remained unchanged when he heard this. However, he said in a displeased tone, Junior brother, if you're trying to dissuade me from fighting eldest senior brother, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you. You've misunderstood me, senior brother. That's not what I meant at all, Si Wuya said. Yu Shangrong responded, I hope not. I swear to the heavens that I have no such intentions, Si Wuya said, raising 3 fingers in the air. Yu Shangrong let the matter rest. He turned around slowly, and the longevity sword flew into his hand. He asked, 7th junior brother, who do you think will win, between eldest senior brother and me? Here we go again. This is too difficult. Si Wuya felt speechless, but he did not show it on his face. he said, you will win, of course. I think so too, Shangrong said gently. It's getting late. You should get some rest, seventh junior brother. His words had barely faded when a blue fluorescent light sparkled in the direction of Cloudshine Peak, like a firefly. Unfortunately, it was too far away. At a distance of several miles, this level of brightness was indistinguishable from darkness. Si Wuya continued to sit in the lotus position, adjusting his aura. He had to recover as much of his cultivation base as possible within these few days. He did not want to waste any time. He stayed that way the entire night. Early the next morning, when the sun rose, Si Wuya was awakened by the dew that fell on his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw his second senior brother standing beside him. Yu Shangrong pointed at Cloudshine Nunnery and said, smoke from the kitchen chimneys. Si Wuya wanted to say that standing next to someone while they were sleeping was scary. However, he had no choice but to swallow his words. In the end, he said, I've investigated Cloudshine Nunnery. After the abbess, Wu Yan, lost her cultivation base, she left the nunnery. The remaining members are nothing to worry about. The Cloudshine Nunnery has disbanded, and Xian Jing is managing the place on her own. Why would there be smoke from the kitchen chimneys? Pleasure, Yu Shangrong said softly. You don't understand the pleasures of the world, junior brother Wuya. Perhaps, Si Wuya replied. I know what you want to say. Yu Shangrong chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched himself into the sky and brandished the longevity sword. An 8-leaf avatar materialized out of thin air, 100 feet tall, with an 8-leaf golden lotus spinning under its feet. Its radiance was blindingly bright. Yu Shangrong hovered within the avatar, crossed his arms, and said with a smile, Junior brother, after this battle, I won't have any more opponents in swordplay. Then, he added, apart from Master. Si Wuya regarded this avatar with a complicated look in his eyes. Sometimes, he felt that his second senior brother was foolish. Other times, he felt that he could not understand him at all. He wondered what the sword devil, whose name struck fear into those who heard it, was pursuing. Inside Cloudshine Nunnery, Lu Zhou opened his eyes and looked at the 100-foot avatar that was miles away. 100 Leaves Lake? Rascal. There were more than 4 days left before the cooldown period was over. There was no need to rush. There was nothing he could do anyway. It was better to be patient. At this moment, Duan Xing's voice rang from outside. Old senior. There's a situation. An 8-leaf avatar has been sighted. I know, Lu Zhou said indifferently. Duan Xing initially wanted to ask if Lu Zhou planned to do anything about it but thought better of it. After all, it would be too offensive. Whether the old senior decided to make a move or not had nothing to do with him. Therefore, he only bowed and said, I'll await your good news, old senior. After all, Duan Xing and his Fiend Temple could only be sideline supporters before the battle. They could not do anything else. That was an 8-leaf avatar. Anyone in their right mind would not go any closer. After the avatar vanished, the 100 Leaves Lake was silent once more. Only Lu Zhou closed his eyes and meditated on the heavenly writing. Another day passed. Lu Zhou felt that only 1/5 of the heavenly writing's extraordinary power had been restored. At this level, he could only repel a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite once, at most. It was far from enough. However, there was nothing he could do. There was too little time, and his meditation speed had not improved. At that moment, someone's voice rang from outside. Old senior, the Nether Sect's flying chariot is here. Lu Zhou opened his eyes slowly and replied, all right. He stood up and emerged, his hands behind his back. Duan Xing and the others stood respectfully outside. He said, it has been confirmed that the ultimate battle between your first and second disciple will be above the 100 Leaves Lake. Indeed, it's a wonderful place for a sparring session. Lu Zhou ignored Duan Xing and walked out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He needed to find a more suitable spot to watch the battle rather than being confined to his room with a limited view. Although he had a clear view of the Hundred Leaves Lake, for a battle of this level, the range could easily extend for several miles. It was too easy for the battle to be out of his field of vision. Lu Zhou walked toward Cloudshine Peak. At the same time, from a distance, he saw a huge black flying chariot heading toward Hundred Leaves Lake. The others from the Fiend Temple swiftly walked past the steps and followed Lu Zhou. They looked up and saw the flying chariot. The black flying chariot, visible through the leaves, resembled a narrow rectangular block. Wide strips of formation veins were etched on the sides of the chariot, where cultivators channeled their energy to operate it. The scale of the chariot, the number of people required to fly it, and its grandeur were rarely seen. The others came to a halt and gazed at the flying chariot in awe. The flying chariot slowed significantly as it approached Cloudshine Forest. Compared to the Fiend Temple's flying chariot, this one seemed insignificant, like a child's toy. Duanxing looked at the flying chariot and said, "I heard that the Nether sect has absorbed the Righteous sect and the Clarity sect. Its power has grown significantly since then. In less than half a year, the number of people who joined the Nether sect has more than doubled. I didn't expect them to have a new flying chariot as well." He, of course, did not know that Yu Xinghai's previous flying chariot had been destroyed on the Lotus Dais. Lu Zhou merely glanced at the flying chariot, then continued on his way with his hands behind his back. He did not head to the top of Cloudshine Peak but instead walked toward an outcrop. Several huge trees with bent trunks lined both sides of the rock that slanted outward, making it a perfect place to escape the sweltering summer heat. Duanxing nodded when he saw Lu Zhou walking as if he were strolling in a park. One of Duanxing's subordinates said, "Although sect master you put on a grand display, I still think someone like the old senior, who remains humble and simple, is the true elite." Duanxing turned to glance at the subordinate, who was startled. "You've got a point," Duanxing praised him. "The old senior stays true to himself. Each step he takes is firm and simple, with no flashy shows. This is how experts should behave." Duanxing and the others stood on a huge boulder, all of them positioned behind Lu Zhou, not daring to move forward. Duanxing looked into the distance and saw the flying chariot had come to a stop. He bowed and asked, "Old senior, if not now, when do you plan to make your move?" Lu Zhou remained silent. He merely looked at Duanxing meaningfully before turning back to observe the flying chariot. Duanxing shuddered inwardly, his palms damp with sweat. His question was foolish. Naturally, the old senior was biding his time, waiting to reap the benefits after the two parties fought. Rumors suggested that Yu Xinghai and Yu Shangrong's cultivation bases were on par with their masters, and there were even whispers that they had surpassed him. Whether or not they had surpassed their master, Duanxing had no doubts that both were eight-leaf elites. Additionally, the Nether sect's four great protectors, Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing, were all top-tier elites. Beyond these four, the Nether sect had numerous other elites scattered across the land. Duanxing did not forget about Si Wuya, the Darknet's master. He wondered where the cunning and mischievous man was hiding. If the old senior planned to take them down, it was better for him to secretly observe before making a move. After considering this, Duanxing was even more convinced that the old senior was a true elite. He was nothing like the rumors suggested. He was not someone with a fiery temper and matching strength. The large flying chariot hovered above the Hundred Leaves Lake. Yu Shangrong crossed his arms and stood on the surface of the lake, his eyes closed. The Azure Dragon first seat, Hua Chongyang, was the first to emerge. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Mr. Second." The Hundred Leaves Lake remained silent as usual. The clear surface of the lake was like a transparent mirror, reflecting Yu Shangrong's chiseled face. Hua Chongyang felt awkward seeing Yu Shangrong's blatant disregard. He said again, "Greetings, Mr. Second." Similarly, Yu Shangrong did not reply. At this moment, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yang, and Di Qing also emerged. They stood in a row, and the four of them said in unison, "Greetings, Mr. Second." Shangrong seemed to have fallen asleep. The four of them exchanged glances, at a loss. At this moment, inside the flying chariot, Hai burst into laughter. The sound waves from his laughter spread across the 100 Leaves Lake. Fish at the bottom of the lake leaped into the air, breaking the surface and creating ripples on the otherwise peaceful water. Shangrong opened his eyes. The four great protectors parted to the sides and bowed. Sect Master. Hai emerged with his hands behind his back, looking down at Shangrong, who stood in the middle of the lake. Although Shangrong looked small when he stood in the middle of the lake, there was no doubt he could destroy the 100 Leaves Lake if he wished. Finally, he said, "Second junior brother, how long has it been? You've become cold and heartless. My four great protectors are first-rate elites. They've always wanted to challenge you. Although they know they would lose, it doesn't stop them from trying. Why don't you give them a chance?" Shangrong finally spoke. "My apologies, eldest senior brother." In other words, he refused. Hai asked, "Why?" "Over the years, I've fought 135 opponents. There is only one person who has yet to die under my sword." Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing were speechless. Sword Freak Chen Wenjia, Mabe Sword Slave Wan Hai Chao, Sect Master Wang of the First Sword King in the Green Province, the Lu Land Sword Emperor of the Western Region, and Xingrong. All of them died under my blade. Shangrong did not think it necessary to list all the names. Just these few were enough to strike fear into the listeners' hearts. He looked up and scanned the four great protectors, smiling faintly. "Apart from that, I don't recommend them to watch the battle." The four exchanged glances. They could accept that he found them unworthy to challenge him. However, saying they were unworthy of watching the fight was too hurtful, even by his standards. "It's so they won't be traumatized." Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing were speechless. Elites of the sword path could not help but obsess over sword skills. There were many with exceptional sword skills who plunged into the depths of self-abasement and lost their minds after witnessing Shangrong's sword skills. Hai smiled earnestly and said, "You don't have to worry about that. Those people are weak. However, if my subordinates can't even acknowledge that there's someone stronger than them, then they're not worthy of being in my nether sect." "Glad to hear that." Hai tapped the ground lightly with his toes. He flew forward as though he were as light as a feather, then dove down swiftly. In a blink, he was already above the lake's surface. Surprisingly, the lake's surface remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the disturbance. This demonstrated how terrifying his control over his strength was. Shangrong uncrossed his arms and lightly cupped his fists. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." This was a mere courtesy. "Go ahead, junior brother." "You're older, senior brother." "Go ahead." "You're younger, junior brother." "You go ahead." "In that case, let's do it together." Swoosh! The water from the 100 Leaves Lake, several miles wide, shot into the air under the pressure of their primal chi. The water droplets fell, seemingly wrapped in their energies. Each water droplet formed an energy cone. The lotus leaves were now riddled with holes. The huge chariot retreated, and Si Wuya also retreated. The two combatants, however, did not budge from the center of the lake. The energy cones, however, did not harm them, they dispersed before reaching their bodies. Water droplets continued to fall. Energy seals that shone like starlight appeared behind Hai. Jasper Saber. The Jasper Saber spun out of the flying chariot and flew toward its owner. At the same time, it descended as a huge burst of energy enveloped it, making it look like a giant pinwheel. This was the Great Dark Heaven Memorial, the Dark Heaven Starlight. Longevity Sword. Zing! The Longevity Sword shot out of its scabbard, creating a rain of blades. This was the Guiyuan sword technique, the Sword Devil's Destiny. The two blades clashed, leaving everyone dumbstruck. Duanxing's jaw dropped, and his eyeballs threatened to fall out of their sockets. Was this a battle? Even if they retired from the cultivation world in the future, he was sure they would still be handsomely rewarded for a career in removing mountains. As for the disciples of Fiend Temple, they were utterly stupefied. They did not know what to think. A battle of this level had surpassed their imaginations and expectations. Though they had considered the battle and what it might be like, none of them could have imagined this. In the middle of the 100 Leaves Lake, the two opponents stood motionless as the sword and saber clashed in the air. Duanxing exclaimed in amazement, "Is this what the 8-leaf stage is like? If the disciples were this powerful, just how powerful would Tiandao be at his peak?" Duanxing could no longer suppress his curiosity. He asked, "Oh, old senior, who do you think will win?" "Just watch," Lu Zhou answered vaguely. "Yes, old senior." Lu Zhou did not wish for their battle to end too soon. There were still about 4 days before the cooldown period ended. If they finished before then, he would have no choice but to take the risk and chase after them on Wizard's back. Lu Zhou was not surprised by the battle before him, he had anticipated this. Both of them were evenly matched. Meanwhile, the 4 great protectors who were watching the battle from the flying chariot finally understood what Yu Shangrong meant. After all, Yu Shangrong could unleash such destructive power purely through the control of his primal chi. This was not a mere difference in the number of leaves. Even 8-leaf elites could be starkly different from each other. As the final water droplet fell into the lake, the Jasper Saber and Longevity Sword parted and returned to their respective owners. Yu Xinghai held his saber in one hand, extending his arm straight to the side. Yu Shangrong wielded his sword with his right hand, staring at Yu Xinghai. The first exchange of blows was merely a chance for them to gauge their opponent's strength. Yu Xinghai laughed and said, "Indeed, your cultivation base has improved a lot, second junior brother. The same could be said about you, eldest senior brother. So, I take it that your Guiyuan sword technique is now in the 3-soul stage?" Yu Xinghai asked. Accomplished swordsmen were one with their swords, as though their weapons were born out of their bones. "I heard that no one has seen your great Dark Heaven Memorial's sovereign descent, senior brother. I'd like to see it." As soon as Yu Shangrong finished speaking, both of them instantly tapped the tips of their feet on the surface of the lake at the same time. This meant the battle was progressing to a higher level. Both the Jasper Saber and the Longevity Sword were now wrapped in energy. When Hua Chongyang saw this, he raised a palm. "Retreat. Climb higher." "Understood." The members of the Nether sect did not dare to be careless. Upon seeing this, Duanxing shuddered. He was overcome with the urge to flee. "Old senior, why don't we take a few steps back and watch from there?" Lu Zhou looked at him indifferently but did not move. Duanxing felt slightly relieved. They were several miles away from the 100 Leaves Lake. The skies were clear, and their field of vision was wide. Naturally, they would feel the impact of the battle. However, he was a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite, after all. It should not be a problem for him to defend himself. He nodded to himself. "If we're affected by the battle, I'll have to perform well. The fate of the Fiend Temple rests on this occasion. I can't mess up at the most crucial moment." Yu Xinghai and Yu Shangrong hovered in the air, facing each other from a distance. Their blades vibrated with their energies. Swoosh! Both vanished simultaneously. In the next second, they reappeared and collided above the 100 Leaves Lake. A vertical burst of energy erupted from the point of their collision, plunging into the lake like a shining golden blade, causing the water to part. The 100 Leaves Lake seemed to split in half instantly. Water from the lake shot into the air. Shortly after, the air was filled with countless energy blades that struck every droplet nearby and shot toward Yu Shangrong. The energy blades spun as they relentlessly shot out, densely surrounding him. He hovered amidst the energy blades with his eyes closed, blocking out all other sounds. The energy blades kept everything else away from him. Si Wuya shook his head helplessly. He couldn't remain there and decided to watch the battle from a different spot. Why do they have to do this? Wouldn't it be enough if they just forego using their primal chi, sit down, and talk things through? Si Wuya sped in the other direction, leaping to a peak several miles away. He sat there with his legs crossed, adjusted his breath, and tried to meditate, occasionally glancing over. He muttered, "Oh, whatever. Just fight to your heart's content. This will never end." He knew how powerful the two opponents were and that the battle would last for some time. He decided it was better to rest and wait until they were done fighting. Above the 100 Leaves Lake, the energy blades seemed to cover the sky. Retreat. Hua Chongyang raised his hand again, sensing that the battle would become even more terrifying from this point on. Bai Yuqing looked at the two opponents in the air with a complicated gaze. Is this what true 8-leaf elites are like? Perhaps. Hua Chongyang glanced at the other three and said, they haven't even unleashed their avatars yet. The three of them nodded. If those two decided to unleash their avatars and grand techniques, just how destructive would the battle be? The flying chariot retreated and climbed even higher into the sky. Yu Shangrong opened his eyes at this moment. His energy blades froze, and the longevity sword bent to his will. All the blades vibrated and launched a coordinated attack. The battle intensified. The space above the 100 Leaves Lake was filled with energy blades. The energy blades of both opponents parried each other, their energies bursting and rippling into the surroundings. The impact of the battle spread toward the banks, affecting the large trees near the lake. Yu Shangrong and Yu Xinghai's bodies vanished into the horizon. The audience knew they hadn't exactly vanished, the two opponents were just moving at an incredibly fast speed, making them invisible to the naked eye. All the audience could see were the energy blades that seemed to have blocked out the sun and the sky, and bursts of energy when the two collided. A battle such as this was boring for Lu Zhou. He shook his head and no longer stroked his beard. Instead, he turned around and walked back to Cloudshine Nunnery with his hands on his back. Duanxing asked, perplexed, "Old senior, you're not going to watch the battle?" Lu Zhou ignored him. He returned to his lodging, sat with his legs crossed facing the round window, and continued meditating on the heavenly writing. It was just as he had expected. Yu Shangrong and Yu Xinghai's cultivation bases were on par with each other, so their battle would likely drag on for a long time. When Lu Zhou sat down, he checked the cooldown timer, which indicated slightly over 3 days remained. He hoped his disciples' battle would not end so soon. At that moment, Buddhist Master Xianjing's voice rang out from outside. "Benefactor Ji. What's the matter?" Lu Zhou asked. "There are elites fighting at the 100 Leaves Lake. To avoid affecting the Cloudshine Nunnery, I suggest we move to another place, Benefactor Ji," Xianjing replied. "Are you willing to see the Cloudshine Nunnery destroyed?" Well, Xianjing stood in the courtyard, sighing helplessly. The current Cloudshine Nunnery is but a pale shadow of its former self. If it is destroyed, so be it. "I see," Lu Zhou said. He did not express whether he agreed to changing the location. Sensing it would be rude to press further, Xianjing turned and left. At the same time, Duanxing walked in through the courtyard door, saluting Xianjing before continuing inside. He then bowed and said, "Senior, I've discovered a minor barrier in the Cloudshine Nunnery that we can use. Although my cultivation base is far from the 8-leaf stage, I can still manage a formation or two. What do you think?" "There's no need to activate the barrier," Lu Zhou interjected. "Understood. If the barrier were activated, it would be like announcing to the Rascals that there was an elite in the Cloudshine Nunnery. No cultivator would dare come near this area. If he were to startle those two rascals and they left, all his earlier efforts would go to waste." Lu Zhou closed his eyes and entered the meditation state once more. With a millennium's worth of knowledge and experience, he was accustomed to witnessing significant battles like this one. However, for the others, this was a rare opportunity to experience and learn. That was why Duanxing and the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors continued to watch the fight throughout the night. The second day arrived. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and glanced at the system's dashboard. He checked the cooldown status of the item cards and looked out at 100 Leaves Lake. The mountains that had once stood outside his window had changed. Lilac Mountain seemed to have lost half its height. The forest around 100 Leaves Lake had been flattened, and the nearby peaks were nowhere to be seen. Only Cloudshine Peak remained unharmed. Lu Zhou thought they would have to move to another place if Cloudshine Peak was caught in this battle. However, the Rascals had not touched Cloudshine Nunnery. It was clear they had deliberately avoided this place. Why was an 8-leaf cultivator so powerful? The answer was perfectly displayed at this moment. Duanxing scratched his face. Feeling numb all over, he smacked his own face. Smack. Ouch. Right. This is King Real. Yu Jinghai and Yu Shangrong, who had fought for a day and a night, had moved their battle from above 100 Leaves Lake to Radiant Cloud Forest. Thousands of birds and beasts fled in fright. Some of the beasts that could not escape in time were killed by the occasional stray energy blades. Another day passed. Lu Zhou opened his eyes again, awakening from his meditation state. It was quieter now, without the sounds of colliding energies. The intense battle had suddenly ceased after raging for 2 days and 2 nights. Everyone was curious about this sudden change. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet and gazed in the direction of 100 Leaves Lake. On the 2 peaks opposite the lake, a person occupied each summit of Lilac Mountain. The intense battle seemed to have come to an end. The Jasper Saber hovered to Yu Jinghai's right, while the Longevity Sword floated a foot before Yu Shangrong. Junior brother, how much primal chi do you have left? Yu Jinghai asked calmly. I barely wasted any. What about you, senior brother? Yu Shangrong replied with a smile. Me too, Yu Shangrong smiled. Let's get serious, then. Just what I wanted. As their voices faded. Whiz. Whiz. The resonance of power reverberated thunderously through the air. 2 100-foot avatars towered over their surroundings, with 2 8-leaf golden lotuses spinning slowly beneath them. This was the unique mark of the nascent divinity tribulation realm, the 100 tribulations inside Avatar. An 8-leaf golden lotus signified the greatest power among these avatars. Upon seeing this, Hua Chongyan gave a decisive order, retreat for 10 miles. Retreat for 10 miles. Meanwhile, Si Wuya shook his head. They finally decided to get serious, he sighed. He slowly rose to his feet, leaped lightly, and flew into the distance. As soon as the 2 avatars appeared, Duanxing turned around and left without a word. It was better for them to stay away. The Fiend Temple disciples were slightly stunned but then hastily followed Duanxing to another mountain. Sect Master, about the old senior. You should look after yourself. Do you really have the time to worry about the old senior? Did you hit your head on the rock this morning? Duanxing retorted. Duanxing was right. The old senior was the master of these 2 opponents. Was there any need to worry about him? Duanxing led the other disciples off Cloudshine Peak. At this moment, Lu Zhou was staring at the 2 massive avatars, nodding slightly. All the rumors he had heard were confirmed. Their strength and cultivation bases were indeed as powerful as Ji Tiandao. When Ji Tiandao's great limit was upon him, his cultivation base had deteriorated. It was only natural that Ji Tiandao could no longer restrict these 2 disciples at that time. Lu Zhou suddenly realized a problem. How should I defend myself? His Divine Court Realm cultivation base was not fully restored, and he had only recovered 2/5 of the Heavenly Writings' extraordinary power. Moreover, the extraordinary power was precious, and it would be a waste to use it to fend off the spillover energy from his disciples' battle. I should probably find shelter. Just as Lu Zhou was about to leave, the 200-foot avatars shot toward Lilac Mountain. Yu Jinghai and Yu Shangrong attacked simultaneously with their 100 tribulations inside avatars. Cloudshine Peak is a nice place. It can't be ruined. Agreed. The saber and sword collided, splitting rocks and shaking the heavens. The 8-leaf golden lotuses gathered power like whirlpools. Yu Xinghai joined his palms together and placed them before himself. His jasper saber hovered above him. Under the avatar's enhancement, the energy-wrapped jasper saber was now 1,000 times larger. Slash. Yu Shangrong's avatar dispersed. He shot upward and raised his longevity sword. Thousands of energy blades merged with it, and he brought it down on the jasper saber's energy blades. His avatar reappeared. Boom! The huge energy blade struck Lilac Mountain, causing a deep gorge on the mountain. If one looked up from the base of the mountain, the cut would resemble a slot canyon. The slot canyon did not last long before the sounds of cracking reverberated in the air. Rocks began to fall from Lilac Mountain's face. With its support gone, Lilac Mountain started to crumble. Huge boulders rolled down the mountain, crushing trees in their path. The beasts on land ran for their lives. Hua Chongyang looked down from above, watching as Lilac Mountain crumbled. Keep up. Understood. The flying chariot flew toward Radiant Cloud Forest. Yu Xinghai and Yu Shangrong fought fiercely along the way. Wherever they went, the trees fell. The two of them continued flying deeper into the Radiant Cloud Forest. The 100 Tribulations insight puts great strain on one's primal chi. How long can they keep this up? Hua Chongyang found it hard to believe what he was seeing. Brother Chongyang, you have a 7-leaf cultivation base. If you can't figure it out, how do you expect the three of us to figure it out? Hua Chongyang gulped. He looked at the huge energy blades that flew back and forth between the two avatars. The energy blades seemed several times larger compared to when they had just started. After a series of exchanges, Yu Shangrong moved his avatar's forehead at lightning speed. He raised his right hand, and the longevity sword flew into his grasp. He gripped the hilt, and energy blades shot out between his fingers. Senior brother, take this. Yu Xinghai frowned slightly. He withdrew his avatar and shot toward the horizon. He unleashed his avatar again, raising his saber horizontally. He said dryly, "All right." Hua Chongyang and the others held their breaths. Yu Shangrong flipped his right hand, leaving a series of afterimages. What shocked the others was that his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar also left afterimages. Grand Technique. Guiyuan Sword Technique. The Untraceable Sword. It was called the Untraceable Sword because it left no trace as it moved. The sword was so fast it could no longer be seen by the naked eye. Yu Shangrong studied Yu Xinghai for a moment. Then, tens of thousands of energy blades converged and shot toward his opponent. With his avatar, he charged at Yu Xinghai, wielding the longevity sword. Great Dark Heaven Seal. Yu Xinghai seemed to anticipate this move. His energy blades converged, and with the jasper saber at the center, he was now enveloped in an extremely tough defensive shield. Bam, the two forces collided. The excess energy rippled outward over a distance of 1,000 meters. The trees on the ground were also affected by the ripples. From above, it looked as though someone had dug pits all over the place. After the great collision, the two avatars dispersed simultaneously. Yu Xinghai retreated, and Yu Shangrong retreated as well. They hovered in the air, looking at each other from a distance. Yu Xinghai's hand was tightly wrapped around the jasper saber. He flexed each of his fingers in succession, and veins popped along his arm. Yu Shangrong's little finger shook slightly, but he quickly suppressed it. Yu Xinghai spoke in a clear voice, "You're much stronger than I imagined." "You flatter me, senior brother." "You're not doing too bad yourself," Yu Shangrong smiled. "Junior brother." "You're the first person who made me unleash all my strength," Yu Xinghai said solemnly. "I hope I satisfied you, senior brother." Yu Xinghai spread his hands, and his jasper saber spun in the air. At the same time, his avatar appeared again. Whiz. Yu Shangrong did not want to be left behind. His avatar appeared, and the chaotic flow of energy in the skies caused a storm. Who would be a match for whom in this battle? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was still seated beside the windowsill. He would occasionally glance in the direction of the avatars, silently praising the two for being tactful enough to avoid this place. Lu Zhou peacefully closed his eyes and entered his meditation state again. He could hear the clashes of the avatars every once in a while, and the entire Cloudshine Peak seemed to reverberate with it as well. Si Wuya, Lu Zhou suddenly remembered another rascal. Where is he? Due to the distance, Lu Zhou could not possibly see Si Wuya. However, he was certain that Si Wuya had come here with Shangrong. So, where would he be watching the battle from? He had 3 more improved binding cage cards. Everything was ready. All he needed now was time. Time passed in the blink of an eye. It was a new day. As the sun slowly rose from the horizon, Lu Zhou heard thunderous clashes. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Hundred Leaves Lake. It was a complete disaster, his disciples were nowhere to be seen. Lu Zhou checked the cooldown timer for his item cards. 5 hours. Old Senior, Duan Xing called out at this moment. Lu Zhou emerged from the room with his hands behind his back. He saw Duan Xing standing respectfully in the center of the courtyard. Despite the battle lasting for 3 days and 3 nights, Duan Xing had not lost his enthusiasm, he seemed more invigorated than ever. He said, filled with praise, "My horizons have been greatly widened." Truly. What's the outcome? Lu Zhou asked. Although their cultivation bases are equally matched, in a prolonged battle, the factors that determine the victor are determination and experience. Based on this, Yu Xinghai would most likely win. However, it had been many years since he had last seen them. Perhaps Yu Shangrong had matured over the years. It might be presumptuous to say that Yu Xinghai would win. It's hard to tell. However, the intensity of the battle isn't as exciting as it was 2 days ago, Duan Xing said. They were moving into the later stages of the battle. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. They should be getting tired by now. It was just like running, the longer one ran, the more tired one would feel. After a moment's thought, Lu Zhou said, "Let's take a look." All right. Duan Xing also wanted to watch up close. Alas, they were not brave enough. Now that the battle was less intense, it was difficult for them to watch from a distance. However, if they were too close, they feared they would be discovered by the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors. With the old senior backing them, they naturally had nothing to fear. Kindly board the flying chariot, old senior, Duan Xing extended his arm at once. How else would they travel together if not on the flying chariot? The others boarded the flying chariot as well. Although it was damaged, it played a crucial role at the moment. As soon as Duan Xing boarded the flying chariot, he kicked the disciple at the helm and said, "With the old senior riding with us, I must personally man the helm." Lu Zhou glanced at Duan Xing but said nothing. He thought Duan Xing's attitude made him only fit to be a small-time leader. In any case, it had nothing to do with him. The flying chariot departed from the base of Cloudshine Peak and moved toward Hundred Leaves Lake. "Old senior, kindly bear with this speed," Duan Xing said. Lu Zhou looked at the cooldown time, stroked his beard, and nodded. This speed was acceptable, considering they had to navigate around the trees. As the flying chariot drew closer to the battle, the sounds of clashing energies grew louder. When the flying chariot reached Hundred Leaves Lake, their field of vision widened. The nearby trees had all fallen. Duan Xing smiled and said, "I'm going to speed up." "There's no need for that," Lu Zhou raised a hand and stroked his beard. "Why? Why does he have so many questions? What a troublesome fellow." Lu Zhou said. "Duan Xing, how did you find out that their battle would take place on Cloudshine Peak?" Duan Xing pondered for a moment as he steered the flying chariot. Then, he sighed, "I went to great lengths to discover this when I visited Pingdu Mountain." "If you could find out, anyone could," Lu Zhou replied dryly. "Old senior, are you suggesting that there might be others here?" Duan Xing hastily slowed the flying chariot and steered it toward the edge of the forest. Lu Zhou remained silent. Although it was only a guess, the possibility was high. Duanxing looked around. After the flying chariot entered the forest, the surroundings were unusually quiet. A wave of regret washed over him. "You're right, old senior. I'm too hasty and dim-witted. With our ostentatious approach, they would all be long gone." However, Lu Zhou remained calm, showing no signs of anger. Duanxing sighed inwardly with relief. When the flying chariot passed Lilac Mountain, Duanxing and the others were in awe. The massive chasm and the destruction caused by the energy blades were shocking. It was a complete mess down there. Boom! 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 The clashing of energies sounded closer now. Duanxing said, "Radiant Cloud Forest is just ahead." The flying chariot deliberately avoided the clearings formed from the battle and moved closer to the Nether Sect's flying chariot. They saw the two avatars vanish just in time. In the sky, Yu Shangrong and Yu Jinghai reeled back simultaneously. They somersaulted a few times, before finally stabilizing their bodies. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights while maintaining their 100 tribulations inside avatars, it was clear just how formidable their cultivation bases were. An excited expression appeared on Duanxing's face. "Old senior, I think they're reaching their limits." Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he gazed at the two opponents facing each other from a distance. "There's no need to rush." Duanxing did not dare to question Lu Zhou. If the old senior said there was no rush, there must be a reason. In the sky, even Yu Shangrong, who always remained calm in any situation, found his forehead wet with sweat. His breath was becoming unsteady, unlike before. Yu Jinghai was in a similar state. Sweat dripped down his arms, and the rising sun cast its rays on the beads of moisture, causing them to glisten. The 4 great protectors were deeply impressed by what they had seen so far. The two opponents seemed to have used up everything in their arsenals, and yet, there was no clear winner. "Your Guiyuan sword technique is truly powerful." Yu Jinghai was not stingy with his praise. "I can say the same for the Great Dark Heaven Memorial," Yu Shangrong managed a smile. Hua Chongyang watched this speechlessly. Throughout the 3-day, 3-night battle, the two of them never relented on these perfunctory praises. He was used to it by now. After they finished praising each other, they resumed their fight. However, both looked more exhausted than before. Even so, their battle was not something other cultivators could hope to match. Hua Chongyang scanned 100 Leaves Lake. The lake, which covered several miles, was completely destroyed. Lilac Mountain, nearly 100 feet tall, had crumbled. 10 mountains near Radiant Cloud Forest had been flattened. Wherever the energy blades swept past during their battle, trees fell. Countless beasts, both on land and in the air, were indiscriminately killed by the energy blades. The area resembled a forest after a great fire or a battlefield after a war. No place was left intact as far as the eye could see. Meanwhile, Si Wuya did not watch the battle in the sky. Instead, he waited for it to end, sitting in the forest. He did not wish for his senior brothers to fight. However, at this point, he found himself slightly anticipating the outcome. As 8-leaf experts, who was more superior, eldest senior brother or second senior brother? In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Si Wuya did not continue to wait in the forest. He felt the battle was decreasing in intensity and knew it was nearing its end. So, he flew toward the direction of the battle. Meanwhile, below the Nether Sect's huge chariot, the Jasper Saber spun skyward. A supersized energy windmill crashed through the towering trees, effectively breaking them. Yu Shangrong moved at top speed, darting left, middle, and right. When the onlookers saw this, they felt as though they were in a dream, unable to see clearly. Yu Jinghai knew this was one of Yu Shangrong's renowned sword skills, the return and enter 3 souls. He shouted, "Break!" A circle of energy radiated from him. This burst of energy, though simple in appearance, was the greatest and most domineering skill of the Great Dark Heaven Memorial. As the energy rippled outward, it merged with the dark heaven starlight. The energy blade instantly enlarged and moved outward. With all his power focused in his Dantian sea of qi, he controlled the primal qi of heaven and earth, summoning a tidal wave. Sovereign Descent? Hua Chongyang shouted, "Activate!" His seven-leaf avatar appeared. The other three understood and followed suit, activating their avatars. Four avatars shielded the huge chariot from below. Boom! The tidal wave rose up before falling again. The energy wave was blocked by the four avatars. Even so, the backlash caused the flying chariot to rise as if lifted by the wind. The four great protectors' faces turned red from their exertion. Apart from awe, they were also filled with respect and fear. Si Wuya was halfway to the battle when he felt the incoming wave of power. He frowned. Drat! Bam! Si Wuya crossed his arms in front of himself and conjured his energy to shield himself. Boom! 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 Si Wuya was thrown back, crashing through more than 10 trees before he fell. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He had no time to worry about it. He was relieved that this was just the aftermath of their attacks. He had used all his strength to defend against it, and the injuries he received were within a reasonable range. He wiped the blood away and continued on his way. Meanwhile, Duanxing also saw the tidal wave of energy rolling toward them. He thought to himself excitedly, "The time to shine has come." He activated his avatar and formed a black barrier. Boom! Lu Zhou initially intended to block the impact with the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. He did not expect Duanxing to act so quickly. With a loud boom, the flying chariot was thrown back, as if it were a ship pushed back by ocean waves. Lu Zhou frowned. The cooldown period was almost over, and he hoped Duanxing would not fall short at this crucial moment. At this moment, Yu Shangrong's three figures vanished as the Sovereign Descent and the Dark Heaven Starlight attacked. A single figure was seen reeling back. As soon as he reeled back, he tossed his longevity sword. Whoosh! Yu Jinghai, who was currently unleashing a burst of energy, could not spare any of his power to defend himself. He could only widen his eyes and try his best to turn to the other side. Whoosh! The longevity sword slashed past Yu Jinghai's shoulder before diving and stabbing into the ground. At the same time, the jasper saber plunged into the soil with a thud. Yu Jinghai and Yu Shangrong landed. The entire place fell silent. The battle had ended abruptly. After an unknown span of time, both rose to their feet and faced each other from a distance. They no longer launched any attacks. The pride deeply etched into their bones would never allow them to appear battered. There were traces of blood at the corner of Yu Shangrong's lips, and an angry red line ran across Yu Jinghai's shoulder. Silence loomed over them as they smiled. Yu Jinghai was the first to break the silence. He grinned and said, "The enter and return 3 souls isn't what I expected, to be honest." Yu Shangrong responded with a smile, "The Sovereign Descent lacks the confidence of a king. You have no primal qi left. You have no primal qi left as well." This was the crux of the matter. Who won and who lost? It was an awkward situation. Neither could claim victory. The 4 great protectors were from the Nether sect and did not have the right to judge this battle. Only one person was fit for the task. Both Yu Jinghai and Yu Shangrong thought of the same person, Si Wuya. Speak of the devil. Si Wuya appeared in their sights. 7th junior brother, what great timing, Yu Jinghai said excitedly. Greetings, eldest senior brother. 7th junior brother, it's good that you're here. Greetings, 2nd senior brother. Yu Jinghai said, now, who do you think won this battle? Is it 2nd junior brother or me? Si Wuya was at a loss for words. What does this have to do with me? Can't you guys just fight and decide for yourselves? I'm only here to see the outcome. Yu Shangrong said, 7th junior brother, you can be honest. Who do you think is more skilled, eldest senior brother or me? I think I'm going to have a breakdown, thought Si Wuya. Yu Jinghai and Yu Shangrong were both eagerly awaiting his answer. Si Wuya, being an intelligent person, quickly observed his surroundings and the conditions of his two senior brothers. He then said with a bow, "It's a draw." "A draw?" Yu Jinghai and Yu Shangrong frowned simultaneously. "Your sovereign descent has injured second senior brother, eldest senior brother. On the other hand, second senior brother's return has injured you." It's a draw," Si Wuya said with a straight face. He was inwardly proud of his own wit. Yu Jinghai and Yu Shangrong looked at Si Wuya at the same time. They did not seem happy with the answer. Si Wuya frowned, silently cursing himself. He might become the victim of his own cleverness, feeling that he had offended them both. Yu Jinghai spoke with a slightly annoyed tone, "In that case, we'll fight again another day." Yu Shangrong replied, "I look forward to it. There must be an outcome between us, eldest senior brother." Si Wuya was speechless. Yu Jinghai raised a hand, and his jasper saber emerged from the ground, returning to his grasp. The longevity sword returned to its scabbard on Yu Shangrong's back. None of them would back down. Yu Jinghai looked at Yu Shangrong coldly before flying into the sky and returning to his flying chariot. Si Wuya sensed that something was amiss, but could do nothing. He could only watch as his eldest senior brother left. After a while, he noticed something wrong with his second senior brother. "Second senior brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yu Shangrong didn't move. He smiled faintly and looked at the nether sex flying chariot in the sky, saying, "Look." Si Wuya looked at it but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Confusion was evident on his face as he pondered the meaning behind Yu Shangrong's words. Yu Shangrong continued, "Eldest senior brother has been injured by me. He's only pretending to be unaffected. Well, I am his junior brother after all, I should let him save face." Hearing this, Si Wuya finally understood what Yu Shangrong meant. Although he wasn't sure if Yu Shangrong had truly injured Yu Jinghai, he cupped his fists and said, "This means you're more skilled, second senior brother." "There's no need to mention it," Yu Shangrong said lightly. Meanwhile, Yu Jinghai returned to his flying chariot. Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing bowed in unison. "Welcome back, sect master." Yu Jinghai remained silent. He walked into the chariot with a stoic expression, sat on his seat with a stern and regal demeanor, and then grunted. A trail of blood trickled from the corner of his lips. It wasn't much, but it was enough to prove that Yu Jinghai, the master of the greatest fiend sect, who had defeated countless opponents, was injured. The four great protectors wore frightened expressions. Yu Jinghai growled, "No one is to know about this." After saying that, he waved his arm and spoke as if nothing had happened, "Let's go." The flying chariot adjusted its course and flew toward Lilac Mountain. Creak! 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 The flying chariot made odd noises. The nether sect's disciples looked around. Hua Chongyang bowed and said, "Sect master, the flying chariot was caught up in the aftermath earlier. However, we can still fly." Yu Jinghai nodded. The flying chariot began to pick up speed. Yu Jinghai gazed at the passing scenery. The sun was now high in the sky. The morning rays that pierced through a thin layer of fog made it seem as though they were in the land of the immortals. Hua Chongyang suddenly said, "Sect master, we're picking up something." "Hmm?" The other three great protectors looked in the direction Hua Chongyang pointed. It was a small, dark flying chariot hanging from the branches of two huge trees. "There are people around?" Bai Yuqing asked, puzzled. "Sect master, this group of people is audaciously brave. I request permission to kill them," Di Qing said. Yu Jinghai felt furious himself, so he responded, "Go ahead." "Eh? What's that?" Bai Yuqing saw a cluster of auspicious chi shooting toward the fallen flying chariot. Yu Jinghai glanced at it, then shifted his attention to the stern of the chariot. Usually, the more profound a cultivator's cultivation base, the sharper their eyes. With that single glance, Yu Jinghai recognized a familiar old figure. His regal posture withered as he burst into a coughing fit. The four great protectors did not even have a good look at the auspicious Qi. They hastily turned around, worried expressions on their faces, and cried out in unison, "Sect Master. I'm fine. Go. Huh? Return at full speed." Hua Chongyang saw the grave expression on their sect master's face as he coughed. He thought their sect master had suffered serious injuries in the fight. He hastily gave an order, "As you command, sect master. Return at full speed." The flying chariot immediately roared to life, creaking as it moved toward the horizon. At the periphery of Radiant Cloud Forest, the Fiend Temple's flying chariot had been hit by the energy from the collision between Yu Xinghai and Yu Shangrong, reeling for several miles and taking massive damage before it finally fell. "Please forgive me, old senior, for being useless." Duan Xing's face fell as he hastily bowed and apologized. Lu Zhou checked the cooldown time of his item cards. 15 minutes. A quarter of an hour. Time was passing excruciatingly slowly. Every second felt like a year. Just as Duan Xing was apologizing, one of his subordinates pointed at a huge flying chariot shooting past and said, "Old senior, that's the Nether Sect's flying chariot." Lu Zhou had been focused on the system's dashboard. When he heard this, he immediately turned to look. The huge flying chariot was already speeding into the distance. There were still more than 10 minutes left. In that case, he could only act against the other villains. There were Yu Shangrong and Si Wuya. They did not have the four great protectors and should not have any means of escape. After such an intense battle, Lu Zhou expected both of them to be greatly injured. He was certain Si Wuya would be affected as well. When the cooldown ended, it would be a great opportunity for him to deal with the villains. Yu Shangrong looked at Si Wuya and said, "After this battle, I will go into seclusion. Junior brother Wuya, you should go." Si Wuya found this difficult to understand. He asked, "Have you thought things through?" Yu Shangrong sighed and said, "Under the heavens, if even you can't understand my thoughts, seventh junior brother, who can? My mind is set. You should understand." After the battle, Yu Shangrong seemed to have gained some insight. He no longer had any ties to the world. "What should I tell eldest senior brother?" Si Wuya asked. "He's injured, and the victor has been decided. He won't spar with me again." Yu Shangrong's tone was cold. Si Wuya saw the lack of expression on Yu Shangrong's face and said, "Second senior brother, I support your decision to live in seclusion, but there's no need to sever all ties. Perhaps?" Before he could finish, Yu Shangrong said coldly, "Get lost." Si Wuya was stunned. He did not expect the gentle Yu Shangrong to utter such words. He swallowed the words that hung on the tip of his tongue. His second senior brother had always been gentle, humble, and polite. He had never before heard him use words like "get lost." In any case, it was just as Yu Shangrong had said. Was there anyone else who understood him better? No. He knew he could not persuade Yu Shangrong. He cupped his fists before walking toward the forest. "Take care." The surroundings were deathly still. Yu Shangrong did not leave. When he was sure he was alone, he staggered backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although he had tried his best to keep it down, he could not stop his qi and blood from surging. He was clearly injured from the battle. Yu Shangrong sat with his legs crossed, one hand resting on the other, and circulated his primal qi. He had to adjust his breathing and meditate to calm his chaotic qi and blood. After a few breaths, it gradually stabilized. At this moment, thud, thud, thud. A person emerged from the forest, long hair flowing, wearing long robes, and holding a sword as he approached Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong opened his eyes and turned to look in the direction of the sound. The dense leaves obscured the newcomer's face, but from the skinny figure, Yu Shangrong could tell he was a sword path elite. "Senior Sword Devil," the person said, stepping forward into the clearing left by the battle. Yu Shangrong's gaze fell on the newcomer, who had a thin beard and wore embroidered robes. It was a middle-aged man with a weathered face. After a glance, Yu Shangrong ignored him. The middle-aged man remained unperturbed, calmly cupped his fists, and bowed to Yu Shangrong. Yunsek's Luo Chongqing offers his greetings to Senior Sword Devil. The newcomer was the junior brother of Sword Saint Luo Shursan and one of the 3 sword freaks of the Yun sect, a rare sword path genius. Yu Shangrong continued to ignore him, flicked the dust off his clothes, and prepared to leave. Luo Chongqing said, "Ever since my senior brother, Sword Saint Luo Shursan, fought you, he could never forget it. I have come today with the intention of sparring with you, Senior Sword Devil." Yu Shangrong stopped. "I'm sorry, you're very weak." He seemed to feel this was insufficient and added, boringly so. He had said the same to Sword Saint Luo Shursan, and saying it again to Luo Chongqing made no difference. He was no fool. For the newcomer to show himself at this moment, he had no true intention to spar. The newcomer was nothing but a petty and shameless individual seeking to take advantage of the situation. Luo Chongqing said self-righteously, "If a weakling dares to challenge an expert, the weakling is no longer a weakling. An expert who does nothing but run away is the real weakling." Yu Shangrong replied, "Forget it." He turned slowly to face Luo Chongqing and said, "A month from now, at the Yen Sect sword altar. I'll be coming for your head." "I'm sorry. There's no need to wait a month." Zing, Luo Chongqing unsheathed his sword and wielded it with both hands. It split into 2, then 4, then 8. Hundreds of energy blades filled the air. "Now, in Radiant Cloud Forest, I, Luo Chongqing, will end your life." Luo Chongqing stomped his feet and leaped into the air. The energy blades converged and flew toward Yu Shangrong's head. If this had been before, Yu Shangrong would have had thousands of ways to deal with it. However, at this moment, he only drew his longevity sword with one hand and mustered all the primal chi he had left. The blade glowed a slight red as it hummed and vibrated. He made a decisive and clean sideways sweep. Bam! The instant their energies clashed, Luo Chongqing's energy blade shattered. Their weapons collided, and Yu Shangrong took 3 steps backward. Luo Chongqing did a somersault and landed on the ground. Although Luo Chongqing did not gain the upper hand from this exchange, he saw hope. He saw Yu Shangrong taking 3 steps backward. This was something unthinkable in the past, yet he managed to do it now. He was overjoyed. If he could successfully take Yu Shangrong's life, his name would shake Great Yen. Senior Sword Devil. Who do you think is weaker now? Yu Shangrong gripped his longevity sword tightly, gauging the remaining primal chi inside his body. Why aren't you saying anything? Show me your return and enter 3 souls. Luo Chongqing was starting to lose it. The elation of imminent victory was giving him a rush of excitement. His sword vibrated, gathering its power. The corner of Yu Shangrong's lips curved up in a faint smile. At that moment, auspicious chi appeared in the skies, and Wizard was flying toward them at a low altitude. In truth, Lu Zhou had been in the vicinity for a while. With 10 minutes left of the cooldown, it would be meaningless for him to reveal himself too early. He strolled around the area, looking for Si Wuya, but could not find him. Inwardly cursing the rascal, he saw Luo Chongqing attacking Yu Shangrong. Having witnessed the entire scene, he knew what had transpired. Yu Shangrong and Luo Chongqing were stunned. Luo Chongqing looked up with a frown when he saw Wizard shrouded in auspicious chi. Which elite is it this time? Yu Shangrong turned around slowly and looked up. His body trembled involuntarily, his mind went blank. Though he was the dreaded sword devil who had challenged countless elites and was fearless, his heart felt like it was about to jump out of his ribcage when he saw the old man. His lips trembled slightly. Master? Luo Chongqing had been in seclusion for many years in the Yun sect. He had visited the Evil Sky Pavilion once and had a chance to see Ji Tiandao from a distance. However, that had been many years ago. The old man now had one hand on his back and the other stroking his beard, looking more like a learned scholar than someone from the fiend path. When he heard Yu Shangrong's words, he was thoroughly shocked. more importantly, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He's the master of the evil sky pavilion? The greatest villain under the heavens? Lu Zhou glanced at the remaining time on the system dashboard, feeling satisfied. There were only a few seconds left of the cooldown. He looked down at Luo Chongqing from his high vantage point. You're striking a man when he's down, and yet, you speak so righteously. How can I let someone like you go? Lu Zhou tapped Wizard's back with the tips of his feet and shot into the air. He lifted his hand, and Unnamed materialized in his grasp. The sunlight glinted off Unnamed's blade. Luo Chongqing and Yu Shangrong held their breaths. For a moment, they seemed to forget they were in the midst of a battle. Both of their eyes were locked on Lu Zhou as he dove down. Lu Zhou swung Unnamed. Although he had only recovered 2/5 of his extraordinary power, it was enough to unleash this skill. He referred to the Guiyuan sword technique in his memories and chanted to release the heavenly writing's power. Originating from nothing and everything. Living in samsara and learning from it. This is the power of past lives. Spectral figures appeared, left, middle, and right. This was Yu Shangrong's famous move, the Guiyuan sword technique, the return and enter 3 souls. Luo Chongqing was completely flustered and retreated in haste. The sword in his hand gathered power. The thousands of energy blades turned to stab at the incoming Lu Zhou. Luo Chongqing felt his vision blur as though he was in a dream. Zing! The 3 figures merged into one. Everything ended abruptly. Unnamed swept past the thousands of energy blades, slashed past Luo Chongqing's hand and sword, and then cut across his chest. Lu Zhou's movements were as smooth as flowing water. There were no flashy moves, nor violent bursts of primal chi. It took just a single stroke of the sword. It was over. Lu Zhou appeared behind Luo Chongqing. Luo Chongqing's eyes widened. When his energy blades vanished, his eyes and expression turned blank. He lowered his head to look at the sword in his hand. The sword broke, and he fell to the ground. He looked at his chest, where a huge cut was visible, blood gushing out. His life was slipping away at a terrifying pace. He struggled to keep his eyes open and turned to look at Yu Shangrong, who was standing a few meters away. Yu Shangrong's brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were filled with suppressed fear. Luo Chongqing raised his left hand and pointed at Yu Shangrong. Save, thud. Luo Chongqing's hand fell to his side. Ding. Target eliminated. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, turned around, and looked at Yu Shangrong again. He had used up all of the heavenly writing's extraordinary power, but his item cards were no longer on cooldown. They shimmered with a hint of golden light, indicating they were ready to be used. Ma master? Yu Shangrong's face showed disbelief. He could not understand how or why his master was in the radiant cloud forest. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Yu Shangrong sternly. He cursed in a low voice, "Rascal. WH. What? What did I teach you in the past? Do you still remember?" Lu Zhou asked as he walked toward Yu Shangrong. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps flustered Yu Shangrong, who took a step back, then several more. "You defected from the evil sky pavilion, fought your brother," Lu Zhou said through gritted teeth. Zing. Yu Shangrong's longevity sword flew out from his back. He asked, "Master, are you trying to kill me again?" Again? Lu Zhou stopped in his tracks. He looked at Yu Shangrong and said, "Shouldn't I kill you?" Yu Shangrong gauged the severity of his injuries. A forlorn smile appeared on his face. He straightened his back so that he would not appear defeated. "In my hometown, there's a plant called the beckoning fragrance. It blooms during the day and dies at night. You can smell it in the morning, but by dusk, it withers. Sometimes, I wonder, since we know it will surely die, why do we still take care of the plants? Birth, life, sickness, and death are parts of the natural cycle of life." When Lu Zhou heard this, he shook his head slightly. A rogue is a rogue, after all. Everyone in the world will die eventually. If everyone followed his second disciple's logic, would they not have ended their lives the moment they were born? Where did his second disciple learn such nonsensical reasoning? Lu Zhou stepped forward and said, "Living is the reason. Everyone wants to live a long life, but none can escape the shackles of mortality." Yu Shangrong's gaze was complex. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. "Nonsense. Are you going to surrender and admit that you're wrong?" Yu Shangrong shook his head. "Master. You'll always be like a father to me, but please forgive this disciple for not being able to follow you back." This time, he addressed himself as a disciple. "You think you can get away? You underestimate me. Even if you did nothing, that Luo Chongqing wouldn't have been my match." Yu Shangrong leaped onto his longevity sword with light movements and flew away. Relying on his high affinity with the longevity sword, he could greatly reduce the use of his primal chi while increasing the speed of his flight. Unfortunately, not many could manage this. After all, heaven-grade weapons were rare and precious to begin with. On top of that, one had to be in perfect harmony with them. Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent. He raised a hand and shouted, "Running away, rascal?" An improved cage binding card shattered in his palm with a burst of golden light. A vortex spinning counterclockwise appeared immediately. Yu Shangrong, flying on his sword toward the deeper parts of radiant cloud forest at top speed, felt a whoosh of golden energy form a huge bind character. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it landed squarely on Yu Shangrong. Bam! Yu Shangrong gave a muffled grunt. His primal chi was instantly restricted, causing him to stagger and fall. The longevity sword plunged to the ground. "HM? A binding mantra?" he exclaimed in surprise. His Dantian sea of chi was empty, so he could no longer maintain flight. He fell to the ground immediately. From the shadows of the trees, Duan Xing led the Fiend Temple's disciples and slowly surrounded Yu Shangrong. "Don't get too close. This is the Sword Devil. Wait for the old senior." Duan Xing raised a hand and ordered the others to stop. Thud. 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 With his hands on his back, Lu Zhou walked over. Ding. Captured the rascal, Yu Shangrong. Reward, 1,000 merit points. At this point, there was no longer any need for Lu Zhou to rush. Under the influence of the binding mantra, Yu Shangrong had lost his cultivation base. Where could he run? A starved camel was larger than a horse. Lu Zhou understood why Duan Xing and the others kept their distance. After all, the person before them was the Sword Devil. He was known for challenging elite swordsmen at the slightest, or no, provocation. Compared to him, the Fiend Temple disciples were mere small fry. Duan Xing gulped, then cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Senior Sword Devil." The others bowed, not daring to move. After Yu Shangrong fell to the ground, he saw the people from the Fiend Temple. Surprised by the peculiarity of the binding mantra, he sat up, grabbed his longevity sword, and stabbed it into the ground before pushing himself to his feet. His expression remained unchanged. Yu Shangrong did not look at Duan Xing and the others. People of their level were not yet worthy to converse with him. He took a few deep breaths, then looked at his master, who was walking toward him. The old man was the only one in the world who could evoke a sense of powerlessness in him. Lu Zhou paused a few meters away from Yu Shangrong. The radiant cloud forest was deathly silent. Lu Zhou gazed at Yu Shangrong quietly and calmly. Dong. 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 The Cloudshine Nunnery's bell tolled, breaking the silence. Lu Zhou was surprised. Throughout the days he stayed at Cloudshine Nunnery, he grew accustomed to the sound of the bell and drums that signaled daybreak and dusk. However, the forest had been untrodden for a long time, and the nunnery was a distance away. Where did the sound of the tolling bell come from? He finally asked, "Where's Si Wuya?" Yu Shangrong shook his head. "He has left." Lu Zhou saw the reluctance in Yu Shangrong's eyes. He said, "I've given you your cultivation base, and this is all you've got?" Yu Shangrong was puzzled, wondering what his master meant. However, he said nothing. The victor was the king, and the loser could only submit. This was the hard truth since time immemorial. "Take him away," Lu Zhou said, waving his sleeve. Duanxing bowed at once. "Understood." Yu Shangrong glanced at Duanxing and the others. He put some strength into his arms and stood up. "I can walk on my own." Duanxing and the others stepped back, lowering their heads, not daring to raise them. Duanxing felt helpless. Although Yu Shangrong was now a prisoner, he was not someone Duanxing could easily handle. However, he felt fortunate to witness a peerless individual like Yu Shangrong being captured by his master. Perhaps, when he became an old man, he could boast about this moment. At the same time, he could reminisce about the ultimate battle between the first and second disciples of the evil Sky Pavilion. He would never forget it. Yu Shangrong carried his longevity sword in one hand as though nothing had happened. Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the others and said, "Return to the Cloudshine Nunnery for now." Yu Shangrong felt speechless. Did this mean that his master had been waiting inside the Cloudshine Nunnery all this while? If that was the case, why did his master hide and reap the benefits as a third party? Unfortunately, it was now meaningless to dwell on it. He had no choice but to follow Lu Zhou back to the Cloudshine Nunnery. After the others left the area, in the depths of the cloud-radiant forest, Si Wuya sighed in relief. If he had not noticed it sooner, he would have been captured as well. He calmed himself down. After his breathing stabilized, he muttered under his breath, "Poor second senior brother. What should I do now?" Si Wuya hastily shook his head. When he remembered the binding mantra, he frowned. The same method was repeated, which reminded him of his earlier speculation. His master had found a way to overcome the great life limit. When he thought about this, Si Wuya smiled wryly and shook his head. "You'll only put yourself through hell by trying to keep up appearances." He insisted on acting tough when he was actually injured. Where has that gotten him? If his second senior brother had not placed such importance on his pride, he would have been able to escape capture. Perhaps this was fate. In the Cloudshine Nunnery, on Cloudshine Peak, in the room facing the 100 Leaves Lake, Lu Zhou walked up to the windowsill with his hands behind his back. He looked at the damaged 100 Leaves Lake. Yu Shangrong stood behind him expressionlessly. After a moment's silence, Lu Zhou said, "Sit." Clang. The longevity sword fell to the floor. At this juncture, Yu Shangrong no longer had the luxury of caring about his appearance. He picked up the sword at once. If this had been any other time, the longevity sword would never have fallen. His affinity with the longevity sword was already perfect. His primal chi would retreat without his command. Lu Zhou glanced at the longevity sword in Yu Shangrong's arms. He seemed to remember something and said, "You've been with the pavilion for 275 years. Do you remember the very first rule I told you?" Yu Shangrong looked out the window at the 100 Leaves Lake, slightly stunned by his master's question. Then he answered, "No infighting." "Yet, you violated it." "Eldest senior brother and I were only sparring," Yu Shangrong replied. "Sparring?" Lu Zhou turned around slowly, sat down on a chair at the side, and stared at Yu Shangrong's longevity sword. "Since I can grant you your cultivation base and weapon, I can take them back as well." When Yu Shangrong heard this, his heart sank. He instinctively tightened his grip on the longevity sword. He had never been restrained or fearful of anyone except his master. His pride and strength seemed like a joke in front of his master. He remained silent, like a misbehaved child. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Shangrong and asked, "Why did you leave the evil Sky Pavilion?" Yu Shangrong frowned slightly, looked up, and said, "You really don't remember?" Lu Zhou recalled his lost memories. He had thought of a reply long ago and answered truthfully, "I've forgotten." It was the truth, he had lost some of his memories. Yu Shangrong regarded the old man before him with a complex gaze. "Seventh junior brother said that you've changed, and I didn't believe him at first." Perhaps it was because this was the first time he had faced his master after such a long time. Yu Shangrong suddenly recalled many things from the past. When he had first joined the pavilion, he was just a young boy. Before he knew it, 3 centuries had passed. He was now the Sword Devil, whose name struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. On the other hand, his master was almost at the end of his life. He could not help but be filled with emotion. "That's not important," Lu Zhou said in a toneless voice. Yu Shangrong responded, "It's a good thing if you've forgotten about it as well." "You bastard." Lu Zhou frowned, his voice loud and clear. He rose to his feet, hands behind his back. Yu Shangrong fell to his knees immediately but remained silent. After his outburst, Lu Zhou stared at Yu Shangrong and said, "You won't talk?" Yu Shangrong kept his eyes fixed on the floor and said, "It's for your own good, master. It's best if you forget about it." Lu Zhou raised his hand, and a blast of energy shot out, neither light nor strong. Smack. Yu Shangrong did not dodge. His head turned to the side stiffly, and the slap stung. Ding. Punished Yu Shangrong. Reward, 300 merit points. "I have all the time in the world," Lu Zhou barked, "men." Duanxing seemed to have expected this. He replied immediately, "You called, old senior? I'm here. I will climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of flames. Just say the word. Take him away." Clang. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. A blast of wind opened the door. He walked out with his hands behind his back and called out softly, "Wizard." Wizard arrived on the clouds and slowly landed in the courtyard. Lu Zhou glanced at the sun. It was noon, and it was almost time. At this moment, Duanxing stammered, "Old senior, who should I take away?" Yu Shangrong walked out of the room. His posture and bearing made it clear that he would not be touched. He emitted an air that kept everyone at arm's length. Duanxing, naturally, did not dare to get close to Yu Shangrong. Lu Zhou turned around and asked, "Are you afraid?" Duanxing was stunned. Then, he tried to motivate himself by saying, "I'm not. With your support, old senior, I have nothing to fear." "That's good." Duanxing walked up to Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong merely glanced at Duanxing before shifting his cold gaze elsewhere. Duanxing felt close to tears. Could he not be afraid? Impossible. Lu Zhou mounted Wizard and lingered in the sky above Cloudshine Nunnery for a moment. Initially, he wanted to stay a few more days to reminisce. When he looked at the nunnery, he saw the past and his regrets. Alas, there were still many things he had to attend to. He had no choice but to return. The sound of a bell tolling rang through the air once more. How far up the mountain was Cloudshine Nunnery? The forest path lay untouched. Lu Zhou was about to leave when Cloudshine Nunnery's abbess, Buddhist Master Xianjing, appeared. She raised a palm toward Lu Zhou. Ba. Take care, Benefactor Ji." Lu Zhou sighed. He could see traces of Jing Yan in Xianjing, stubborn, independent, and determined. It would be a shame and a great regret if this beautiful place were left to waste. This secluded spot was ideal for summer retreats and recuperation. It would also be a perfect place for someone to found a sect and recruit disciples, an ideal location for cultivation. If he had nothing to do in the future and wanted to rest, this would be one of the places he would consider. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Zhou spoke aloud, "I've left a Buddhist cultivation method in my portrait in the study. I hope you cultivate it well and don't give up halfway. Cloudshine Nunnery is a wonderful place." Upon hearing this, Xianjing's dim eyes brightened. She knelt at once and said, "Thank you, Benefactor Ji. I thank you on behalf of my master. Take care of yourself." Lu Zhou mounted Wizard and flew toward the sea of clouds. Duanxing mustered his courage, carried Yu Shangrong with his energy, and followed Lu Zhou. Safe travels, Sect Master. We'll await your return at Fiend Temple. At the Evil Sky Pavilion, near dusk, Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong were sparring in the plaza. Looking up, they saw Wizard among the sea of clouds. The pavilion master is back. Pan Zhong saw Duanxing bringing Yu Shangrong behind Wizard. He was puzzled. Who are those two people? Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were from the Clarity sect and Heavenly Sword sect, respectively. They were young juniors and had only heard about Yu Shangrong's stories. It was natural that they did not recognize him. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were not alone, many renowned individuals did not recognize Yu Shangrong either. Pan Zhong speculated, looks like he's a newcomer. MHM. You're probably right, Zhou Jifeng agreed. Both of them had learned from past mistakes and adopted a respectful and humble attitude. Regardless of who the individual was, they decided it was better to keep a low profile. After all, the pavilion master would never take interest in average and ordinary individuals. After a short while, Wizard descended slowly. Greetings, pavilion master. Greetings, pavilion master. Lu Zhou leaped off Wizard's back and waved his sleeve, saying, lock him up in the cave of reflection. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were slightly stunned. Isn't he a newcomer? Pan Zhong suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. He remembered Zhu Honggong receiving the same treatment when first brought back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. His heart skipped a beat. Was this cultured and refined man another of the pavilion master's disciples? I wonder if he's Mr. First or Mr. Second. Regardless, they were not individuals he could afford to cross. Pan Zhong quickly nudged Zhou Jifeng with his elbow. He did not fear a formidable opponent but a useless teammate. He hoped Zhou Jifeng would not act out of turn. Both of them seemed to have a tacit agreement as they said in unison, understood. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng approached Yu Shangrong and Duanxing before they said, this way, please. Their attitude was respectful, and they maintained the correct posture. Even their tones and expressions were impeccable. They felt quite pleased with themselves. Lu Zhou turned to look at Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng suspiciously. He said indifferently, what are you two doing? Huh? Duanxing hastily waved his hand and said, I'm a guest. I'm not, he pointed at Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong found their antics comical. He smiled faintly and said, I can walk on my own. There's no need to trouble you two. He was humble and polite as he walked to the back of the mountain. At the entrance to the Cave of Reflection at the back of the mountain, there was a barrier. One could enter but not exit. Yu Shangrong had lost access to his cultivation base. Once he passed through the barrier, it would be nearly impossible to get out. Zhou Jifeng hurriedly walked up and escorted Yu Shangrong to the Cave of Reflection. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou looked at Pan Zhong and asked, Old Fourth's not here? Master Fourth and Miss Ninth haven't returned, Pavilion Master. However, Master Fourth did send a letter saying he'll be back tomorrow, Pan Zhong replied. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He then returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Duanxing felt lost. Pan Zhong looked at Duanxing meaningfully and asked, how should I address you, sir? Duanxing of Fiend Temple, Duanxing cupped his fist. Who's that humble and polite man? Pan Zhong asked. Mr. Second, Yu Shangrong, Duanxing replied. Pan Zhong inhaled sharply. That was close. I'm AF * King Genius. Zhou Jifeng followed Yu Shangrong to the Cave of Reflection. He chuckled and said with a bow, this way, this way. Yu Shangrong could not help but shake his head. He turned to look at Zhou Jifeng and said, I don't mean to sound condescending, but master standards seem to have fallen quite a lot. In other words, since Lu Zhou allowed a person who was full of flattery and did not know who Yu Shangrong was, it seemed like Lu Zhou did not have much of a standard to speak of. Zhou Jifeng continued to nod and bow. You're right. Shortly after, Zhou Jifeng cupped his fists when they arrived at the Cave of Reflection and said, Mr. Eighth. Say what you must and make it quick. Your grandfather Zhu is trying to cultivate here. Don't disturb me if it's not urgent. Zhu Honggong's voice rang from the cave. The pavilion master has ordered me to send someone into the Cave of Reflection. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Eighth, Zhou Jifeng said. Zhou Jifeng's voice had barely faded when Zhu Honggong replied with an annoyed tone, "Get lost. Tell him to sleep outside. Also, tell him to fetch me water and wash my feet from now on." Zhou Jifeng's heart pounded against his chest. Although he did not know who this cultured and refined man was, he knew the man was someone he could not afford to offend. However, the person inside the cave was also someone he could not afford to offend. "What should I do?" Just as Zhou Jifeng was about to speak, Yu Shangrong waved his hand to indicate that he did not mind. "This way." The person inside the cave is the 8th master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Please excuse his rudeness. Yu Shangrong nodded slightly and then walked past the Cave of Reflections barrier, calmly. When he heard the approaching footsteps, Zhu Honggong, who was diligently cultivating against the wall, leaped into a fit of rage and cursed, "Hey, didn't you hear what I said?" He rose to his feet and raised his voice. His body froze mid-turn, and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw the newcomer. Yu Shangrong looked at Zhu Honggong with a smile, but did not say anything. It took Zhu Honggong a moment to react. When he regained his senses, he quickly changed the subject. "Second senior brother, have you washed your feet? I'll go fetch some water for you." With an ingratiating expression, he bowed and shuffled to the cave's entrance. Just as Zhu Honggong reached the cave's entrance, Yu Shangrong's voice rang out, "Come back here." Thud. Zhu Honggong turned around and fell to his knees immediately. His face was covered in tears as he said, "Second senior brother, I was wrong. There's no need to be nervous. I don't blame you. Besides, my cultivation base is sealed. What are you afraid of?" Yu Shangrong walked up to the stone bench and slowly sat down. His mind was not on such matters. After being brought back to the Evil Sky Pavilion by his master, he could not help but feel slightly dejected. Moreover, as the senior brother, he would not hold this against Zhu Honggong. Alas, Zhu Honggong did not seem to understand Yu Shangrong's thoughts. He continued with a pitiful expression on his face, "Senior brother, it's truly my fault." Smack. Zhu Honggong slapped himself mercilessly. Smack. Feeling it was not enough, he slapped himself again. Hearing the strange noises, Zhou Jifeng walked over to investigate. The scene that greeted him was shocking. Coupled with the conversation he overheard, he would have been a fool not to understand the situation. His knees buckled in shock. After struggling to his feet, he quickly ran toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yu Shangrong frowned slightly, looked at Zhu Honggong, shook his head, and said, "That's enough." Zhu Honggong was overjoyed. "Thank you for your magnanimity, second senior brother." After saying this, he chuckled. "I'll give myself one more slap, for good measure." Smack. After punishing himself, Zhu Honggong rose and walked reverently to Yu Shangrong's side, standing next to him like a servant. Yu Shangrong spoke in a gentle tone, "Eighth junior brother, come to think of it, it's been a long time since we met. Second senior brother, your movements and whereabouts have always been elusive. How could I have the chance to meet you?" Yu Shangrong smiled, pointed to the spot opposite him, and said, "Sit. I'm comfortable standing here." "You've been in the Cave of Reflection this whole time?" Yu Shangrong asked. "Yeah. I'm being punished," Zhu Honggong replied. Yu Shangrong looked at Zhu Honggong, sensing a difference in his aura. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice as he said, "Close to the Divine Court realm?" He knew that Zhu Honggong's cultivation method had only 7 layers. The 2 final and most important sutras were missing. It was almost impossible for Zhu Honggong to enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm with a defective cultivation method. Zhu Honggong scratched his head and said, "Master taught me the 2 final sutras. He also said I could move into the southern pavilion if I successfully break through." Yu Shangrong was astonished. "Master taught you your cultivation method?" Zhu Honggong nodded repeatedly. Yu Shangrong frowned, not quite believing this. Seeing his second senior brother's expression, Zhu Honggong asked, "Second senior brother, what brings you to the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Yu Shangrong did not answer. Instead, he looked up and glanced at Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong reached out and slapped himself again. My mistake. He had touched a sore spot, it seemed. However, Yu Shangrong did not mind. Instead, he said, I ran out of luck. Oh, Zhu Honggong scratched his head, puzzled. What did his senior brother's return to the evil sky pavilion have to do with his luck? Inside the eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou walked up to the table again. He looked at the parchment drawing. The drawing finally showed some changes. Apart from the clear outlines of the divine capital and the mausoleum of swords, the area that appeared this time was the northwestern corner of Yong province. There was also the symbol of a blade of grass on the map. The outline of the northwestern corner of Yong province was not clear, but he could approximate where it was. As a transmigrator, reading a map was a basic skill. A Melilot? Lu Zhou regarded the little symbol suspiciously. He suddenly remembered a notification from the system from a long time ago. Any of his actions could trigger a mission. In other words, capturing Yu Shangrong had triggered the Melilot mission. Lu Zhou no longer looked at the map. Instead, he turned around and sat with his legs crossed. He opened the mission menu and then looked at the main mission, disciplining Yu Shangrong. There were 2 submissions. The first was the Melilot's life, and the second was new open heavenly writing scroll. Lu Zhou silently confirmed his thoughts. However, from his recent communication with Yu Shangrong, they did not seem to be in conflict at all. Ji Tiandao wanted to kill Yu Shangrong? Lu Zhou pondered, stroking his beard. It was the duty of a teacher to solve his students' problems. Why did Ji Tiandao want to kill his disciples? Ding. Punished Zhu Honggong. Reward, 50 merit points. HM? Lu Zhou was slightly speechless. He did not expect to earn more merit points at this time. However, the merit points he gained from disciplining Zhu Honggong were clearly fewer than before. Lu Zhou decided not to trouble himself with questions that did not have immediate answers. Instead, he looked at the number of items he had. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, Dao transforming divine court realm. Merit points, 20,750. Avatar, 9 transformation yin yang. Remaining life, 6,575 days. Items, Deadly Strike card X2, Impeccable card X2, Critical Block card X62, Passive, Binding Cage card X4, Refining Talisman X1, Ji Tiandao's Peak Form Trial card X1, Wizard, Buy-in, Critical Heal card, Strengthened Binding Cage card X2, Strengthened Critical Heal card X2, Thunderblast X2, Reversal card X22. Weapons, Unnamed, Life Cutter, Tear Stain Box, Jade Horsetail Whisk, Buddhist Prayer Beads. Cultivation Method, 3 Scrolls of Heavenly Writing. From the unlocking of the treasure box and the killing of the 10 great generals under Emoli's influence at the Obedient Villa, Lu Zhou gained a lot. His avatar remained the 9 transformation yin yang. To enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm, he would need to obtain the 100 tribulations insight avatar. Lu Zhou opened the item cards menu. Deadly Strike, 3,000 points. Impeccable, 2,500 points. Cage Bind, 1,500 points. Critical Heal, 1,500 points. Thunderblast, 1,200 points. Lu Zhou frowned. The system was clearly forcing him to be frugal with his card usage. The reward for killing a Grand Cultivator is merely 1,500 points, and yet, I need 3,000 points to buy 1 card. Is there anyone who can continue living with this losing deal? However, this was also a good thing. Now, Lu Zhou had a reason to improve his strength. It was getting late. Lu Zhou looked at the 2 missions. Then, he closed his eyes and entered his heavenly writings meditation state. From his previous experience, a full tank of extraordinary power would give him 2 charges of grand techniques. He could also choose to use it all in one great burst, which would significantly increase the might of his attack. If he used his weapon, a sliver of the extraordinary power would enable him to kill his opponent. Additionally, he could control the flow of his extraordinary power, allowing it to trickle out gradually. If he ever found himself inside a 10-terminal formation again, the extraordinary power would be his greatest reliance. His item cards would be mostly useless. Time passed quickly. Early the next morning, Lu Zhou opened his eyes. He had lost track of time while meditating. Ding! Meditated on the human scroll of the 3 heavenly writing scrolls 200 times. Obtained open heavenly writing, part 1. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. According to this pattern, every time he meditated on the heavenly writing 100 times, he would obtain 1 open heavenly writing scroll. However, the system seemed stingy this time, rewarding him with only part 1. The 100 repetitions were not a short time. Well, to be honest, he could easily reach 100 repetitions now that he thought about it. Boom! 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 A loud commotion reverberated outside. Before Lu Zhou could ask what was happening, a voice rang out. Pavilion Master, I think Mr. 8th has achieved a breakthrough. All right. Lu Zhou stood up slowly and walked out of the Eastern Pavilion with his hands on his back. Inwardly, he felt speechless. Could it be that his disciples who roamed freely outside had an easier time breaking through? Zhao Yu mostly stayed on the mountain. He had also spent many sessions teaching her after returning to the evil sky pavilion, even purging the cold poison from her body. Logically, with the master personally teaching the disciple, she should have had a breakthrough. However, Zhu Honggong, old 8, beat her to it. Meanwhile, inside the cave of reflection, Zhu Honggong, old 8, was excited. An ecstatic expression could be seen on his face as he looked at the 100 tribulations inside Avatar he had gone to great lengths to form. Although the Avatar had no leaves yet and was shorter than him, it was still 100 tribulations inside Avatar. He found the bald golden lotus pleasing to the eye. Thank you for the pointers, second senior brother. Zhu Honggong bowed deeply at Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong sat on the stone bench, his left hand resting on his longevity sword, which lay on the table. He smiled faintly and said, You're talented to begin with. Although your previous cultivation method was wrong, it helped you amass a lot of primal chi. The Zen tunic has also helped you a great deal. You're right, second senior brother. In my heart, you're the strongest. Zhu Honggong instantly switched to flattery mode. Yu Shangrong glanced at him and said dryly, Is that so? Zhu Honggong hastily replied, I'm not lying. Everything I said comes from my heart. Second senior brother, please don't make fun of me. I can't possibly fool you with this brain of mine. As Zhu Honggong continued to flatter Yu Shangrong, a voice rang in the air. Greetings, second senior brother. It was Duan Muxing, standing outside the cave of reflection with the Overlord spear in his hands. At the same time, Lin Luo, Hua Wudao, Hua Yueshing, Pan Lidian, and others appeared near the cave of reflection as well. Curious after hearing the commotion caused by Pan Zhong, they had arrived when Duan Muxing appeared. It was almost impossible for them not to be curious about the genius swordsman whose talent shocked the world. Duan Xing, as a guest, maintained his distance and watched from the sidelines. It was nearly impossible for them not to be curious about such a genius swordsman who shocked the world. Third junior brother. You haven't changed at all. Yu Shangrong appeared near the entrance of the cave of reflection, crossing his arms and returning the greetings. Duan Muxing cupped his fists at Yu Shangrong again and said, I heard from Pan Zhong that you were captured by Master and locked up in the cave of reflection. As your junior brother, it's only appropriate for me to visit you. His words were laden with implications. On the surface, he was respectful and polite. However, one could not help but feel a hint of mockery in his tone. Pan Zhong, who was standing nearby, shuddered slightly when he heard this. Why me? I notified everyone out of kindness. Why did Third Master make it sound like I have some ulterior motive? Pan Lidian grabbed Pan Zhong's arm and asked irritably, What are you afraid of? I'm not. Old Pan. This is second master we're talking about, Pan Zhong said, completely lacking confidence. I know, Pan Lydian turned to look at him. Aren't you afraid? Not exactly. But who isn't respectfully fearful of an expert? Pan Lydian asked. Here's a man who makes fear sound poetic, Pan Zhong thought, rolling his eyes, but not saying anything else. Pan Lydian had roamed the lands and faced many close calls with death, even venturing into the Black Forest. It would be believable if Pan Lydian claimed he was not afraid. Having spent considerable time with Pan Lydian, Pan Zhong had heard him brag about his past many times. Meanwhile, Yu Shangrong wore a faint smile and said, "You're much stronger than before, third junior brother." Thanks to Master's teachings, I have managed to improve, Duan Muxing replied. Your leaf count? I sprouted the third leaf recently. Congratulations. Duan Muxing said, Pan Zhong told me that your cultivation base has been sealed. Although I'm talentless, I'd like to spar with you, second senior brother. Recently, he had strictly followed his master's instructions, training under the waterfall without using his primal chi. The only thing he needed was a training partner. It was hopeless to look for the old men in the old age pavilion. Without their primal chi, they would be knocked out with a single punch. No matter how hard he trained, he did not feel satisfied, as he did not have an opponent to test his skills against. When he heard that his second senior brother had returned with his cultivation base sealed, he rushed over immediately. Even if he would likely fail, he still wanted to try. Hua Wudao sighed, Duan Muxing remains tenacious in challenging people, even though he has suffered numerous defeats. I really don't know what to say. Hua Yueshing mumbled, it seems like Mr. Third hasn't looked for you to spar for quite some time now. Upon hearing this, Hua Wudao's expression stiffened, and he burst into a coughing fit. Are you all right? I'm fine. Meanwhile, Yu Shangrong sized Duan Muxing up and gently said, allow me to impart this word of advice, you're still too weak. How do you know if you haven't even sparred with me? Duan Muxing raised his overlord spear and struck the ground. I won't take advantage of you. During the sparring session, I won't use any primal chi. At this moment, Zhu Honggong walked to the entrance and waved his hands. My dear senior brothers, what's happening? Move aside, old eighth, Duan Muxing said without even looking at Zhu Honggong. Yu Shangrong shook his head and said with a sigh, as you wish. He raised his longevity sword. Zing, Yu Shangrong unsheathed the longevity sword. He held it in his left hand and tapped the barrier. It parted immediately. He walked out as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing this, Pan Lydian nodded and offered his praise. Just as I thought. What do you mean? Asked Yu Shangrong. When the affinity between a weapon and its owner is perfect, the owner will have extremely high and precise control over it. If he is knowledgeable about formations, he can easily find the opening of a barrier and pass through it, Pan Lydian explained. He had spoken about this with little Yuan before. The moment Yu Shangrong walked out of the cave, he made his way to Duan Muxing. They were only half a foot apart when he stopped. In terms of height, Yu Shangrong was slightly taller. He had a more slender build, while Duan Muxing was stockier. Standing so close together, the difference was more pronounced. Those who were skilled were brave, and Yu Shangrong was that kind of person. Although he did not have any primal chi at the moment, he was still bold enough to stand so close to Duan Muxing. As expected, Duan Muxing took a step back. He cupped his fists together. I humbly ask for your instructions, second senior brother. There's no need for such pleasantries in a sparring session between fellow disciples, Yu Shangrong replied, stabbing his sword into the ground. He calmly looked at Duan Muxing, appearing completely unbothered. Upon seeing this, Duan Muxing was somehow annoyed. Without wasting his breath, he raised his spear and thrust forward. Spear techniques and sword techniques were similar in nature. The Divine One technique was a cultivation method designed for the sword and the spear. Indeed, it was rare for someone to wield such strength with the Overlord spear using only raw muscle power. Yu Shangrong remained still. Whoosh! The spear's tip gleamed coldly, heading straight for Shangrong. He turned slightly to the side and raised his hand. Bam! Shangrong caught the Overlord's spear with his bare hand. The others were shocked. You can actually do that? Then, Shangrong pulled. Duanmu Xing lurched forward, and Shangrong stepped forward with a palm strike. Bam! Duanmu Xing's expression changed as he retreated from the impact. At the same time, Shangrong spoke slowly, your strength is greater than your skills, and you lack experience in actual combat. Junior brother, you still have a long way to go. Duanmu Xing was naturally competitive. His desire to win far surpassed that of Yu Xinghai or Shangrong. Naturally, Shangrong's words provoked him. He bellowed angrily, gripping the Overlord's spear with both hands, pushing off the ground, and leaping into the air. His Overlord's spear seemed to come alive as he swung it around, creating an impressive sight. Shangrong dodged and retreated. Swoosh! 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 The spear's tip consistently fell just half an inch short of Shangrong. Duanmu Xing swung the Overlord's spear ferociously, creating spear shadows. The others exclaimed in surprise. Duanmu Xing's ability to wield the Overlord's spear at such speed with just his strength alone was a testament to his vast improvement from training under the water. The others were filled with nothing but praise for him. The Overlord's spear moved even faster, its afterimages beginning to overlap. Hua Wudao nodded. This is the scorching field 100 strikes of the Overlord's spear's Divine One technique. 100 spear shadows can be conjured up in one go. If he were to use it with his primal chi, he could pierce a 4 script 6 compatible seal. As expected of Elder Hua. You are truly knowledgeable. I have been enlightened, someone remarked. Hua Wudao felt discomfited by these words. How could he not be knowledgeable regarding this technique? He had lost count of the times he had witnessed the scorching field 100 strikes in action. For a time, he even dreamed about the thrusting shadows of the Overlord's spear while sleeping. In the end, he said, the move following the scorching field 100 strikes is the 1,000 waves. It seems Duanmu Xing's opponent is slightly underestimating him. The 1,000 waves? As soon as Hua Wudao's words faded, the Overlord's spear's 100 spear shadows vanished. Duanmu Xing leaped up, conjuring the spear shadows in the air. The others still assumed Shangrong would pay for underestimating his opponent, but he smiled and swung his longevity sword. Whoosh! 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 With faster speed, more extreme movements, and more outrageous sword shadows, Shangrong responded in kind. Boom! 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 A thunderous noise reverberated in the air as the two heaven-grade weapons collided, sparks flying everywhere. Every sword swing parried the Overlord's spear, each strike precise and flawless. Bam! The final sword stroke came from below, meeting the Overlord's spear's tip in a slashing motion. The 1,000 waves was repelled before it could be completed. Duanmu Xing did a somersault in midair. When his feet touched the ground, he slid back from the momentum. After taking dozens of steps backward, he crashed against the stone wall with a bang, rubble falling from the natural formation. Both opponents stopped attacking. These were two of Duanmu Xing's most powerful moves, yet they were unimaginably fragile before Shangrong. Duanmu Xing found this difficult to accept. Those who witnessed the scene were silent, shocked by Shangrong's seemingly simple move, especially Pan Lydian, Lin Luo, and Hua Wudao. While the common folk might focus on the spectacle, the professionals noticed the skill. They could tell how skilled Shangrong was with the sword. Duanmu Xing gripped his Overlord's spear, unwilling to give up. He looked at Shangrong, who wore an indifferent expression on his face, and was filled with the urge to charge at him again. Shangrong said, "Give up." He turned around and returned his longevity sword to its scabbard. Then, he added, "This is meaningless." How is this meaningless? Duanmu Xing was puzzled. If he had to yield every time he met an expert, how was he supposed to improve? Shangrong smiled faintly without explaining himself. Instead, he looked at the audience. Was there not even a single person who could see what was going on here? Was there no one who would step forward to dissuade this blockhead? Finally, Hua Wudao said, "Duan Musheng, that's enough. Do you think I can't beat second senior brother either, Elder Hua?" Duan Musheng asked unhappily. Hua Wudao coughed twice before he replied, "Whether it's sword or spear skills, all of Mr. Second's skills were meant to kill. They have been tempered through battles of life and death. Without sufficient tempering and experience, you won't be able to defeat Mr. Second, no matter how long you train under the waterfall." The experience of brushing shoulders with death was not something that could be obtained from classes or debates. Lin Luo nodded and said, "That's true." Pan Lydian chimed in, "I agree." The others looked at the old men from the old age pavilion, skeptically. Usually, these old men would address the disciples by their names. However, they addressed Yu Shangrong as Mr. Second. Was this not discrimination? Duan Musheng scoffed and said, "I wouldn't bet on it." He suddenly raised his spear domineeringly and launched an even more intense attack. The others exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect Duan Musheng to attack so suddenly. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly. He turned slightly and softly said, "Too slow." The spear's thrusts were dizzyingly fast. The others felt lightheaded as they tried to follow the spear's movements. Swoosh! 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 The overlord's spear stirred up a cloud of dust. Lift! Yu Shangrong raised his arm. He did not retreat but suddenly lunged forward. Duan Musheng had no choice but to step back, or the overlord's spear would have been too long to be of any use. The moment Duan Musheng moved back, Yu Shangrong moved closer at a much faster speed. Duan Musheng retreated again. Swoosh! Duan Musheng lifted his spear and pointed it in the air, swinging his arm. Not bad. Alas, you're too slow. Yu Shangrong was already by Duan Musheng's side. The others shook their heads and sighed helplessly. This was a difference as vast as the sky and earth. Just when the others thought Duan Musheng was be defeated, Priam. Boom. The original Chi Rip. Him. Surged up boom. Surge up to the body cancellation over Prum Kai urging with. Burst. The original Chi swirled out the Duan Musheng erupted out with burning Chi. Boom. The primal Chi rippled through the surroundings. Yu Shangrong's cultivation base had been sealed, causing him impact, landed him healed. Yu Shang. Whereas throw flew. Forced, 0 into the air. The impact hit him squarely, him stagger back like a fired projectile. Whoosh! Yu Shangrong appeared calm, himself, but nothing. His face, his chi and blood surged. But his pure skill made him seem less battered than he actually was. In fact, he seemed confident and at ease even as he was sent flying back. Ding! Punished Yu Shangrong. Reward, 300 merit points. The entire scene had fallen silent. Clearly, Duan Musheng had broken the rules. He had used primal chi. At this moment, Duan Musheng seemed withered, having lost the will to continue fighting. He was utterly ashamed of himself. Even when he used his primal chi, he could not defeat Yu Shangrong. All he managed to do was send Yu Shangrong flying back. What more could he say? The weak always find excuses for themselves. The atmosphere was tense. No one knew how this would end. After a moment's silence, Duan Musheng walked up to Yu Shangrong and bowed respectfully. "Second senior brother, I've been rude." "It's a trivial matter," Yu Shangrong replied. He did not hold this against Duan Musheng. The others felt helpless. If Duan Musheng could not defeat Yu Shangrong, then the others definitely did not stand a chance. At that moment, a skeptical voice rang out from behind the crowd. "Is that your so-called sword path?" The crowd parted, retreating and bowing. Pavilion Master. Old Senior. Lu Zhou walked over with his hands behind his back, sweeping his gaze across everyone. Then, he approached his two disciples. Duanmu Xing's face fell. He immediately fell to his knees and said, "Master, I've made a mistake. I was only trying to spar with second senior brother." Yu Shangrong wore an arrogant expression and remained silent. In the cave of reflection, Zhu Honggong knelt and greeted Lu Zhou. "Greetings, master. Thanks to your instruction, I had a stroke of luck and entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. I now have 100 tribulations inside Avatar." Lu Zhou glanced at Zhu Honggong, surprised by the news. Within 3 months, not only did Zhu Honggong manage to quell the rampaging energy in his body, but he also entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. That was no small feat. With a casual wave of his hand, he dissolved the barrier, signaling that Zhu Honggong was free to leave the cave of reflection. Overjoyed, Zhu Honggong cowed out and said, "Thank you, master. You are truly magnanimous, and your might knows no bounds. May you live forever and ever." What a blatant attempt at flattery. Those who heard it felt their scalps tingle. How shameless was Zhu Honggong, able to utter such words without a change in expression. Lu Zhou was pleased to see Zhu Honggong's loyalty rising. Zhu Honggong left the cave of reflection and walked to the other side. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Shangrong. Name, Yu Shangrong. Identity, nobleman, human. Realm, nascent divinity tribulation realm, restricted. These were the details he had gathered upon first meeting Yu Shangrong. He was neither intrigued nor shocked by this. Yu Shangrong, however, was unnerved by Lu Zhou's gaze. He lowered his head and said, "Master." Lu Zhou then did something shocking. He cupped his fists at Yu Shangrong and said, "I am not worthy." Yu Shangrong was astonished. Chapter 340, Why Aren't You a Nine-Leaf? Yu Shangrong had never seen his master bow to anyone. All these years, his master had been a lofty figure, looking down on all other life forms. Why was his master saying such things? His master's words genuinely startled him. He immediately fell to one knee and placed his fists on the ground, his eyes fixed on the floor. Although he felt much pride in his master saluting him, he did not think he deserved it. Lu Zhou did not move. He looked at Yu Shangrong, who had fallen to one knee, and stroked his beard. "Sometimes, unnecessary pride will only hurt you. A sword's nature is to be cold and arrogant," Yu Shangrong replied, his eyes still fixed on the ground. "Overconfidence is not much different from conceit, and conceit will blind you. Do you really think your sword skills are unmatched?" Lu Zhou asked, his tone devoid of emotion. "I do not dare to claim that," Yu Shangrong replied in a low voice. "No, you do," Lu Zhou said, raising his voice. When Lu Zhou raised his voice, they felt their hearts tighten, not daring to breathe heavily. They were curious how this great villain would discipline his disciple, especially how he would handle this genius swordsman. "I dare not," Yu Shangrong said in a low voice again. "Stand up and speak," Lu Zhou commanded. Yu Shangrong was slightly stunned. Based on his master's previous temperament, he should have been severely punished. Why did his master suddenly change? He suddenly remembered what his 7th junior brother had said. 100 questions swirled in his mind. He slowly rose to his feet. Lu Zhou said, "Bring your sword here." He did not wish to use unnamed. He kept his right hand raised and waited for the sword. The others exchanged glances. Zhou Jifeng was the only elite here who used a sword. If he did not show some tact, his time here would be wasted. He quickly drew his sword and placed it in Lu Zhou's hand. Lu Zhou raised the sword, and the sunlight glinted off the blade. "Since you call me master, I want to see how much my disciple has improved." Yu Shangrong's expression was frightened. He did not dare to unsheath his longevity sword. When Lu Zhou saw Yu Shangrong remain motionless, he cried out and thrust the sword forward. He did not use his primal chi, his sword moved nimbly like a dancing dragon. Perhaps due to the sword's poor material, it seemed a bit brittle when Lu Zhou wielded it. However, this did not detract from the complexity and unpredictability of his movements. Yu Shangrong's expression grew darker. He could underestimate everyone but not his master. He instantly recognized his master's move. It was a skill from the Guiyuan sword technique, the technique he was most skilled in. Retreat. Quickly retreat. He reached for his longevity sword and swung it. There was only one possible outcome from the clash between a heaven-grade weapon and a lesser one. Swoosh! Lu Zhou's sword vibrated vertically and dodged the longevity sword at a peculiar angle. He loosened his grip. Charge! He sent the sword flying. Bam! It was pinned to the wall, behind Shangrong, barely half an inch from his neck. His master had defeated him in one move. The entire process took no longer than a few breaths. The magnitude of the difference between them was unimaginable. Shangrong had difficulty accepting this. His fingers tightened around the longevity sword, his knuckles whitening. Defeating Shangrong with the sword meant crushing his pride. There was nothing more effective than this, which was Lu Zhou's objective all along. Hua Wudao nodded and said, in terms of experience, the pavilion master is clearly superior. In terms of technique, it seems the pavilion master is more powerful as well. Mr. Second relies too much on his longevity sword. He thought he could break the weapon, but he was wrong. Lin Luo added, that's not all. One has to be able to defy conventions with one's weapon. A sword isn't only a sword, at appropriate times, it can be a saber or a hidden weapon. Lu Zhou had used the sword as a hidden weapon by tossing it. The issue was that most cultivators controlled their weapons with primal qi, making it nearly impossible for them to encounter such a situation. Indeed, Shangrong had many combat experiences and was no stranger to life-or-death battles. The only experience he lacked was such unorthodox fights. It was only natural that he was defeated. After defeating Shangrong, Lu Zhou placed his hands behind his back and asked, is this your sword path? Shangrong could not speak. He felt the attack earlier was full of openings. He had hundreds, even thousands, of ways to parry it, yet he chose the dumbest one. He knew he would lose, but he never thought he would lose in such a simple manner. His master was old and using a crude weapon, yet his master had easily bested him, even though he was in his prime and wielding the longevity sword. His master's skills were clearly superior. Zhu Honggong exclaimed excitedly, your might knows no bounds, master. Your sword skills are unmatched. The years, before he could finish his sentence, he felt the peculiar stares from the crowd. They looked at him as though he were a fool. Shangrong cupped his fists and said, you're right, master. Ding. Disciplined Shangrong. Reward 500 merit points. The reward was clearly higher than what Lu Zhou received from the other disciples. Lu Zhou couldn't be blamed. Shangrong was indeed too proud. He looked at the longevity sword and asked, when did you attain the 8-leaf stage? I don't remember, Shangrong said after some thought. Almost a century, I think. The others were shocked upon hearing this. Shangrong looked so young. The others were filled with envy and admiration. Then, they looked at the members of the old age pavilion. Sigh. Constantly comparing oneself to others only made one angry. Hua Wudao felt the most ashamed. In terms of appearance, he looked much older than Lin Luo and Pan Lydian, yet he was only at the 7-leaf stage. The 8-leaf stage seemed like an unattainable goal to him at the moment. The others in the outside world said that the 9 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were incredibly talented. It seemed to be true. They were reminded of the eccentric Miss Ninth, Little Yuaner. She had only joined the pavilion less than 6 years ago. However, based on her progress, she would probably surpass her seniors in no time and become the strongest among them. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Shangrong. Why aren't you at the 9-leaf stage? He had asked this question after giving it considerable thought. With Shangrong's talent, given 100 years, he should have reached the 9-leaf stage. Shangrong replied, I want to live. Lu Zhou remembered Gong Yuandu's words. He mused, Shangrong and Yu Jinghai are both 8-leaf experts. Perhaps they made the same decision. The death of Jing Yan from Cloudshine Nunnery was a testament to the dangers of the nine-leaf stage. The nine-leaf stage drains a person's life. Are you deliberately suppressing your cultivation base, like Yu Xinghai? Lu Zhou stared at Yu Shangrong. When Yu Shangrong heard this, he shook his head helplessly and said, "There's no one in this world who can overcome the great limit. The nine-leaf stage is nothing but a taboo set by the heavens. Anyone who tries to break the taboo will have to pay with their life. I knew this from the day I joined the pavilion. Master, why do you insist on pursuing it so stubbornly?" The others were shocked. Only Lu Zhou knew that he was only in the Tao-transforming divine court realm. However, in the eyes of the others, Lu Zhou was a genuine nascent divinity tribulation realm expert with an 8-leaf golden lotus. It was only natural for him to pursue the 9-leaf stage. These words. It sounded like the disciple was trying to dissuade his master from a futile endeavor. Why would anyone challenge the truth? Lu Zhou frowned. Have I ever asked for your feedback on my actions? This disciple dares not. Yu Shangrong addressed himself as a disciple again. Men, Lu Zhou said. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng stepped forward. Take the longevity sword away. Lu Zhou said. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were speechless. Among the people gathered there, the two of them had lower status and were younger. It was only natural for them to carry out menial tasks. However, asking them to offend Yu Shangrong. Wasn't this like asking them to forfeit their lives? However, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng hesitated for only a moment. They knew their place. Both were like brothers in the same boat. They exchanged a motivating glance and walked over. When they reached Yu Shangrong, Pan Zhong said, "I'm sorry, second master." To a cultivator who pursued the path of the sword to its extremes, their sword was akin to their life. Yu Shangrong would never agree to part with his. "Master, please. Anything but my sword." Yu Shangrong fell to his knees again, stabbing the longevity sword into the ground. The others gasped, not expecting the proud Yu Shangrong to humble himself so much for his sword. However, they remembered that his master had taught him everything. Lu Zhou was more than deserving of this humble display. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng did not dare to take the sword from Yu Shangrong. They looked at him helplessly, unsure of what to do. They turned to Lu Zhou, waiting for further instructions. If all else failed, they would take it by force. A sword was important, but it did not warrant such a dramatic reaction. Lu Zhou looked at the kneeling Yu Shangrong and said, "You rely on the longevity sword too much, which has caused your progress with the sword to stagnate." Yu Shangrong looked at the ground and said, "My sword path is not limited by my weapon, but by my golden lotus. Master, please. Anything but my sword." His voice revealed his agitation. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Shangrong and said, "I'll give you another chance. If you can best me, you can keep the sword." The others shook their heads. How was Yu Shangrong supposed to defeat Lu Zhou? The gap between them was like an uncrossable chasm. There was no chance at all. It was just another way to reject Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong looked at his longevity sword, wielded it, and felt the same way Duan Muxing had just moments ago. He knew he would fail, but he had to try anyway. With his sword in hand, he charged forward using the simplest and most precise moves at breakneck speed. Without the use of primal chi, it was a competition of techniques. Yu Shangrong thrust the sword forward, and Lu Zhou struck the flat of the blade with his palm. Thrust, strike. Thrust, hit, point, lift, slash. Yu Shangrong unleashed every move he could think of. His movements were a blur, stirring a gentle breeze with just his actions. He appeared confident and graceful. The Guiyuan sword technique sutra surfaced in his mind at this moment. At first, the sword was like a shadow. Then, it was like the wind. In the end, it was like a tempest. Lu Zhou remained calm, striking with his palm as if he had personally experienced the 1,000 years of cultivation in his memories. Since he was the one who taught Yu Shangrong the Guiyuan sword technique, he was naturally not inferior to Yu Shangrong in this regard. Moreover, he knew the advantages of various cultivation methods and which properties to keep and discard. Though he was old, he moved much more nimbly than others his age. Yu Shangrong was quick, but Lu Zhou was quicker. When Yu Shangrong slowed down, Lu Zhou slowed down as well. Every strike of Lu Zhou's palm hit the blade of the longevity sword, causing a loud commotion. The others shook their heads, unable to help but sigh. The pavilion master knows the Guiyuan sword technique too well. Mr. Second's every move is under the pavilion master's control. The others nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing that Lu Zhou's understanding of the Guiyuan sword technique was not inferior to Yu Shangrong's. Although Lu Zhou did not counterattack, he managed to nullify all of Yu Shangrong's advances. Mr. Second lost the moment he attacked, Hua Wudao said with a sigh. He's no match for the pavilion master's skills to begin with. Now, his aura, confidence, and attitude are all suppressed. He's not as sharp as he should be. Bam! Lu Zhou steeled himself this time, exerted more force, and landed a heavy blow on the blade. Yu Shangrong lost his grip, and the sword fell from his hand, clanging loudly, to the ground. The battle ended. Lu Zhou retracted his palm, placed his hands on his back, and looked at the longevity sword indifferently. The cave of reflection was silent. Although this was only a battle without primal qi, Lu Zhou had won with his technique. Even if Yu Shangrong had been allowed to use his primal qi, he would not have stood a chance in a life-or-death battle. The pavilion master could even seal his cultivation base. What other methods could Yu Shangrong use against him? Yu Shangrong's pride was further crushed. Master, the enter and return 3 soul. Did you hold back? He asked. You still have a long way to go, from being accomplished in your sword path. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and waved his sleeve, saying, it's the same for Yu Xinghai. Yu Shangrong remained silent. The loser must submit to the victor. There are no excuses for losing. Everything the victor says is right. However, Lu Zhou could tell Yu Shangrong was unwilling to accept this. Therefore, he continued, the return and enter 3 soul. It has the origin radiance, majestic spirit, and the nether essence. The origin radiance is in the power of the body, the majestic spirit resides in the will and soul, while the nether essence exists neither in life nor death. On the path of Wuji, the soul is yin, and the body is yang. At this point, Yu Shangrong said, I know that by heart. He was still proud, taking pride in remembering all these things. No one doubted Yu Shangrong. After all, few could reach the heights he had achieved on the sword path. Since you're unwilling to accept this, I'll show you what the true sword path is like, Lu Zhou said. He suddenly remembered everything he had learned before his transmigration. Both his memories had harmonized without him even realizing it. This merge gave him new insights into cultivation. Yu Shangrong was too proud. If he could not diminish this pride, he would surely pay a price for it in the future. After muttering to himself for some time, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and calmly stated, the pinnacle of the sword path is to defeat a sword with none. Defeat a sword with none? Not only were the others present puzzled by these words, even Yu Shangrong was confused. Duan Muxing, however, suddenly recalled what he had seen when the barrier shattered. His master had personally demonstrated the imperfect divine intervention sword path to him. Back then, he did not fully understand what his master was trying to show him. Therefore, he listened more intently than the others. The 3 elders of the old age pavilion were also present, and they were immediately invigorated, eager to hear what the pavilion master had to say. The others did not dare to breathe loudly, hoping to gain some insight from this. Lu Zhou said, there are 3 levels of the sword. The first level is the commoner's sword, which anyone, from the average cutlass to the princes, can wield. It is nothing but a competition of cruelty and flashiness. The second level is the saint's sword, where bravery serves as its edge, loyalty as its core, and the sword path as its tip. The third level is the king's sword, where nations serve as its edge, and the seas and mountains as its sharpness. It activates the 5 elements, opens with yin and yang, wields spring and summer, and moves with autumn and winter. It is peerless, and the world bends its knee to it. This is the same for the saber. Everyone was silent, listening attentively. Lu Zhou's voice was the only sound in the area. This is the Taoist perspective. You are using the sword path as your tip, which is at most the second level. A complex expression appeared on Yu Shangrong's face. Based on these words, if his eldest senior brother, Yu Jinghai, wanted to reign over the lands, did this mean his senior brother's saber was at the third level? Lu Zhou noticed the change in Yu Shangrong's expression and understood what was on his mind. He said, Yu Jinghai wishes to use the nation as his edge and make the lands bow before him. However, he doesn't possess the ability yet. At most, he's on the second level. Yu Shangrong's curiosity was immediately piqued. He asked, who's on the third level, then? It can be said that the sword path genius from the northern capital, Gong Yuandu, wielded the king's sword. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, the ever-living emperor, Lu Go, also wielded the king's sword. When the members of the old age pavilion heard this, they were puzzled. They had personally seen Gong Yuandu's sword skills. Indeed, Gong Yuandu was shockingly impressive, and there was no doubt he was among the elites. Even so, they did not think Gong Yuandu could defeat Yu Shangrong. There was no doubt he was a top elite. Why, then, would the pavilion master list Gong Yuandu as a person of the third level? The ever-living Emperor Lu Gu ruled the lands with his sword. Indeed, he wielded a king's sword. However, these two figures were dead. Was it not too harsh to compare the living to the dead? There had been countless heroic figures in the past. Who among the living would dare claim superiority? Before Yu Shangrong could reply, Hua Wudao could no longer suppress his curiosity and blurted, Pavilion Master, if that's the case, does this mean the current emperor, the evergreen emperor, wields a king's sword as well? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and shook his head. Not quite. Kindly enlighten us, Pavilion Master, Hua Wudao bowed. The ever-living emperor conquered nations and founded Great Yin. The evergreen emperor merely inherited the throne. He cannot be regarded as wielding the king's sword yet. I see, Hua Wudao stepped back. Leng Luo could not help but say, it's true that Gong Yuandu from the northern capital was an elite, but he was only a rogue cultivator and had never conquered nations or founded a country. For the entire century or so before his death, he had been hiding inside a coffin. Why would he be regarded as wielding a king's sword? Everyone else had the same question in their minds. They stared at Lu Zhou eagerly, awaiting his answer. Lu Zhou stroked his beard gently and replied in a light tone, fighting for your own life against the heavens and the earth and being fearless of death. His tone turned pointed as he looked at the others indifferently. Why had none of them reached the nine-leaf stage yet? If they had, they would have been enlightened and deemed worthy of wielding a king's sword. However, Gong Yuandu was not the only one who had fallen on this path. Over the millennia, many magnificent cultivators had died on this journey as well. Pan Lydian asked, there are many who have fought for their lives against the heavens. Are they all deemed worthy of wielding a king's sword? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded ambiguously. The others were stunned at first, but then they finally understood Lu Zhou's words. Yu Shangrong lowered his head when he heard this. The sword path he prided himself on was not even at the third level in his master's eyes. He had no rebuttal for this. His master was right. After all, his sword was merely a tool for him to showcase his sword skills. He was no different from a martial artist. Lu Zhou glanced at Yu Shangrong. You're a young man, after all. If I can't even handle you, I would have spent the past millennium in vain. He continued, regardless of whether it's the Taoist sect or the Confucian school, they're not the greatest realm. The others looked at Lu Zhou in confusion. The sword path was already categorized into 3 levels, and yet, they were not the greatest in the pavilion master's view. Having no sword is better than having a sword. Anything the mind can think of can be turned into a sword. Water benefits all things, yet it is not unyielding. It adapts to everything around it. Lu Zhou stared at Yu Shangrong, then raised his right hand. An energy blade formed between his index and middle fingers. Suddenly, the energy blade split into two and multiplied. The tree before the cave of reflection shook, and its leaves shot out. Whoosh! 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 The tree leaves stabbed into the ground. This was not the end. Everyone felt a gust of wind dislodge the leaves. Even the wind felt like a blade, stinging their faces as it blew past them. Fortunately, they were all cultivators who had undergone body tempering, capable of resisting this weak power. Even so, the pavilion master's demonstration made them understand what he meant by having no sword is better than having one. While they understood the theory, how many could actually pull it off? Not only did it require extremely precise control over primal chi, but one would also have to be capable of stirring up the leaves and wind while condensing primal chi. It was an almost impossible feat without cultivating or training for 100 years. Yu Shangrong usually relied on the longevity sword and had never trained in this manner. Therefore, he accepted his defeat. A person's attitude would determine the height of their sword. The strength of a person's sword path is determined by their understanding of the sword. Lu Zhou's current lesson had completely shattered Yu Shangrong's views. Well, it was only natural, given that Lu Zhou was his master. Can you accept this? Lu Zhou stared at him. I have been enlightened, Yu Shangrong replied, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He wondered what his master was thinking. He remembered that his master had never been so patient with them when they first joined the pavilion. Who else could impart such wisdom to him? Ding. Disciplined, Yu Shangrong. Reward, 500 merit points. Ding. Taught Duan Muxing. Reward, 200 merit points. Lu Zhou noticed the system's different phrasing. One was disciplined, while the other was taught. This suddenly brought back a forgotten memory. It was related to Yu Shangrong's questions and worries about how he might kill Yu Shangrong, as if Yu Shangrong feared a repeat of the past and was reluctant to bring it up. Lu Zhou knew he couldn't force it. After a moment of deep thought, he finally said, reflect on your actions inside the cave of reflection. With that, Lu Zhou turned around, hands behind his back, and walked toward the evil sword pavilion. However, he did not take Yu Shangrong's longevity sword with him. Elder Leng, Elder Hua, Elder Pan, Leng Luo, Pan Lidian, and Hua Wudao clasped their fists and followed. As the 4 members of the Old Age Pavilion left, the oppressive atmosphere eased, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Shangrong looked at his masters retreating back. At some point, he didn't even know when, his palms were moist with cold sweat. Zhu Honggong kept his head lowered. When he was about to leave, Yu Shangrong said tonelessly, Old Eighth. Huh? Zhu Honggong stopped in his tracks and shuddered. Come here. Second senior brother. I live in the southern pavilion now. Yu Shangrong was in no hurry to enter the cave of reflection. Instead, he approached Zhu Honggong and said, there's no need to feel nervous. His voice was as gentle and humble as usual. He recalled the scene in Radiant Cloud Forest when his master unleashed the Enter and returned 3 souls on Wizard's back. He asked, tell me honestly, is master at the 9-leaf stage now? Huh? Zhu Honggong was stunned. 9-leaf? Yu Shangrong didn't ask this without reason. He knew he had his own unique understanding and mastery of the sword path. Although he knew he wouldn't be a match for his master, he shouldn't have lost by such a large margin. There was only one possibility left, his master must have already entered the 9-leaf stage. That can't be. Second senior brother, there's no such thing as the 9-leaf stage. I don't know anything. Don't give me that look, I really have no idea. Zhu Honggong kept waving his hands. Yu Shangrong pondered this silently. Battling against the heavens for one's life was part of wielding a king's sword. However, without risking one's life, how was one supposed to enter the 3rd level? He recalled Si Wuyao's words. Perhaps, his master had found a way to overcome the great limit. That must be why his master had such enlightening insights. In the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, Lu Zhou, Lin Luo, Pan Lidian, and Hua Wudao were the only ones present. Lu Zhou walked into the hall and sat down slowly. "Sit," he said. The other three took their seats. "I believe you are all knowledgeable elders. Have you heard of the Melilot?" Lin Luo replied, "I've heard of it. It's said that the Melilot grows on Brackish Mountain, where no other plants can survive due to the year-round snow cover." Lu Zhou looked at Pan Lidian, who was seated nearby. Pan Lidian had traveled far and wide, and his knowledge was surely comparable to Lin Luo's. Pan Lidian said, "I've heard about it, too. The Melilot blooms in the morning and withers by dusk. Each flower lasts only a day, blooming by day and wilting by night. New flowers replace the dead ones, and it has a long blooming period. It's also known as the longevity flower. The Melilot is extremely short-lived, which is why it was given many other names. The longevity flower symbolizes eternal bloom and never wilting." Hua Wudao cupped his fists. "I've learned something new today." Lu Zhou had hoped that Hua Wudao would provide some information. With that response, it seemed hopeless. Lin Luo continued, "The Melilot is special. Few would want to cultivate it, and it is now rare to see in Great Yin." "What's the reason for your question, Pavilion Master?" Lu Zhou did not answer immediately. The information provided by Lin Luo and Pan Lidian was similar to what he knew. He connected this to what Shangrong had said about the Melilot being a plant from his hometown and that it symbolized a fleeting life. It seemed the plant was native to the nobleman's nation. Shangrong was from the nobleman's nation. The system had also given him the mission, lifespan of the Melilot. Could Shangrong's identity be related to his missing memories? Was that why Shangrong said what he did when he was caught? This was a logical inference. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Zhou no longer beat around the bush. He said, "Elders, do you know about nobleman country?" When Pan Lidian heard this, he nodded and said, "That reminds me, Pavilion Master. The books record that Melilot grows all year in nobleman country. Alas, that place no longer exists. Why did it disappear?" Lu Zhou asked. "It's said that the noblemen are short-lived, just like the Melilot. That's why they cherished it and took good care of the plant. However, they were short-lived, while cultivators live longer. Hence, nobleman country gradually ceased to exist," Lin Luo continued. "It's funny when you think about it. Nobleman country is the same as the fair folks. All lands under the heavens belong to the crown. Brackish Mountain has long been a part of Great Yin. However, it's covered in snow all year round and is currently uninhabited." "Where's Brackish Mountain?" Lu Zhou asked. At this moment, Pan Lidian cupped his fists and said, "Northwest of Yong Province." He sighed before continuing, "What a shame. I was at the borders back then. We were chasing the other tribes from the southwest to the north. However, I was heavily injured and taken captive. We were driven all the way to Rongbei by the other tribes and passed by Brackish Mountain along the way. It's not big, though we didn't get a close look. Then, one of the other tribesmen threw me into the Black Forest. I had several grueling experiences and survived by sheer luck." "Why are you asking about this, Pavilion Master?" Hua Wudao asked. Lu Zhou looked at Hua Wudao with mixed feelings. He did not answer Hua Wudao, deciding to ignore him. This old man isn't giving me much information, and yet, he's asking so many questions. Shangrong was from nobleman country, but he had been in the pavilion for 275 years. How did Shangrong manage to survive all these years? When he thought about this, Lu Zhou stood up slowly and said, "If there's nothing else, everyone is dismissed. I'll take my leave. Elder Lung, a word." After Pan Lidian and Hua Wudao left, Lu Zhou stood up, walked down the steps, and asked, "How are things after the incident at Obedient Villa?" Lin Luo replied, "After Mo Li's death, Jiang Aijin killed the second prince, Lu Huan. Zhao Yu is Princess Yinzhao's orphan child and has the Empress Dowager's support, so there's no need to worry about her. Currently, the person most likely to be in trouble is Jiao Naijian. Jiao Naijian killed Lu Huan? Lu Zhou was surprised. After all, Jiao Naijian had always valued his life and was unlikely to cause trouble. I think they should be returning soon, Lin Luo said. Very well. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Lin Luo cupped his fists and said, You'll have to ask Ming Shirin about the other matters, I'm afraid. I'll take my leave now. Lu Zhou merely waved his hand. Lin Luo left the great hall. Lu Zhou noticed that Lin Luo's loyalty was much higher compared to before. It was good that such a formidable character was willing to stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion. He had thought it would be difficult to handle such a person. After all, a mountain wasn't big enough for 2 tigers. However, things went much smoother than he had expected. He stroked his beard, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in one of the nether sex branches, a huge hall was dimly lit by a weak light source from above. A layer of mist swirled around the throne. After a few moments, the mist dissipated. Yu Xinghai laid his palms flat and slowly opened his eyes, having finished his recovery. Second junior brother, I've underestimated you, he thought. Now that his qi and blood were flowing smoothly, he looked much better. At that moment, Hua Chongyang, the Azure Dragon Hall's first seat, walked in. Seeing Yu Xinghai looking better, he cupped his fists and said, Congratulations on your recovery, Sect Master. Yu Xinghai merely glanced at Hua Chongyang without responding. What a tactless fellow. When have I ever been injured during sparring? How could he bring it up? Hua Chongyang awkwardly lowered his hands. Yu Xinghai was not overly bothered by this and asked, What happened? 7th Mister arrived at the branch yesterday and requested an audience. When I saw that the words were hurt stuck in Hua Chongyang's throat. He forced them back down. 7th junior brother is here? Yu Xinghai's face lit up, and he felt immediately invigorated. Bring him here. At once. A short while later, Hua Chongyang led Si Wuya into the hall. Si Wuya did not look well, he seemed to be injured, but his steps were swift, and there were clear fluctuations of primal qi around him. Seeing this, Yu Xinghai exclaimed in surprise, 7th junior brother, you've recovered your cultivation base. Si Wuya nodded. It was a stroke of luck, that's good. That's great. Yu Xinghai walked up to him and interrupted Si Wuya. He gave Si Wuya's shoulder a heavy pat. Ever since you took the binding mantra for me, I couldn't eat or sleep. I was constantly thinking of a way to undo the mantra for you. It looks like the heavens have finally answered my prayers. Si Wuya was puzzled. Oh, well. Whatever you say. 7th junior brother, I was in too much of a hurry back then and left you behind. I hope you won't blame your senior brother for that. Yu Xinghai's tone suddenly turned amiable, giving Si Wuya goosebumps when he heard Yu Xinghai refer to himself in the third person. Si Wuya waved his hand and said, You make it sound too serious, eldest senior brother. I've come today to tell you something. What is it? Yu Xinghai asked. You've just regained your cultivation base. You could have sent a letter. Why did you have to come in person? Si Wuya began in a slightly anxious tone, second senior brother has been taken away by master. The air seemed to have frozen, and the hall was plunged into silence. Yu Xinghai was thoroughly stunned. As the sect master of Nether Sect, with thousands of subordinates, he had seen his fair share of life and death and had grown numb to them. His heart had become as still as a calm lake. Matters as trivial as the death of a person to as serious as the fall of a city would not cause his emotions to fluctuate. However, the news Si Wuya brought truly shocked him. After a long pause, Yu Xinghai asked, When did this happen? After you left Radiant Cloud Forest, Master arrived, Si Wuya replied. Yu Xinghai frowned. He remembered seeing a battered flying chariot near Lilac Mountain when he was in his own flying chariot. He had also seen their master on that chariot. However, He was annoyed by the draw in his duel with Shangrong, so he had only instructed his subordinate to leave quickly without investigating the matter. He did not expect Shangrong to be captured by their master. In the end, he shook his head and said, "Master is old. With second junior brother's abilities, he should have been able to leave despite being injured." Si Wuya recounted the events. When he heard that their master had killed the Yunsek's Luo Changqing, one of the three sword freaks, with a single strike, Yu Xinghai shook his head again. "Seventh junior brother, are you sure?" He found this hard to believe. No matter how weak Luo Changqing might have been, he wouldn't have been killed with a single strike. Even Yu Xinghai would find that feat difficult to achieve. "I saw it with my own eyes," Si Wuya replied. Yu Xinghai frowned slightly. "You said Master has absorbed the barrier's power to maintain his condition. Master should have used all the barrier's power on the Lotus Dais. How could he kill Luo Changqing?" Si Wuya said, "That's why I suspect. Master might have actually found a way to overcome the Great Limit or at least postpone it." Upon hearing this, Yu Xinghai instantly waved his hand dismissively. The life limit is inevitable in the cultivation world since the beginning of time. Ever since humans began cultivation thousands of years ago, how many have actually managed to overcome this? It's not my intention to belittle Master. However, based on our predecessors, it's just impossible, Yu Xinghai said. "Don't forget that it's natural for successors to surpass their predecessors," Si Wuya retorted. His thoughts differed from Yu Xinghai's. Just because there had been no precedent in the past, it didn't mean it was impossible. Then, why did Master capture second junior brother? Yu Xinghai pointed out. Si Wuya was also confused. Perhaps Master intends to rebuild the Evil Sky Pavilion? Since he has overcome the Great Limit, he can attain a 9-leaf cultivation base. With such power, why would he need another person's help? Yu Xinghai said. Si Wuya frowned and remained silent. When he took down the Clarity sect, Yu Xinghai did not believe in him. He knew Yu Xinghai wouldn't believe him this time either. A stubborn person's thoughts are so deeply rooted that they won't be swayed by a few words. It was better to say nothing rather than argue. At that moment, Bai Yuqing walked in. He cupped his fists and greeted the three of them. "Greetings, Sect Master, Mr. Seventh. What is it?" Yu Xinghai waved his hand. Bai Yuqing got straight to the point. "We've investigated the remains of the flying chariot. We can confirm it belonged to the Fiend Temple." Hua Chongyang said in confusion, "Renbuping is dead. Most of the Fiend Temple's territories have been taken over by the Nether sect. Duan Xing, as the new sect master, has not attempted to expand his forces. Why would he be with the old senior?" Without waiting for a reply from Bai Yuqing, Yu Xinghai said irritably, "How dare the little Fiend Temple stir up trouble behind the scenes? Sect Master, I'm willing to lead a party to obliterate the Fiend Temple. The Fiend Temple doesn't know its place and continues to struggle with its last breath." "They're nothing," Hua Chongyang nearly said the wrong thing. Si Wuya shook his head and said, "It's too late." Yu Xinghai was now intrigued. He looked at Si Wuya and said, "What are your thoughts, seventh junior brother? Tell us." Si Wuya was slightly stunned. He somehow felt that his eldest senior brother was overly passionate today. Ren Buping is dead. The Fiend Temple is no longer a force to be feared. There's no need to waste resources to deal with them since the benefits do not outweigh the effort. Moreover, Duan Xing has our master's support, Si Wuya explained. Yu Xinghai laughed and said, "I can count on you to be logical, seventh junior brother. Now that the Clarity and Righteous sects have been destroyed by me, what do you think my next step should be?" Si Wuya suddenly understood why his eldest senior brother was being so passionate. It seemed his senior brother wanted to ask him this question. In the end, he said, "The Nether sect has grown rapidly. I think it has already caught the imperial family's attention. The fourth prince, Lu Bing, has returned to the court with military achievements. Wei Zhuyan has gone to the borders in his stead. Eldest senior brother, you must be careful. Yu Jinghai snorted and said, "They want to deal with me? I'm merely guessing. However, another important person has appeared as of late. He can divert the imperial family's attention," Si Wuya said. "Who's that?" "The third prince of Great Yan's imperial family, Jiao Naijin," Si Wuya replied. At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, Ming Shirin ushered everyone else onto the mountain. He turned back to look at Jiao Naijin and said, "Stop standing there. This isn't your first time here." Jiao Naijin rolled his eyes. He walked to Ming Shirin's side and said in a hushed tone, "Brother, I think we can be considered comrades who have survived a close call together. What do you say to putting in a good word for me with the old senior later?" "No." Ming Shirin sped forward. "Stay away from me." "Who's your comrade?" Zhao Yu and Little Yuaner were rendered speechless by this exchange. Jiao Naijin walked up to Zhao Yu and said, "Zhao Yu, in terms of family seniority, I'm your older brother." "Get lost," Zhao Yu said in a soft but contemptuous tone. Jiao Naijin pouted, as though he had been wronged. He scratched his head. "What did I do?" Ming Shirin stopped walking and said, "Come on. Stop talking nonsense. You're the best, Brother Ming," Jiao Naijin said with a grin. He had come to the Evil Sky Pavilion precisely because he had caused some trouble. Currently, everyone in the Divine Capital knew that the second prince, Lu Huan, had died at Obedient Villa. When they arrived on the mountain and in front of the Evil Sky Pavilion's doors, 2 female disciples came up to greet them. "Welcome, Mr. Fourth, Miss Fifth, Miss Ninth," Ming Shirin nodded and asked, "Where is Master?" "The pavilion master is resting," the female disciple said. "Mr. Second has returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin, Zhao Yu, and Little Yuaner were startled. "Came back?" The female disciple was shocked by Ming Shirin's reaction. She repeated her words, "Mr. Second has returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. That traitor, he has the nerve to show his face here. Where is he now?" Ming Shirin asked. "He is repenting in the Cave of Reflection. I'll go and teach that traitor a lesson later," Ming Shirin said fiercely. At this moment, a black figure appeared and said from afar, "You might not know this, Mr. Fourth, but the pavilion master gave chase for thousands of miles to Radiant Cloud Forest, killed sword freak Luo Chongqing, and captured Mr. Second." Ming Shirin looked at the black figure and asked, "Who are you?" "Duan Xing of the Fiend Temple. I offer you my greetings. Regarding the events in Radiant Cloud Forest, I personally witnessed everything. That was truly a phenomenal battle. I won't forget it until the day I die," Duan Xing said. "This is especially true about Mr. First and Mr. Second's battle," Duan Xing exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin's interest was piqued. He knew more about Yu Jinghai and Yu Shangrong than anyone else there. Their cultivation bases were terrifyingly profound, so how could he not be curious about their fight? He asked, "Just how great was it? Come on, tell us." Duan Xing had been itching to share what he saw with someone ever since he arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion. He could barely contain his excitement. He walked up to Ming Shirin immediately and began recounting the events. "Mr. Fourth. Do you know the 100 Leaves Lake? It's the lake near Radiant Cloud Forest, covering 1,000 miles. Mr. First and Mr. Second began fighting near 100 Leaves Lake. That isn't something humans can do. Mr. First split 100 Leaves Lake in half with a single swing of his saber. The others were stunned." Duan Xing gave an animated account of the battle, exaggerating some details and throwing in 1,000 miles or 10,000 feet here and there, making it a bit confusing to follow. However, Ming Shirin was intrigued. He nodded frequently, as if he had made a great discovery, and would interject with "really?" or "that's awesome," at intervals. Just like that, they had a lengthy conversation. As the story reached its climax, their voices grew louder. At the height of the battle, Mr. Second unleashed his enter and returned 3 souls. "What do you think happened?" "What happened? Don't leave me hanging. Spill it." Ming-Shirin urged. The heavens and earth darkened. Even the clouds and the winds changed color. I found it difficult to breathe back then, and I was standing more than 10 miles away. I had a 4-leaf golden lotus, and I couldn't even stand it. Duanxing said solemnly. The radiant cloud forest is surrounded by towering trees, and you were standing 10 miles away? How did you manage to see anything? Ming-Shirin scratched his head. That's not important. The point is, guess how Mr. First dealt with the Enter 3 souls? Duanxing asked solemnly. Ming-Shirin, affected by Duanxing's enthusiasm, asked, did eldest senior brother use his great dark heaven memorial? You're right, Mr. Fourth. Indeed, it's the great dark heaven memorial. Mr. First unleashed sovereign descent, and the primal chi in the surroundings raged, destroying the mountains and rivers. Duanxing paused for a moment before continuing. When the old senior made his grand entrance, he negated the sovereign descent and the enter and returned 3 souls with each wave of his sword. Ming-Shirin gulped. Alas, Mr. First was taken away by the 4 great protectors in their flying chariot. The old senior only managed to capture Mr. Second. Ming-Shirin seemed to be in a daze as he said, Master was preoccupied with killing Mo Li's 10 great generals in the obedient villa that day. If it weren't for that incident, eldest senior brother wouldn't have been able to escape. Duanxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, I was there as well. It was truly, hold up. I witnessed that with my own eyes, so there's no need for you to exaggerate, Ming-Shirin interjected. Duanxing scratched his head, wondering, who's exaggerating? If I were spewing drivel, who has been listening intently? Ming-Shirin turned to look at Jian Aijian and said, let's meet Master later. I'd like to head over to the Cave of Reflection for a minute. Fourth senior brother, I want to go as well, little Yuaner chimed in. Stay here. There's no place for a woman in the grudge between men, Ming-Shirin said, leaving with his hands on his back. They watched Ming-Shirin's retreating figure as he made his way to the Cave of Reflection. Duanxing cupped his fists and said, Fourth senior is certainly someone who clearly distinguishes between what he likes and dislikes. He's the kind of person I've always respected. The others glanced at him, thinking, are you sure you're not just trying to flatter him? Little Yuaner, however, disagreed. I'm afraid fourth senior brother will be at a disadvantage this time. With second senior brother's cultivation base, he can take on 10 fourth senior brothers, no, 20, 100, she counted on her fingers. Duanxing smiled and said, that's not entirely correct, Miss Ninth. Second senior's cultivation base has been sealed by your master, Duanxing replied. The others looked toward the Cave of Reflection. Ming-Shirin racked his brain for insults he could hurl at the traitor as he walked to the Cave of Reflection. Perhaps due to the unique rhythm of his footsteps, before he even entered the cave, he heard Shangrong's gentle voice. Fourth junior brother, you're here. Ming-Shirin was slightly stunned. He can tell? Eldest senior brother's footsteps are heavy and steady. Third junior brother's footsteps are irregular. Your footsteps, fourth junior brother, are light and urgent. Shangrong carried his longevity sword and walked out of the Cave of Reflection as if there were no barriers. He looked at Ming-Shirin with a genial smile. Ming-Shirin smiled and said, Second senior brother, I came right away when I heard you were back. I'm here to offer my greetings. There's no need for such formalities among fellow disciples, Shangrong said lightly. Second senior brother, Duanxing told me you fought with eldest senior brother? That's right, Shangrong replied calmly. Who won? Duanxing had embellished so much that Ming-Shirin didn't know what was true. Shangrong smiled faintly. I won. I knew your sword skills were amazing, second senior brother. Ming-Shirin said. No, Shangrong shook his head. Huh? At first, I thought my sword path was unmatched, and Master was the only one who could surpass me. Alas, that's not the case, Shangrong said slowly. I've reflected on it for a long time in the Cave of Reflection. Now I realize that the sword path is more than what I know. Ultimately, I still have a long way to go. Mingshireen was puzzled. If you have a long way to go, who else in the world doesn't? Then he said, it's good that you're back, second senior brother. Don't oppose Master all the time. He has changed a lot and isn't as short-tempered as he used to be. Shangrong knew this from all the information he had gathered. He seemed to have something else on his mind as he suddenly asked, fourth junior brother, what kind of person do you think I am? Mingshireen regarded his second senior brother with a puzzled expression, wondering where the sudden question had come from. Nevertheless, he replied, you're humble and polite, second senior brother. Everyone can see that. Do you even have to ask? Also, you've always acted with a sense of propriety. You're a gentleman, through and through. He gave a thumbs up as he continued, I say all this from the bottom of my heart. Shangrong frowned slightly. The final sentence sounded familiar. Tell me, then. Is Master at the 9-leaf stage right now? 9-leaf? Mingshireen was momentarily stunned by the question. When he regained his composure, he said with a smile, second senior brother, you must be making fun of me. There's no such thing as the 9-leaf stage. Shangrong saw that Mingshireen did not seem to be lying and fell deep into thought. At that moment, a female disciple appeared and said with a bow, Mr. Fourth, the pavilion master awaits. Master's waiting? Mingshireen waved his hand, cleared his throat, and straightened his back. I'll head over right away. Then, he turned to look at Shangrong. Before Mingshireen could say anything, Shangrong said, go on. Second senior brother, please have a good rest. Call me if you need anything, Mingshireen said as he left the cave of reflection and went to the great hall. He found Jiang'ijin, Zhao Yu, Little Yuan'er, and Duan Xing waiting there. Little Yuan'er was the first to walk up to him and asked, fourth senior brother, how is second senior brother doing? Mingshireen straightened his back, placed his hands behind him, and said, not too well. Perhaps he's unhappy about being captured by Master. However, he has nothing to complain about. As a traitor to the evil Sky Pavilion, he must follow the rules. I've had a good talk with him. I believe he will behave himself from now on. At that moment, a voice rang from the great hall. Come in. They entered the great hall in an orderly manner. Greetings, old senior. Greetings, master. Greetings, pavilion master. Lu Zhou sat regally in his chair, looking at their faces. He noticed the ingratiating expression on Jiang'ijin's face and asked, Jiang'ijin, why are you here at the evil Sky Pavilion instead of staying in Renan and Ruby Eye? Jiang'ijin chuckled and said, I've missed you, old senior. I brought you some goodies. He slid the sack off his back and placed its contents on the table, continuing, these are high-grade tea leaves that were once presented to the Empire as tributes. Many people of power and position don't even have the opportunity to taste them. They're for you, old senior. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions, Lu Zhou said wryly. Jiang'ijin waved his hands. I would never. In terms of relationship, your fifth disciple is my younger sister. I'm a relative of the evil Sky Pavilion. I don't think it's strange for relatives to give each other gifts. The others were speechless. Zhao Yu sighed and softly said, I guess nobody can surpass him in terms of shamelessness. The others nodded, their eyes instinctively shifting to Mingshireen. Mingshireen felt aggrieved. He wondered to himself, why is everyone looking at me? I didn't say or do anything. This has nothing to do with me. Lu Zhou looked at the items on the table, but did not seem interested. At his age, material possessions no longer excited him. So, why did you come? Well, I accidentally stabbed the second prince to death. The imperial family won't forgive me for this. So, can I trouble you, old senior, with the burden of killing me? Jiang'ijin asked. Mingshireen grinned and said excitedly, I can do that. His separation hook, glowing with a nefarious light, materialized in his hands. Zhao Yu's eyes twinkled with envy. Jiao Lijian was speechless. Then, he said, I don't mean it literally, Great Yan's imperial family is searching for me all over the empire right now. I've already cut ties with my comrades, and we're no longer in contact. There's no place for me to go. After thinking about it for a long time, I feel that the Evil Sky Pavilion is the safest. So, you want to stay here for a period of time? Lu Zhou asked. You're intelligent, old senior. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. You're my source of information. Naturally, I will help you. Jiao Lijian was greatly moved by this. He bowed and cupped his fists. Thank you, old senior. Lu Zhou looked at him grinning. He frowned and said, So, aren't you going to say anything? About what? Jiao Lijian was puzzled. You're the third prince, and you killed the second prince. The crime of killing one's brother is despised, no matter where you go. The others nodded. Their master had a good point. Throughout their journey here, Jiao Lijian had been smiling and grinning as though nothing had happened. An ordinary person would not react that way. Not only was the person he killed the second prince of Great Yin, but it was his elder brother. When Jiao Lijian saw Lu Zhou's serious and stern expression, the smile on his face gradually faded. He sighed softly. The dead are dead. There's nothing I have to say. So. It's true that Lu Huan was the one who burned down Jinghe Palace? Lu Zhou asked. You know about that? The Prince of Qi, Qin Jun, is on my side, Lu Zhou replied. Very well. I've almost forgotten about him. Jiao Lijian nodded. He turned to look at Zhao Yu and Ming Shirin and said, A wronged soul cries in lonely Moonlit City. There's a natural cycle in the world. Anyone who commits a sin shall be dealt with by another. Truth be told, many have tried to persuade me to let go of my grudge and the past, to never concern myself with the imperial family, and stay away from the court. How good it would be to live a free life as the sword freak. However, every time I fall asleep, I remember the flames, how fiery red they were, searing my eyes. I can't sleep. Whenever night falls, I hear their cries for help and their wails of pain, and yet, I remain powerless. The others looked at Jiao Lijian, and Lu Zhou looked at him as well. Jiao Lijian sighed and said, In the end, I took it all upon myself. Oh, how fortunate I am to have met all of you. If you're moved by my story, please be kinder to me. I'll be forever grateful. The earlier parts of his tale sounded genuine, but as his story continued, it began to feel fake. Zhao Yu rolled her eyes at him and no longer paid attention to him. She stepped forward, bowed to Lu Zhou, and said, Master, I have another matter to report. Speak. The Empress Dowager, my grandmother, has a frail constitution. The incident at Obedient Villa has taken quite a toll on her. She's been bedridden ever since. Zhao Yu fell to her knees. Please forgive me for spending so much time in the divine capital before returning. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, It's good to be filial. Thank you, Master. Zhao Yu turned and shot Jiao Lijian a meaningful look. Jiao Lijian scratched his head awkwardly and said shamelessly, Old senior, to tell the truth, the Empress Dowager is in a critical condition. I'm afraid she won't survive the winter. Lu Zhou now understood. He said, There are many elites in the palace, and the imperial physicians are highly skilled. If you want me to intervene, you're dreaming. Zhao Yu said, Master, it's witchcraft. Witchcraft? Lu Zhou was surprised. He recalled the events at Obedient Villa. There was no grand witchcraft formation, nor were there any witchcraft traps. How did the Empress Dowager get afflicted by witchcraft? Jiao Lijian said, It was done by Ba Ma, the genius shaman from Lulan. Ba Ma? Lu Zhou had no recollection of this name. Let me explain in detail, senior. First, this Ba Ma is Mo Li's senior brother and is from Lulan. Second, you once fought against Ba Ma. On the Lotus Dais, you severely injured his mount, Ba Wu. Third, during the battle at Obedient Villa, Ba Ma was lying in wait outside. He has opposed you several times. When Emily died, his grudge deepened, and he took it out on the Empress Dowager by casting a spell on her. He will surely act against the evil Sky Pavilion sooner or later. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, pondering this. Jiang Aijian continued, Old Senior, I won't ask for a favor from you without proper compensation. I'll help you capture your seventh disciple, the evil Sky Pavilion's traitor, Si Wuya. Lu Zhou looked at Jiang Aijian skeptically. You're confident about capturing Si Wuya? Nope, Jiang Aijian replied straightforwardly. The others were speechless. If you're not confident, why even mention it? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and stood up. He looked at Zhao Yu and Jiang Aijian and said, Since you have a favor to ask of me, you should have been the one to come to me. Disregarding one standing in this situation and maintaining a slightly arrogant attitude while asking for a favor was not how things were done. When Jiang Aijian heard this, he was overjoyed. He bowed at once and said, That's only natural. With these words, Senior, I can rest assured. Zhao Yu chimed in, Thank you, Master. At that moment, a voice rang from outside. Greetings, Master. The others turned to look. Zhu Honggong fell to his knees at the door. Then, he shuffled into the hall, bowing and kowtowing continuously as he entered. Greetings, Master. Mingshi Yin covered his eyes with his right hand. Oh, all right. You win. Zhu Honggong stood up, kowtowed, and fell to his knees again. He said loudly, Greetings, Master. His antics left the others dumbfounded. They had to give it to him. Lu Zhou, on the other hand, frowned. They waited until Zhu Honggong was at the center of the great hall. He kowtowed again. Greetings, Master. Mingshi Yin glanced at Zhu Honggong and said, Old Eighth, what's with all this fanfare? You're a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion, for crying out loud. Aren't you afraid you'll shame the evil Sky Pavilion's name with this display? I genuinely want to bow and salute my master. Ever since I returned to the evil Sky Pavilion, I've never given Master a proper bow. It's only natural for me to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times, Zhu Honggong replied. He had a point. Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Honggong again. Name, Zhu Honggong. Identity, human of Great Yin. Realm, nascent divinity tribulation. Although he had recently obtained his 100 tribulations insight avatar, he was considered to be in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. This was not something a divine court realm cultivator could compare to. Stand up and speak, Lu Zhou said. Zhu Honggong stood up. He grinned and said, Thank you, Master. Show me your avatar. This was a crucial moment. The ability to manifest 100 tribulations insight avatar was the mark of a grand cultivator. Countless cultivators had failed at this stage. With the 100 tribulations insight avatar, the avatar's completeness and strength would determine the cultivator's future. Little Yuaner's avatar was extremely complete, brimming with spiritual energy and vigor. They had high hopes for it in the future. Some cultivators, however, would have deformed 100 tribulations insight avatars. These avatars would be hard-pressed to even sprout leaves. Yes, Master, Zhu Honggong said as he conjured his primal chi and activated his avatar. An avatar that was half a man's height and resembled a fat toddler appeared. When the others saw this, they could hardly suppress their urge to laugh. The avatar took after its owner, Fat. However, the avatar's completeness was satisfying, and it was also full of primal chi. Duan Xing was secretly shocked. The evil Sky Pavilion's 8th disciple was so talented, just how terrifying would he be in the future? There was no need to mention the 9th disciple. It was rumored that the 9th disciple, Ci Yuaner, had even more terrifying talents. She had entered the divine court realm in just 5 years, a feat no one had ever achieved and one no one would achieve in the future. Zhu Honggong looked at his own avatar, proudly, unable to help straightening his back. Zhao Yu was not envious, but she felt slightly ashamed. After all, she had joined the pavilion earlier than he had. She was quite accomplished in her brilliant jade technique, yet she had not made any breakthroughs. Seeing Zhu Honggong's avatar, she could not help but feel a slight discomfort in her heart. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, then waved his hand. Swoosh! A silver box fell before Zhu Honggong. Confused, Zhu Honggong asked, "Master, what's this?" Lu Zhou waved his hand again, and the box split in half. It was oddly shaped. "I'm giving you the tear-stained boxing gloves. I hope you'll put them to good use," Lu Zhou said. He had been keeping the box since it was opened, and after much thought, he felt that the gloves were suited for Zhu Honggong's 9 Tribulations Thunder Blast. Moreover, he needed to improve his disciples' cultivation bases as quickly as possible. When Zhu Honggong heard this, he was so moved that he cried and fell to his knees, thanking Lu Zhou profusely. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Duanxing salivated at the sight. Zhao Yu was now genuinely envious. She was the only one without a weapon and naturally felt envious. Perhaps, the weapon had a naturally high affinity with Zhu Honggong. He barely placed his hands on them when a click was heard, and he easily put on the boxing gloves. Ding! Activated tear-stain box. Target owner, Zhu Honggong. Reward, 1000 merit points. Congratulations, 8th Master, Duanxing cupped his fists. Congratulations, 8th brother, Mingxirin smiled as he walked up to Zhu Honggong's side and said, "This seems sturdy. Even eldest senior brother's Jasper saber can't cut through it." "You've hit the jackpot." "Have I?" Zhu Honggong was stunned, not expecting the item to be so remarkable. "Of course. Why would I lie to you? Besides, do you think a weapon given by Master would be shabby?" However, inwardly, Mingxirin thought, the weapon is indeed sturdy, but it's too hideous. I'll have to compliment it some more. Zhu Honggong was overjoyed. "I won't let you down, Master." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, noticing that Zhu Honggong's loyalty had skyrocketed and was now stable. This was also within his expectations. Zhu Honggong retreated to the side, playing with his boxing gloves, and Lu Zhou no longer paid him any attention. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Zhao Yu. "Zhao Yu, yes, Master," she replied. "Your cultivation base has deteriorated while you were in the palace," Lu Zhou said. Zhao Yu's face reddened, and she felt ashamed. "I'll work hard and not let you down, Master." Duanxing smiled and said, "I'm impressed by how much effort you're putting into your disciples, old senior. Duanxing, you've done well in Cloudshine Forest. Naturally, I won't mistreat you. How about this, you can make a request, and I'll do my best to fulfill it," Lu Zhou said. Duanxing was delighted to hear this. He hastily bowed and said, "I dare not. All the efforts I expended were sincere. I don't dare to take credit." "Very well." Lu Zhou nodded. Asterisk hold up. This isn't right. Aren't we supposed to exchange more pleasantries? What about my request? This? Will I have to bring it to my grave? Asterisk Duanxing was stunned. Lu Zhou looked at Duanxing and said, "If the Nether sect is tactful, they won't raise a hand against the Fiend Temple after this." "Thank you, old senior." With this, at least the Fiend Temple's safety was guaranteed. As for his other requests, well, he did not dare to push his luck. "Send our guest away." After Duanxing left the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou waved his arm and said, "If there's nothing else, that'll be all for today. I'll take my leave, Master. Safe journey, old senior." Lu Zhou stood up and returned to the Eastern Pavilion. Shining Palace, Imperial City of the Divine Capital. Imperial Grandmother, Zhao Yu, belongs to the Evil Sky Pavilion. You must be wary of her words. The prince who stood in the bedchamber was the heir apparent, Lu Ji. The Empress Dowager closed her eyes and did not look at Lu Ji. With a stern tone, she said, "Do you wish to see me die as well?" Lu Ji's face fell. He kneeled at once and said, "I dare not. I am only worried that something bad might happen to you." If something were to happen to me, it would have happened at Obedient Villa. Is there a need to wait until now? The Empress Dowager slowly asked. Ever since the incident at Obedient Villa, she had a newfound dislike for all the princes. Lu Ji continued to kneel as he said, Imperial Grandmother, I will surely give you a satisfactory explanation regarding second brother. Please don't let this bother you. At this moment, Li Yunzhao, who had been standing silently at the side for a long time, finally spoke up, Your Highness, I have something in mind, but I wonder if it is appropriate to say it. Speak. Li Yunzhao was a well-known figure by the Empress Dowager's side, and Lu Ji had to take him seriously. The Empress Dowager's illness cannot be allowed to fester. Moreover, His Majesty has given his agreement. If you wish to fulfill your filial duty, Your Highness, you should consider the Empress Dowager. Also. Li Yunzhao glanced around before speaking in a hushed tone, the Empress Dowager is still pained by the death of His Second Highness. Please do not bring up this topic. You have a point, Eunuch Li. Lu Ji stood up. He bowed and said, Imperial Grandmother, I have a close guard with a profound cultivation base. Since you're going, I'll leave him with you. That'll be all. The Empress Dowager's eyes were still closed as she waved her hand. Goodbye, Grandmother. Lu Ji retreated from Shangrong Palace. He barely took a step outside when his guard came up to him. Walking with his hands on his back, Lu Ji said, Tell Jiang Liang to escort my grandmother to the Evil Sky Pavilion. I will take care of his family. If he brings back Jiang Aijin's head, he'll be handsomely rewarded. Understood. Chapter 348, Yu Shangrong's Secret. Over the past week, Lu Zhou had been meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls in the Eastern Pavilion until his extraordinary power was completely replenished. Once his power was restored, the only benefit of continuing to meditate was the potential to increase the number of times he could do so. However, Lu Zhou chose to stop. He opened his eyes, called up the system dashboard, and looked at his remaining life. 6,574 days. Breaking through to the 9-leaf stage would damage one's lifespan. If I have enough reversal cards, can I overcome that? Lu Zhou wondered aloud. He had 22 reversal cards left. Lu Zhou casually used one. As before, the life energy around the Eastern Pavilion gathered around him. Shortly after, it was done. As expected, his remaining life was now 6,874 days. The 9-leaf stage was related to his longevity. In that case, the reversal card would be much more important. Lu Zhou looked at the price of the reversal cards again. Fortunately, it remained the same. Next, he examined the 2 missions related to Yu Shangrong. The first was Life of the Melilot, and the second was New Open Heavenly Writing Scroll. Both missions were labeled as incomplete. What he could be sure of was that the Melilot was very much related to Yu Shangrong. Longevity Sword. Lu Zhou thought about the sword. Meanwhile, inside the cave of reflection, Yu Shangrong sat with his legs crossed. The peculiar thing was that the longevity sword glowed with a red radiance, as if it sensed something. Faint red energy would appear from it and enter his body. BZZT. BZZ. BZZT. The longevity sword vibrated slightly. Night had fallen. The moon was bright. The longevity sword quietened down and remained motionless afterward. Suddenly, Yu Shangrong gave a muffled grunt. A trail of blood appeared at the corner of his lips. He opened his eyes and sighed, not appearing surprised by this. Like Si Wuya, he had attempted to break the mantra after his cultivation base was restricted. Alas, it ended in failure. Si Wuya, despite his resourcefulness, could not even find someone to break the restriction for him, let alone anyone else. However, this was a common fault among men, they would never turn back until they hit the southern wall. Yu Shangrong looked at the longevity sword by his side. He shook his head and said, I won't die yet. He closed his eyes again, focusing on his injury. Ding! Punished Yu Shangrong. Reward, 300 merit points. Trying to break the mantra, are we? Yu Shangrong was startled by the voice. Master? Lu Zhou walked through the barrier with his hands behind his back. He saw Yu Shangrong sitting cross-legged, blood trailing down the side of his lips. When Lu Zhou heard the notification from the system, he knew Yu Shangrong had tried to break the binding mantra. It's futile, Lu Zhou said tonelessly. It's better than sitting here and doing nothing, Yu Shangrong replied. Lu Zhou slowly sat down on the stone bench. He pointed at the opposite stone bench and said, sit. Yu Shangrong was slightly taken aback. He had never been treated this way in the Evil Sky Pavilion before. He looked at his master, who seemed calm and spoke in a manner quite different from before. It was hard for him to believe. Finally, he rose and sat on the stone bench opposite his master. The moonlight shone on the stone table. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, since you address me as master, you'll answer my question honestly. Yu Shangrong frowned slightly. He did not know what his master would ask and instinctively felt a sense of fear. Apart from the memories, I'll answer everything else. Lu Zhou had expected this. In truth, even if Yu Shangrong did not tell him about the memories, he could make his own inferences. Therefore, there was no need to force the issue. Have you tried to enter the nine-leaf stage? Lu Zhou asked. I have, Yu Shangrong replied honestly. As a peak 8-leaf cultivator, I stand before the doors of the 9-leaf stage. No one could resist the curiosity to open those doors and sneak a peek. Alas, behind that door lies an endless night. I saw no future or hope. Lu Zhou nodded. You're from Nobleman Nation. Your life is as fickle as the Melilot. When Yu Shangrong heard this, his heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was not a secret he should be ashamed of. The Melilot was a plant unique to Nobleman Nation, and it had been mentioned several times recently. There was bound to be someone in the Evil Sky Pavilion who knew about it. At most, the 8-leaf stage can give you 500 years of life, Lu Zhou added. Suddenly, Yu Shangrong picked up his longevity sword. He was about to stand up but realized that his master was still seated on the stone bench, with no intention of snatching the longevity sword from him. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, his expression suggesting he had expected this much. Who can stop me if I want to take your weapon? He raised a palm. A gust of energy wind entered the cave. Yu Shangrong tightened his grip on the longevity sword. His cultivation base was sealed. How could he resist his master? Although Lu Zhou's cultivation base was only at the Tao transforming divine court realm, it was enough to handle Yu Shangrong, whose cultivation base was sealed. Whoosh! The longevity sword flew into Lu Zhou's hand. Yu Shangrong lunged, trying to take the sword back. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and an energy wall kept Yu Shangrong at bay. Zing! Lu Zhou drew the longevity sword. The blade had a faint reddish glow. Soon, Lu Zhou felt the life energy on the longevity sword. The immortal ties my hair and wishes me a long life. Lu Zhou appraised the longevity sword. It was said that the longevity sword absorbed some life energy every time it took a life. Lu Zhou was now certain it was true. No wonder Yu Shangrong valued the longevity sword so much. He depended on this sword to live. This sword was his life. Master. Yu Shangrong fell to his knees. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Is this your secret to a long life? When he gave Yu Shangrong the longevity sword, he had no idea it was capable of this. Over the years, Yu Shangrong was perhaps the only one who knew how much time and effort he had put into this sword. The Melilot blooms in the morning and wilts at night. I had no choice. Yu Shangrong said. Do you really think you can live a long life with the sword? The longevity sword can't do that. All it does is grant me the same lifespan as any other cultivator. Yu Shangrong replied honestly. To think that living for a millennium was also wishful thinking for an 8-leaf cultivator. Zing! The longevity sword was returned to its scabbard. Lu Zhou waved his arm, and the energy wall vanished. He tossed the sword back to Yu Shangrong and sighed, the longevity sword cannot overcome the millennium limit either. Only Yu Shangrong caught the longevity sword and regarded his master with surprise. He did not expect his master to return the sword to him. He remained silent. Lu Zhou turned to look at Yu Shangrong and said, "Do you despise me?" "I dare not." Yu Shangrong responded. "Yu Shangrong." Lu Zhou suddenly called out his name. Yu Shangrong's heart skipped a beat, and he tightened his grip around the longevity sword again. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said indifferently, "I can tell you now that I'm going to kick open the doors to the nine-leaf stage." Yu Shangrong was stunned. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and left the cave of reflection. At this moment, the longevity sword vibrated, and its power rippled into the surroundings. Yu Shangrong's brows were tightly knitted together. Yu Shangrong pressed the longevity sword down. He murmured to himself, "I said I would live in seclusion after the battle with eldest senior brother. Why must I be forced to do this?" He looked in the direction his master had gone and sighed softly, "The remaining life energy I can do without. You'll be buried with me when I die." Yu Shangrong raised the longevity sword and gauged the remaining life energy. The blade glowed red, but unfortunately, much fainter than before. Yu Shangrong returned to the depths of the cave of reflection. He sat with his legs crossed and no longer tried to break the mantra. 3 days later, a flying chariot departed from the divine capital, avoiding places where humans dwelled. It was headed for the evil sky pavilion. On the flying chariot, Lu Yunjiao, standing next to the Empress Dowager, said, "Empress Dowager, don't worry. I've been in contact with the evil sky pavilion's master before. He isn't a villain who kills without reason. Moreover, Princess Xiaoyu is his disciple. If he were as evil as rumored, Princess Xiaoyu would never return to the evil sky pavilion so easily." The divine capital was protected by the 10-terminal formation. Cultivators who wanted to cause trouble would not simply enter the divine capital. The Empress Dowager reclined in her seat and said, "I feel relieved hearing that." At this moment, Jiang Liang appeared at the helm of the flying chariot. With his arms crossed, he said, "Empress Dowager, a villain will always be a villain." "We should still be careful," Li Yunjiao said disapprovingly. "Jiang Liang, you've been with His Highness, the Crown Prince, for many years, yet there's much you don't know. Do enlighten me, Eunuch Li." During the battle on Lotus Dais, the evil sky pavilion's patriarch fought against malicious forces and saved many cultivators present. News of this has long circulated in the cultivation world. Also, apart from the first disciple, Yu Xinghai, the names of the other disciples have vanished from the black roll, Li Yunjiao said. "I hope that's true," Jiang Liang nodded. "I am aware of your profound cultivation base, but let me warn you, while we're at the evil sky pavilion, do not do anything rash. If you do, not even I or the Empress Dowager can save you." "Eunuch Li, you're overthinking." "My mission is only to ensure the Empress Dowager's safety," Jiang Liang replied. "That would be best," the Empress Dowager, who was reclining in her chair, said in an extremely tranquil tone. "Jiang Liang." Jiang Liang bowed at once and said, "Empress Dowager, I heard that you have a profound cultivation base. They're all undeserved compliments. What do you think of Eunuch Li's cultivation base?" "Well." Jiang Liang thought for a moment before answering, "If we were to fight with our full strength, I wouldn't be a match for Eunuch Li. If we were to fight using other methods, I think I stand a chance." Li Yunjiao laughed and said, "Empress Dowager, you might not be aware, but bodyguard Jiang once infiltrated the Li nation in Rongbei and assassinated its monarch single-handedly. That's a remarkable achievement. Nobody marked by bodyguard Jiang survives." The Empress Dowager laughed and said, "In that case, you're a precious talent for great yin. I hope you will serve the imperial court well." Jiang Liang bowed and said, "I dedicate my heart to the imperial court. Eunuch Li has served me for many years, and I trust his judgment." "You should heed his advice as well," the Empress Dowager said. "As you command." The flying chariot continued to head toward the evil sky pavilion. Eunuch Li looked around. He walked up to Jiang Liang and beckoned him over. Bodyguard Jiang. Jiang Liang was slightly stunned. He wondered why Eunuch Li was being so secretive. He followed him. There were 2 imperial physicians on the flying chariot, both considered cultivators. With them looking after the Empress Dowager, there was little to worry about. They moved to the other side of the flying chariot. Li Yunjiao said, I have something sincere I'd like to discuss with you, Bodyguard Jiang. Go on, Eunuch Li. Li Yunjiao did not beat around the bush. Bodyguard Jiang, what kind of mission has the Crown Prince given you in the Evil Sky Pavilion? Jiang Liang was taken aback by Li Yunjiao's frankness. He asked, why do you say that, Eunuch Li? You are skilled in assassination. If the Crown Prince truly intends to protect the Empress Dowager, why does he have to send you? Jiang Liang was at a loss for words. Li Yunjiao smiled and said, do you know why His Majesty isn't worried that the Empress Dowager is going to the Evil Sky Pavilion? Jiang Liang shook his head. He was also puzzled by this. The Empress Dowager was an important and venerated figure in the empire. Yet, she was now venturing into the dangerous Evil Sky Pavilion. He was surprised to learn that His Majesty had approved this. It had been bothering Jiang Liang for a long time. Li Yunjiao said, that's because the Evil Sky Pavilion Master, Ji Tiandao, is an acquaintance of the late Emperor. Jiang Liang's eyes widened upon hearing this. He did not expect the notorious villain, despised by the general public, to have such a connection with the late Emperor. He asked, if they're acquaintances, why does the Evil Sky Pavilion act like the imperial family's enemy? I've heard of several such incidents. You're mistaken, Li Yunjiao said solemnly. I'm mistaken? The Evil Sky Pavilion has never treated the imperial family as its enemy. The ones creating trouble are its 1st and 7th disciples, Yu Jinghai and Si Wuya, Li Yunjiao explained. Jiang Liang was confused. Eunuch Li, just be straight with me. I'm a simple martial man, and my brain isn't trained for this. Li Yunjiao nodded. It's as I said earlier. I advise you to show restraint when you're in the Evil Sky Pavilion. If things go wrong, even the Crown Prince can't help you, let alone the Empress Dowager. You should weigh the pros and cons. He left with a flick of his sleeves after finishing his words. Stunned, Jiang Liang furrowed his brows and stood rooted to the spot. It was near dusk. At the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou was studying the great longevity limit in the Eastern Pavilion. The desk before him was covered in books. Female disciples would periodically visit the Eastern Pavilion, carrying books in their arms. Pavilion Master, we've brought all the books related to life here. Lu Zhou, without looking up, replied, all right. At that moment, little Yuaner's voice reached him from outside. Master, the flying chariot from the divine capital has arrived. 5th senior sister has gone to greet them. Eh? Master, you've been reading. Little Yuaner walked into the Eastern Pavilion and saw the pile of books on the table. Lu Zhou picked up a few and flipped through them, lacking the energy to go through the others. He glanced up at little Yuaner and said, Yuaner. Yes, Master? Keep an eye on the Cave of Reflection. Report to me immediately if anything is amiss, Lu Zhou instructed. Yes, Master. Little Yuaner left the Eastern Pavilion after receiving her task. Lu Zhou turned his gaze back to the books before him. He mumbled, the people of nobleman nation have short lives. Therefore, they cultivate to prolong their existence. The longest living among them only reaches about 500 years. In other words, even with the longevity sword, Yu Shangrong would only live half as long as ordinary cultivators? While Lu Zhou was deep in thought, Ming Shirin stopped outside the Eastern Pavilion, bowed, and said, the visitors from the divine capital are waiting in the Great Hall. All right. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and exited the Eastern Pavilion. Inside the Great Hall, Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the gathered crowd. Almost everyone was present. Li Yunjiao and the others stood in the middle. Behind Li Yunzhao, Zhao Yu and one of the imperial physicians supported a poised and noble old woman. Jiang Aijian's eyes were fixed on the old woman. "Please, have a seat." Lu Zhou was considerate not of the imperial family, but of Jiang Aijian and Zhao Yu. He did not take his seat on the throne but sat opposite the Empress Dowager. Li Yunzhao knew this was the evil sky pavilion, not the palace or any other formal place. The palace protocols did not apply here. The Empress Dowager, being old, could overlook such matters. When she looked at Lu Zhou, her eyebrows moved slightly. Her weary eyes seemed to have discovered something, and she straightened up. "Old sir, you resemble an old acquaintance of mine," she said gently. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and remained silent. Many years ago, Ji Tiandao had met the ever-living emperor and the Empress Dowager. They were all in their prime back then. Things and people had changed with the passage of time. He did not expect the Empress Dowager to recognize him. Who said she was visually impaired and senile? However, that was not important. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "Those who have no business here should leave." Many of the others wanted to watch the proceedings, but they had no choice but to leave the great hall for the time being. Li Yunzhao, the imperial physicians, and Jiang Liang did not leave. Jiang Aijian and Zhao Yu remained in the great hall as well. Lu Zhou looked at the Empress Dowager. Perhaps due to the extraordinary power, he felt that his mental state and optical strength were much better compared to before. He could see the faint purple gas the Empress Dowager's body emitted. Indeed, it was witchcraft. It was not a life-threatening spell, but it would cause worry and unrest, making it difficult to sleep. It seemed that Ba Ma and Emoli did not dare to take it out on the Empress Dowager. This was nothing but a trick of theirs. When Li Yunzhao saw Lu Zhou keeping quiet, he said, "Well? Tell the old man what the situation is." The imperial physician standing on the left shuddered. All his years in the palace, he had never encountered such a situation. How could he not be afraid of the old man before him? Nevertheless, he replied in a trembling voice, "Oh, old sir, the Empress Dowager, since she returned from Obedient Villa, has trouble falling asleep." Lu Zhou raised a hand and interjected, "There's no need for an explanation. I know what's going on with the Empress Dowager." Upon hearing this, the two imperial physicians exchanged a glance. They were the cream of the crop among the imperial family's healers. Although their cultivation base was considered weak, they were quite skilled in medicine. They had been researching for years, but the evil sky pavilion didn't even need an explanation. This was a severe blow to them. Li Yunzhao bowed and asked, "Old sir, do you have any remedies for this?" Lu Zhou stood up with his hands behind his back and replied, "Of course, I have a way to rid her of this ailment." Li Yunzhao bowed as soon as he heard Lu Zhou's words. "Please do your best, old sir." Zhao Yu bowed. "Master." Jiang Aijian said, "Old senior." Lu Zhou said, "I have something important to tell you, Empress Dowager." When the Empress Dowager heard this, she was slightly taken aback. She looked at Lu Zhou, who was standing with his hands behind his back, with her old eyes. "Let's hear it, old sir." Lu Zhou said, "I can free you of the ailment, but your great limit is approaching. You should prepare yourself for it." The great hall fell into silence. If they were in the palace, such a statement would have been considered a serious offense, warranting immediate beheading. The two imperial physicians, however, lowered their heads simultaneously. It was impossible for them to be unaware of this. Zhao Yu and Jiang Aijian's expressions changed slightly. They looked at the Empress Dowager, reluctant to believe what they had just heard. Contrary to expectations, the Empress Dowager laughed heartily. She waved her hand and said, "Is that all? This is all part of the natural cycle of life. It's natural to die one day. It's nothing." Lu Zhou turned to look at the Empress Dowager. It seemed he had wanted to say something but changed his mind in the end. He only shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'll respect your decision." Then, he waved his arm. The two imperial physicians retreated to the side hastily. At this moment, Lu Zhou raised his palm and struck at the air. The others watched unblinkingly, their hearts hanging by a thread. A surge of faint blue power emerged from Lu Zhou's palm. Whoosh! Meanwhile, in an unknown dark and gloomy room, Ba Ma's eyes snapped open. He frowned. The spell has been broken? A surprised expression appeared on his face. Indeed, the imperial family can't be underestimated. Emily, oh, Emily. You spent all those years in the palace in vain. You didn't even know what the imperial family was capable of. Ba Ma shook his head and sighed. However, you can rest assured. I'll certainly send them over to where you are. A shocked expression appeared on everyone's faces. Lu Zhou had broken the spell from a distance. The Empress Dowager gave a muffled grunt, frowning slightly. The purplish gas was instantly dispersed by the blue energy. Lu Zhou was not surprised at all. The heavenly writing's extraordinary power was a natural bane for witchcraft spells, something he had confirmed long ago. Li Yunjiao quickly supported the Empress Dowager and asked, Empress Dowager, how are you feeling? I'm all right. The Empress Dowager's eyes were closed. She was sweating slightly, and her voice sounded hollow. The two imperial physicians went over at once. They bowed before checking the Empress Dowager's pulse and examining her. After a round of examination, one of the imperial physicians fell to his knees and said, Many congratulations, Empress Dowager. The spell has been broken. Lu Zhou stroked his beard with an apathetic expression on his face. If I can't break this minor spell, I should be ashamed of myself. He did not even look at Li Yunjiao as he called out, Li Yunjiao. Li Yunjiao's respect for Lu Zhou had risen another level at that moment. He immediately responded, Yes, old mister? The Empress Dowager has just recovered from her ailment. She should rest in the southern pavilion for now and return tomorrow, Lu Zhou said. That's great, that's great. Thank you, old mister. Li Yunjiao, who was kneeling, began to kowtow. Jiang Liang and the two imperial physicians were shocked by this display of obeisance. Although Li Yunjiao was only an attendant eunuch, he enjoyed a high status and did not show such courtesy even to the crown prince. Lu Zhou merely glanced at Li Yunjiao and waved his hand, dismissing him. Li Yunjiao and the imperial physicians then supported the Empress Dowager as they left the great hall. Zhao Yu made the arrangements, and they were lodged in the southern pavilion. It was almost dusk. Inside the southern pavilion, Li Yunjiao stood respectfully by the bed. He looked at the Empress Dowager, who seemed healthier now, and said, Empress Dowager, you look much better compared to this morning. The Empress Dowager leaned on the headboard and said, It's all thanks to Zhao Yu. Princess Zhao Yu has already returned to the imperial family. There's no need to blame yourself for this, Empress Dowager, Li Yunjiao said. Little Li. The Empress Dowager paused slightly before she said again, Bring me my belongings. Li Yunjiao was slightly stunned. He shook his head helplessly, then fetched a brocade box from the luggage they had brought with them. He presented it to the Empress Dowager and said, Empress Dowager, these are your longevity pills, are you really going to do this? The Empress Dowager sighed. There are many in this world who seek a long life. The evergreen, even the ever-living emperor. Yet, I think it's a form of happiness to live out one's life naturally. I understand, Li Yunjiao bowed. When my time comes, bury me with the ever-living emperor, hold a funeral for me, and I'll be content, the Empress Dowager said. Li Yunjiao shook his head and said nothing. The Empress Dowager passed the brocade box to Li Yunjiao and said, Give this to the old mister. This will be a token of our gratitude. All right. After you leave, call Zhao Yu over. I'd like to talk to her. All right. Li Yunjiao left the room. Inside the eastern pavilion, Li Yunjiao entered with Ming Shiyin in tow. Under the decree of the Empress Dowager, I'm here to thank you, old mister. The Empress Dowager has ordered me to present this to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Kindly accept this, old mister, Li Yunjiao said. He bowed before presenting the brocade box with both hands. Ming Shirin said, Master, these are longevity pills. Longevity pills. As their name suggests, they are pills that can extend a person's life. It is rumored that they are made from extremely rare materials and are created by powerful cultivators through a meticulous process in harsh environments. Even the Core Heart sect, which specializes in refining pills, has only managed to refine a handful of longevity pills in a millennium. Some cultivation sects have established themselves in the cultivation world by making such pills. A single longevity pill can extend a person's life by 100 years. However, the effect diminishes as the user grows older. Thus, even longevity pills cannot help cultivators overcome the 1,000-year limit. Nonetheless, longevity pills are still highly sought after by many cultivators. After all, not every cultivator can actually live to their life limit. Bring it here. Lu Zhou's voice was commanding and deep. Li Yunjiao passed the brocade box to Ming Shirin, who carefully received it and placed it on the table before his master. When he saw that his master was resting with his eyes closed, he did not dare to disturb him. I'll take my leave, Li Yunjiao said, completing his assignment, and left the eastern pavilion. I'll take my leave as well, master, Ming Shirin said before he respectfully left the room. Outside the eastern pavilion, Ming Shirin caught up to Li Yunjiao and said, Hey, hey. Eunuch Li, wait up. Li Yunjiao frowned. Please. Eunuch Li, do you have any more of that longevity pill? Ming Shirin asked when he caught up with Li Yunjiao. Li Yunjiao shook his head. What are you talking about? Longevity pills aren't sold in stores, you know? There are no extras. That was the only one. Even then, it was left behind by the late emperor after searching far and wide across the lands. The Empress Dowager has refrained from consuming it all this time. If it had been anyone else, it would have been long gone by now. Ming Shirin said helplessly, all right. However, I think you're a great person. My master has searched for longevity pills before as well. Alas, only one was found. Li Yunjiao smiled and said, Old Sir has helped us greatly. It's only natural to thank him in kind. Ming Shirin nodded and said, You're quite the speaker. All right, enough of this chatter. I'm feeling sleepy. He stretched his limbs and walked toward the southern pavilion. Lu Zhou opened his eyes slowly. He looked at the brocade box before him, shook his head, and sighed. Why would I need this? He waved his hand slightly, and the brocade box opened with a click. Ding! Obtained longevity pill X1. Can be refined to improve its quality. When Lu Zhou heard this notification, he was slightly surprised. He had not expected that the longevity pill could be refined. He placed the longevity pill in his hand. As it touched his skin, a warmth immediately spread across his palm, an exceptionally wonderful sensation. The quality and purity are acceptable, and the energy is strong, Lu Zhou appraised the longevity pill. Although he was not an expert in refining pills, he knew a great deal about them. From his memories, he knew Ji Tiandao had searched for the pills many times, giving him a rough understanding of anything related to prolonging life. The problem was, even if the quality is raised, it won't have any effect on me, right? He could hear the reversal card saying that even the highest grade of longevity pills was nothing. He gave it some thought. Although he did not need it, he could still keep it for his disciples. He raised his hand, and a refining talisman appeared before it combusted. Lu Zhou did not seem to hesitate when he tossed the pill into the fire. A short while later, he completed the refining process. Ding! Obtained a high-grade longevity pill. Reward, 500 merit points. A refining talisman for 500 points. That's not too bad. A high-grade longevity pill could extend a person's life by 200 years, provided that their great limit was not within the next 200 years. Otherwise, the longevity pill would have little effect. In other words, it would be a waste if Lu Zhou consumed it. He put the pill away and entered his heavenly writing meditation state. Night fell, and the sky was dotted with stars. A black figure could be seen shooting toward the southern pavilion. The figure moved without touching the ground, his steps silent. The door of the room opened easily, as though pushed by a gentle breeze. Bang! 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 A cold light flashed, an eerie energy blade stabbed into the bed. The black figure immediately realized the bed was unoccupied and quickly retreated. Then, he heard a voice from above. "Comrade, you're late. Mind joining me up here to watch the moon?" The black figure looked up, decided to give up, turned around, and vanished. Jiang Aijin, who was sitting on the roof, couldn't help but feel slightly taken aback. So fast? The black figure moved away from the area, shooting past the corridor and a plaza. Just as he was about to leave the southern pavilion, a mocking voice rang out from above. "Hey, there, where are you going in the dead of night?" The black figure looked up and saw Mingshi hanging upside down from the thick beam of the entrance, right between the words Southern Pavilion. The black figure wasn't nervous. He changed direction decisively. With a leap, he made his way to the western pavilion. He could only reach the northern pavilion from the western one. From the northern pavilion, he could go down the mountain. He didn't fly, he stuck to the ground, rooftops, and various buildings. His movements were nimble and swift. He had just entered the western pavilion when he smelled the aromatic scent of alcohol. "Who's there? Come, join me for a drink." The black figure frowned, changing direction again. There were 4 pavilions. The eastern pavilion was out of the question since the old villain was there. However, he had no way to reach the northern pavilion. After some thought, he leaped into the air and flew decisively toward the northern pavilion. However, as he flew, he noticed something was off. Why aren't they giving chase? The thought had just crossed his mind when a yellow-feathered arrow sailed across the sky like a meteor. Boom! The black figure caught it with one hand and somersaulted in the air. Then, about 10 more energy arrows came at him. Whoosh! 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 They resembled a fireworks display. Bam! 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 The black figure moved nimbly, trying to avoid the incoming attacks. He dodged the energy arrows as he dove down and landed near the northern pavilion. A hoarse voice reached his ears. "How does it feel to be surrounded?" "HM?" The black figure saw another black figure facing him with his back. Then, the figure turned around slowly. The moonlight shone on the person's face, revealing a silver mask. Leng Luo's hoarse voice rang in the air. "Li Yunjiao warned you not to act recklessly." "I had no choice," the black figure replied. "Even I have to abide by the rules here, let alone you. Do you think you'll do better than me?" Leng Luo's tone was calm, but every word struck home. "I know it's difficult. Even if it means death?" "Death?" The black figure lowered himself slowly. "That's too early to say." Whoosh! A black mist appeared, and the black figure vanished. Whiz! A huge avatar, 100 feet tall, suddenly materialized before Leng Luo. Energy spilled into his surroundings. Boom! The avatar shrank at an extreme speed. Dao invisibility of the other tribes? Leng Luo had cultivated Dao invisibility himself and knew what this skill meant. So, before the black figure disappeared, he used the instant burst of energy to attack his surroundings. It was now quiet. At this moment, Jiang Aijin and the others arrived. Pan Lydian sauntered over as well. "Old Leng, can you handle this or what?" Pan Lydian asked lazily. Hua Yuexing hovered in midair, the energy bow in her hand vanishing. Jiang Aijin said, "No way, a person of the same trade?" "Tui, we're not of the same trade." "I mean, he got away?" Mingshi spread his arms. "You guys had to insist on a game of catching the mice and bet on the direction he would take. Are you happy now?" Lin Luo raised his hand to silence the others. I've injured him. He won't get far, Pan Lydian was nonchalant. He lazily took a sip of wine before saying, little AI, there's no need to worry. He won't get away. Who are you calling little AI? My name is fucking Jiang Jin. That man must have cultivated the Tao of invisibility skill of the other tribes, Lin Luo said. During their golden years, many other tribesmen cultivated the methods of Great Yin. Among the various methods, the other tribes managed to create an extreme escaping technique with the Tao of invisibility. Doesn't this mean he'll get away? Jiang Jin widened his eyes. That man had come to assassinate him. The others were nonchalant, but Jiang Jin was not. He won't get away, Pan Lydian laughed and said, we'll have to see who catches this rat first. Hua Wudao said, Elder Lung has struck him too harshly. How could he get away after the instant blast of primal chi from the 100-foot avatar? It's boring to catch a rat like that. Despite his words, he moved quickly into the distance, unleashing his 6 compatible seals. Lin Luo looked up at Hua Yueshing, who was in the air. The air is your territory. I'll leave it to you. Hua Yueshing felt invigorated. She cupped her hands and said, rest assured, Elder Lung. Let's see if he dares to show up in the air. Lin Luo stepped forward with his hands on his back and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Speechless, Jiang Jin looked around himself. Fellow friends, how can you be so flippant? I'm relying on you. Can you be more serious about this? Ming Shirin patted his shoulder. He rolled his eyes and said, you're a 5-leaf elite, aren't you? So what if I'm a 5-leaf cultivator? Can't a 5-leaf cultivator be afraid? Jiang Jin complained inwardly. Outwardly, he said, you're right, Brother Ming. Thank you for the reminder. Go away, don't get too close to me. I think you can have a good conversation about life with my 8th junior brother. We're not the same kind of people, you and I. You don't have the strength of character or the moral backbone, do you understand? Ming Shirin vanished after he finished speaking. At the back of the mountain, outside the cave of reflection. Under the darkness of the night, nothing could be seen. A black figure pressed his hand on his chest and looked in the direction of the cave of reflection. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Once he was certain he was alone, he began to move slowly. At this moment, a golden gourd bottle sailed through the air. The black figure stayed close to the ground. When he saw the golden gourd, he hid his aura. After the golden gourd disappeared, he looked up. He had underestimated the power of the evil sky pavilion. He could sense powerful energies blocking his routes of escape in all directions. The back of the mountain was his only option left. The black figure suppressed his surging chi and blood before he picked up pace. At this moment, Shangrong, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes shut, adjusting his condition, moved his ears. Who's there? Swoosh. The figure entered the barrier and moved to Shangrong's side. Jiang Liang stayed in the divine capital most of the time, only leaving when on a mission. He knew a thing or two about the evil sky pavilion, but he did not know the person before him. Assuming the man was imprisoned here, he concluded the man must be an enemy of the evil sky pavilion. Don't make a sound. Otherwise, you'll die, Jiang Liang said, holding one hand against his chest as he looked at Shangrong. A suspicious expression crossed his face as he probed the man before him. He could not sense any primal chi from Shangrong, causing him to relax. Comrade, you're hurt, Shangrong's voice was as gentle as usual. Jiang Liang frowned deeply and asked, you were captured by the evil sky pavilion? That's right, Shangrong answered honestly. Why didn't you run away? Run away? Shangrong shook his head and smiled. If I could, I would have done so a long time ago. Why wait until now? Jiang Liang nodded. Looks like I've underestimated the evil sky pavilion. Just as Shangrong was about to stand, Jiang Liang interjected in a deep voice, don't move. Are you afraid? Shangrong asked. I've alerted many elites of the evil sky pavilion. Any movement will catch their attention now. If I die, I'll take you with me, Jiangliang said. Yu Shangrong looked at the night sky outside. You want to kill me? Jiangliang appraised Yu Shangrong again. The moonlight fell on Yu Shangrong's face, making him appear gentle. I'm only trying to save my own skin, Jiangliang said. Don't resent me for this. There's no need to be afraid, comrade. If this had happened in the past, you wouldn't have lasted a single breath before me, Yu Shangrong said. Jiangliang frowned again. He scoffed and said, if it weren't for my injuries due to my carelessness, I'm confident I could escape. Yu Shangrong shook his head. You're underestimating the evil Sky Pavilion. What do you mean? Even with my cultivation base, it would be impossible for me to escape this place, let alone someone like you, Yu Shangrong said calmly. Jiangliang, naturally, disagreed. Speak for yourself. Overconfidence and conceit are the downfall of men. Yu Shangrong recalled his master's words. It seemed his master's words made sense. Jiangliang looked outside, alert, and said flippantly, a lowly prisoner like you can't compare to me. We can't even be mentioned in the same breath. Yu Shangrong smiled and rose to his feet. I'm sorry. You've picked on the wrong person. Yu Shangrong's words were simple. Jiangliang was baffled by them. Yu Shangrong took a step forward. Jiangliang lunged. His dagger gleamed coldly in his hand. At this moment, Yu Shangrong drew his sword, unsheathing the longevity sword. He brought it up in a 45-degree upward motion. Whoosh! The sword was sheathed again. The series of movements flowed smoothly and naturally like water. The battle had ended. Clack! Jiangliang's dagger broke in half. One half dropped to the ground, the remaining half still in his grasp. His eyes were brimming with terror. He felt as if his sea of qi had been pierced. Moreover, it seemed his lower left abdomen to his right shoulder had been slashed. A thin cut crossed his sea of qi and was slowly spreading. The person did not use primal qi at all. Did he manage that with his physical strength alone? Jiangliang turned to look at the longevity sword at the side. It emitted a faint red glow before it disappeared, clearly an extraordinary heaven-grade weapon. Yu Shangrong shook his head slightly, unsatisfied. Under normal circumstances, you would have died instantly. I regret prolonging your suffering. Blood stained his clothes. Jiangliang said, if I hadn't been heavily injured, you wouldn't have been able to touch me. If I hadn't been injured? Yu Shangrong only smiled faintly. He returned to his original spot and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest his spirit. He no longer spoke after that. Jiangliang's life was seeping away. With a thud, he slumped to the ground. The moment his sea of qi was cut open, he lost the ability to summon his primal qi. Besides, he was already injured. Now, he could only wait for death. He was not content with this outcome. On the brink of death, he looked at Yu Shangrong, who was sitting cross-legged across from him, and asked, Who are you? I'll remember the name of the person who kills me. Yu Shangrong opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Jiangliang, smiling faintly again. My name is Yu Shangrong. Jiangliang chuckled to himself. If he hadn't been injured? Now he knew that nothing would have changed even if he weren't injured. If he were not injured, and Yu Shangrong had access to his cultivation base, he would have died in a gruesome manner. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Jiangliang's mind. Whether it was regret, desperation, or a chance to escape, none of those mattered now. Before he breathed his last breath, he uttered his final word, good. His head lolled to the side, and he breathed no more. The night was still, and the moonlight was enticing. After an unknown period of time, the moonlight shone into the cave of reflection again. Yu Shangrong's long hair was now half white. Yu Shangrong opened his eyes slowly. He lowered his head and looked at the hair on his shoulders. He was not shocked by it. He closed his eyes again. A huge wave of energy surged outside the cave of reflection. Sometime later, a voice rang out from outside the cave, sharp and clear. Second senior brother. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, little junior sister. He stood up slowly, picked up his longevity sword, and walked out of the cave of reflection. Little Yuan was standing outside the cave under the moonlight. She had been happy, but when she saw Yu Shangrong's silver hair, she was shocked and worried. Second senior brother, you're your hair. I'm alright. Yu Shangrong walked up to little Yuan. He looked up at the starry sky and the gentle moonlight, then shifted his gaze to her. You seem to have grown taller. Little Yuan giggled. Well, it's only natural for people to grow. Yes, people grow, Yu Shangrong said. The 3 elders and 4th senior brother are causing trouble. I had nothing else to do, so I decided to visit you, little Yuan added. At this moment, Hua Wudao was flying across the sky with his 7-leaf avatar and 6 compatible seal. When he sensed some movement at the cave of reflection, he hovered in the air and looked down. Yu Shangrong did not even look up as he spoke, he's dead. He's inside the cave of reflection. Hua Wudao was slightly shocked and began to descend. He was more shocked when he saw the dead Jiang Liang. He bent down to inspect the wound on Jiang Liang's body. When he confirmed it was a sword wound, he was filled with fright. Yu Shangrong's cultivation base had been sealed. Naturally, Hua Wudao knew that Jiang Liang was an elite in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Even if injured, he was not someone who could be killed by someone without a cultivation base. How did Yu Shangrong manage it? Hua Wudao turned and looked at Yu Shangrong, who was backlit by the moonlight. Half of Yu Shangrong's face had turned white, but his expression remained calm as if nothing had changed. Hua Wudao couldn't make sense of it, so he decided to stop guessing. He left the cave of reflection for a moment to notify the others to move the body away. When little Yuan saw the corpse, she was also shocked. She said, second senior brother, you killed him? Yu Shangrong nodded slightly. When he returned, Hua Wudao cupped his fists. May I ask, how did you kill Jiang Liang, Mr. Second? With a mighty swing of my sword, Yu Shangrong replied nonchalantly. There was no flaw in that answer. Having inspected the wound, Hua Wudao now felt his question was meaningless. I'm enlightened. Hua Wudao cupped his hand slightly, turned around, and left. Little Yuan gave Yu Shangrong a thumbs up. She giggled and said, that's amazing, second senior brother, just how amazing are you? That question stumped Yu Shangrong. After some thought, he replied honestly, I'm just slightly less amazing than master. Slightly less? Well, maybe a little more. So, which is it? Little Yuan looked at him, clearly not planning to give up until she had her answer. That's not important. Yu Shangrong walked away from the moonlight and into the shadows of the trees. This scene reminded little Yuan of someone. She said, second senior brother, 6th senior sister's hair is actually whiter than yours. Yu Shangrong turned around and said, Yi Tianqin? When little Yuan thought about Yi Tianqin, she became dejected. Senior sister Tianqin has it rough. Alas, she's been driven out by master. Yu Shangrong smiled. That kindness of yours is rare, little junior sister. Thank you, second senior brother, little Yuan said. Yu Shangrong noticed that something was amiss with her clothes. He asked, puzzled, is the cloud feather raiment not good? No. It's great, but master won't let me wear it. He says it's getting in the way of my improvement and cultivation base, little Yuan replied. Master is right. Little Yuan said proudly, I've made some huge improvements lately. Second senior brother, let's spar. I couldn't even touch you back then, but I'm sure I can now. Yu Shangrong. Before he could reply, a 10-foot avatar appeared behind little Yuan, as quick-witted and cute as its owner. Yu Shangrong looked at the avatar with a slightly shocked expression and spoke softly, congratulations, little junior sister. She managed to enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm and form 100 tribulations inside avatar in such a short time. She has even sprouted one leaf. Perhaps, in the near future, little junior sister would really be able to reach the top of the cultivation world. Her future is something to look forward to. On the other hand, Shangrong had completely lost his cultivation base. He shook his head. At this moment, an imposing voice rang out in the air. Yuaner, behave yourself. Little Yuaner hastily turned around. She saw her master walking toward them under the moonlight with his hands behind his back. She bowed hurriedly. Master. Shangrong was slightly taken aback. He went to his little senior sister's side and bowed as well. Lu Zhou glanced at Shangrong's hair. He turned to little Yuaner and said, Yuaner, I have something to discuss with your second senior brother. Give us some privacy. Oh. Although little Yuaner was slightly unwilling, she always did as she was told. She turned to look at Shangrong before waving her hand and saying, Second senior brother, let's spar in the future. I'll be going now. Meicham Shangrong nodded. After little Yuano left, Lu Zhou extended his hand and said tonelessly, the longevity sword. Shangrong knew he could not resist. Yet, he hesitated slightly before finally placing the longevity sword in his master's hand. When Lu Zhou touched the longevity sword, he felt the energy within it was practically depleted. Lu Zhou tossed the sword back to Shangrong and said, Don't you feel regretful? You could have lived for another 200 years. He was sure that Shangrong had used the remaining power inside the sword to kill Jiang Liang. As its name suggested, the longevity sword could prolong one's life and stave off death for a while. Shangrong appeared calm as he said, I have never regretted the strokes of my sword. In the past, the present, or the future, I will never regret it. With his hands on his back, Lu Zhou asked, at this point. Do you still think I'm trying to kill you? Shangrong was stunned. Although they had not spoken much since they were in Radiant Cloud Forest, he could clearly sense his master's change. After some thought, he replied, There's no guarantee of what might happen in the future. The future? How much longer do you have to live? What future are you talking about? Lu Zhou retorted. Shangrong was momentarily speechless. After a moment, he said, You said you'd kick down the doors of the nine-leaf stage. Lu Zhou looked up at the sky, where the moon shone brightly. He sighed, shook his head, and said, No matter what I did, it's all in the past. Shangrong didn't know what to say. Hearing this, the animosity he felt in the past resurfaced, reminding him of what had happened. In the end, he chose to remain silent. At this moment, Lu Zhou slowly turned around and looked at Shangrong. There must be a reason why I tried to kill you in the past. Regardless, you're still my disciple. Your hair has already turned white. Once you've thought things through, come to the Eastern Pavilion. He didn't wait for Shangrong's reply and left the Cave of Reflection after speaking. For a long time, the moonlight continued to shine on him. Shangrong tightly gripped his longevity sword with a trembling hand before entering the Cave of Reflection once again. Ding! Shangrong instructed. Reward, 500 merit points. Early the next morning, the sun rose in the east as usual. As the morning rays shone into the Cave of Reflection, little Yuaner hopped toward the entrance. She called out, Second senior brother. Morning, little junior sister. Shangrong, carrying the longevity sword in his arms, walked out of the Cave of Reflection. At this moment, his hair was no longer partially white, it had turned completely white. Little Yuaner's eyes widened in shock. She pointed at him and said, Second senior brother, your hair. It's all right, Shangrong said, looking up at the sun in the east and smiling contentedly. I'll look for master. No need, Shangrong continued, walking forward. Little Yuaner stopped in her tracks. Shangrong approached her and smiled. Little junior sister, I've completely lost my cultivation base. If you want to spar with me, you'll have to go easy on me. I will. Little Yuaner found it difficult to speak. A small crowd had gathered at the Cave of Reflection. Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, Hua Yueshing, Zhao Yu, Ming Shiyin, Zhu Honggong, and several female disciples surrounded and watched Yu Shangrong. They had heard about him killing a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert, even with his cultivation base sealed. They had also heard about his hair turning partially white. However, now that they saw him, his hair was completely white, having turned so overnight. Knowing about Yu Shangrong's lineage, they whispered among themselves. The Melilot, which grew in Nobleman Nation, bloomed in the morning and wilted at night. Yu Shangrong glanced at the others. He greeted them in an elegant manner, morning. Everyone else cupped their hands. Good morning, Mr. Second. Little Yuaner said, second senior brother, I'll go ask for Master's help. He'll surely find a way. Didn't you come to spar with me? Yu Shangrong asked. Well, little Yuaner gave it some thought before replying, all right. In the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou had meditated upon the heavenly writing scrolls for a whole night. He was now in high spirits. He stretched his limbs and stood outside the eastern pavilion. At this moment, Li Yunjiao and Jiang Aijin walked over. The two of them bowed. Li Yunjiao said, on behalf of the Empress Dowager, I thank you, old mister. After your treatment, the Empress Dowager has been feeling better. We'll return today, and I'm here to bid you farewell. Jiang Aijin stood up, bowed, and said, I'll see them off. Lu Zhou knew what was on Jiang Aijin's mind. He said, Li Yunjiao. When you return to the divine capital, tell them Jiang Aijin is dead. Moreover, tell the crown prince that the Evil Sky Pavilion will remember this. Li Yunjiao bowed immediately, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. However, Jiang Aijin said, save it. Don't you know the old senior's style? Go. Li Yunjiao, after all, was a member of the imperial family. It was only natural for him to speak in favor of the imperial family. However, Jiang Aijin was also a member of the imperial family. Lu Huan and Lu Ji were his brothers, yet he did not care about them at all. Lu Zhou watched as Jiang Aijin pulled Li Yunjiao out of the eastern pavilion. He couldn't help but sigh, oh, ever-living emperor, don't you have any decent descendants? When Li Yunjiao thought about it, that statement sounded wrong. The fourth prince, Lu Bing, was a border general and a man with achievements. The fifth prince, Lu Hong, was timid, but he wasn't wicked. He almost forgot. Jiang Aijin, or Lu Chen, the third prince, wasn't an evil person either. Meanwhile, in one of the more secluded branches of the Nether sect, Yu Xinghai was pacing back and forth. He looked at Si Wuya, who was sitting on a chair to the side, and asked, seventh junior brother, do you have a good plan? Si Wuya shook his head. I didn't expect Jiang Aijin to make this move. Now that he's hiding in the Evil Sky Pavilion, my men can't touch him. Must we capture him? Yu Xinghai asked. Jiang Aijin is the third prince of Great Yin. He's deeply loved by the Empress Dowager. If we can capture him, the Nether sect will have another chip to play. Alas, he's too cunning, Si Wuya replied. Yu Xinghai said, the barrier in Golden Court Mountain is gone. You have elites like the 5 mice among your men. Can't they think of a way to sneak in and kill Jiang Aijin? That's impossible, Si Wuya replied, recalling the scene of the blooming blue lotus. We can't kill Jiang Aijin. Master is clearly protecting him. Also, from the mole I planted around the crown prince, I learned that he had sent an assassin to kill him. The crown prince wants to kill the third prince? The crown prince must be unaware that Jiang Aijin is the third prince. He's merely trying to avenge Lu Huan to gain a good reputation, Si Wuya replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinghai seemed amused. He laughed and stepped forward to smack Si Wuya's shoulder. Si Wuya frowned, confused. Yu Xinghai said, sometimes, I wonder how you've cultivated all these connections in the palace. Si Wuya. Don't be shy. I won't laugh, Yu Xinghai said. Si Wuya appeared awkward and remained silent. So, it's really Princess Yongning? When Princess Yongning was mentioned, Si Wuya shook his head and said, "You've misunderstood, eldest senior brother. There's nothing between us." Yu Jinghai gave him a meaningful look. He nodded and said, "It's no wonder Han Yuan is afraid to touch you. What a wonderful lady, yet you're not satisfied. Junior brother, you should consider lowering your standards slightly." Si Wuya was speechless. He changed the topic at once. "Let's talk about the Nether Sect's upcoming plans." "That's good. It's just what I wanted." Yu Jinghai was immediately invigorated. He no longer indulged in romantic affairs. A table was prepared, and a map was spread on it. Si Wuya pointed to where Liang province was. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. After receiving 10 thank you messages in a row, Lu Zhou exited the room, wanting to get some fresh air. As expected, he shouldn't have placed too much hope in the lucky draws. It was one thing to obtain various items at the end, but it was quite another to lose everything he possessed. As he was stretching his limbs, little Yuaner appeared and said, Master, second senior brother has been staying in the Cave of Reflection for many days now. I'm worried about him. Can you go and check on him?" Lu Zhou frowned. "It's been 7 days. Is he still struggling with his thoughts?" "What's the situation?" he asked. "His hair turned completely white a few days ago. Now, he's in a poor state. I don't think he can even lift his sword," little Yuaner replied. Lu Zhou turned around slowly. At this moment, Ming Shirin, Zhao Yu, Zhu Honggong, Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, and the female disciples swarmed into the eastern pavilion. With a collective thud, they fell to their knees, as if they had rehearsed it. "Please do something, master," they pleaded. Lu Zhou looked at everyone and stroked his beard. "You're pleading on that rascal's behalf?" Ming Shirin said, "Although second senior brother has done wrong, he has killed many who coveted the evil Sky Pavilion's possessions over the years. Please do something, master." The others bowed as well. Lu Zhou shook his head. "If anyone should beg, it should be him." "Master." "Silence," Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. "If I were merciful, do you think the evil Sky Pavilion would be where it is today? Tell him that if he wants to die, I'll let him die." With a wave of his sleeve, Lu Zhou returned to the eastern pavilion. He was not Ming Shirin. He was not Zhao Yu. He was not one of the fellow disciples. He was the master of the evil Sky Pavilion. The others were rooted to the spot. Lu Zhou's words echoed in their ears. If he had shown mercy, the evil Sky Pavilion would have been destroyed long ago. If everyone acted this way, who would be responsible for the next traitor? Their master was right. If he accepted their plea for the traitor, he would not be able to maintain the evil Sky Pavilion as it was. Moreover, Yu Shangrong had fought against their eldest senior brother and remained idle when the evil Sky Pavilion was under siege. He was not without fault. Their master had already fulfilled all his moral obligations by being this tolerant. At this moment, Duan Musheng walked in. When he saw everyone kneeling, he sighed. "Third senior brother, do you have a plan?" Ming Shirin asked. "Actually, master is right. Since the founding of the evil Sky Pavilion, if master had been merciful or soft-hearted, we wouldn't be here today. Didn't master personally fend off the 10 great sects when they laid siege on Golden Court Mountain back then?" Ming Shirin sighed and nodded. "However, we can't just stay idle," Zhao Yu said. "Fourth senior brother, think of something." "There is a way, but it will be difficult." Ming Shirin looked around. The others gazed at Ming Shirin. "The Empress Dowager has given master a longevity pill as a gift, and the pill is in master's possession. The only thing that can save second senior brother is that pill. However, master is well advanced in age. He will surely treasure the pill. What we're doing is forcing master to give it up. I'm already surprised that we weren't given a proper scolding by master. Get up, everyone. Let's go out." Everyone nodded upon hearing Ming Shiyin's words. The pavilion master's great limit was near, and he was also searching for a way to extend his life. Even if the longevity pill would not be of much help to him, it was not enough of a reason to simply give it away. Outside the pavilion, Mingshirine said, "If there's nothing else, we should call it a day. Little junior sister, come with me to the Cave of Reflection." Oh, the others cooperated well, and everyone left. Mingshirine and little Yuaner walked toward the back of the mountain along the corridor outside the northern pavilion. They reached the Cave of Reflection. Mingshirine bowed and said, "Greetings, second senior brother." Little Yuaner followed suit and said, "Greetings, second senior brother." This time, Shangrong did not emerge. Instead, he said, "Come in." His voice was as gentle and soft as usual. As cultivators, Mingshirine and little Yuaner could hear his subdued tone. They entered the Cave of Reflection and, upon seeing their second senior brother sitting cross-legged, bowed again. "Fourth junior brother, little junior sister, have a seat," Shangrong smiled. "Second senior brother, why must you go to such lengths?" Mingshirine asked, before sitting down. Shangrong looked at Mingshirine and said, "We are fellow disciples. There's no need to beat around the bush. Just say what's on your mind." Mingshirine took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and said, "Second senior brother, listen to me. I can see that Master values the bond between the two of you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been allowed to remain here peacefully." He glanced around the Cave of Reflection. It was cold and crude, but compared to previous punishments, this was a very light one. "What else do you have to say?" Shangrong asked. "Master has one longevity pill. It will be able to solve your problem. I don't know what happened in the past, but is it more important than your life?" Mingshirine inquired. Shangrong fell silent. Mingshirine suddenly felt that his second senior brother was not against being advised. Thus, he continued earnestly, "Master is quite different from the person he was before. Not only did he grant me the separation hook, but he even gave little junior sister the Nirvana sash. Even old Eighth got a set of boxing gloves." "Yes." Little Yuaner flashed her Nirvana sash, the scarlet sash dancing before her. This was a high-quality heaven-grade weapon. Although her affinity with it was not at its peak, Shangrong could sense the uniqueness of this weapon. Shangrong looked at the two of them and said, "If Master wants to kill you, how would you feel?" "The thing is, you're living peacefully now," Mingshirine said. Shangrong was stumped. Mingshirine continued, "Second senior brother, forgive me for being blunt, but with Master's cultivation base, if he wanted to kill you, you would have been long dead. You couldn't have possibly lived until this day." He knew these words might provoke Shangrong, but it was better to be clear about such matters. His words were on point, and Shangrong's heart skipped a beat. He had been nonchalant before, but now a frown could be seen on his face. "Don't you believe me, second senior brother?" Mingshirine asked. "I do," Shangrong said after a while. "Fourth junior brother, little junior sister, you can go now." "All right." Mingshirine made no further attempts to persuade him. He looked at little Yuaner meaningfully, and the two of them left the Cave of Reflection and went to the southern pavilion. Little Yuaner asked, "Fourth senior brother, will second senior brother die?" "He won't," Mingshirine replied. "Why's that?" "Second senior brother isn't a petty or stubborn man. I've been clear with my words. Now, it's all up to Master," Mingshirine said. Night came and Lu Zhou felt as though he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Although it was not difficult to raise his cultivation base, he needed the necessary insight to do so. He had to search his memories and the secrets of the nine-leaf stage. He glanced at his remaining life. Remaining life, 6,864 days. Based on what he knew now, it was certain that attaining the nine-leaf stage would shorten his lifespan. In that case, the 6,000 or so days would not be enough. Merit points, 24,250. If he could obtain 10 worlds, he would be able to enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm and start sprouting leaves. After giving it some thought, Lu Zhou made another 10 consecutive draws. His luck points were now at 20. The feelings of men were strange. When he heard the thank you messages, he always had this feeling that he would succeed on the next draw. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Spent 20 luck points. Obtained reversal card x10. Nice. I'm not an African chieftain. Currently, Lu Zhou felt that he could accept any other result aside from the thank you message. It was good that he had more reversal cards. They would be helpful in his preparation to attempt to break through to the 9-leaf stage. I should stop now. After making the draws, Lu Zhou checked his items. He now had 31 reversal cards. Greetings, Master. Yu Shangrong's voice reached him. He was kneeling. Lu Zhou's expression was apathetic. He did not go out but remained seated, cross-legged, on the floor, stroking his beard as he said, "Have you thought things through?" "I wish to live," Yu Shangrong replied. His tone seemed more spirited now. "Come in." With his master's permission, Yu Shangrong pushed the doors open and entered. Creak. Lu Zhou looked stern and imposing under the light. He pointed at the cushion opposite him. Sit. Upon thinking about it, Yu Shangrong realized he had never had a sit-down conversation with his master before. Perhaps, fourth junior brother is right. He sat opposite his master and placed his longevity sword by his side. Lu Zhou's gaze was deep. He looked at Yu Shangrong and said, "Did I really intend to kill you back then?" This question immediately caused the atmosphere inside the pavilion to freeze. However, Yu Shangrong seemed unfazed. He nodded decisively. Yes. Reason? You wanted to attain the 9-leaf stage. Yu Shangrong's fingers trembled, and he couldn't seem to steady them. He continued, "Eldest senior brother, and I had no other choice but to leave." Lu Zhou's expression was calm, but inwardly, he was puzzled. Attain the 9-leaf stage by killing my own disciples? What kind of logic is that? Clearly, there were more complicated procedures involved. Yu Shangrong met Lu Zhou's gaze and said honestly, "The people of Nobleman Nation live during the day and die by nightfall. However, we have a certain ability." He paused slightly before continuing, "We can take lives to extend our own. Perhaps, you wanted that ability, Master." When he heard this, Lu Zhou did not find it strange at all. He had his own guesses before this, and now they were confirmed. If that was the case, what about Yu Xinghai? Is this the case with Yu Xinghai as well? All I know is that eldest senior brother is tough. We'll have to ask him about the other details. The master and disciple both knew what the other was thinking. After a moment of silence, Yu Shangrong said, "Seventh junior brother mentioned that you sealed your memories in a crystal. Perhaps, the answer you seek is in the crystal." The room was extremely quiet, the silence palpable. "So, this is the reason for the lost memories," Lu Zhou mused, stroking his beard instinctively. "Where's the crystal?" "I don't know," Yu Shangrong replied. "However, you traveled to many places, from Rongbei to Rongxi." Lu Zhou asked, "Aren't you worried that I might try to kill you again once I regain my memories?" "Fourth junior brother has said that with your cultivation base, if you truly want to kill me and eldest senior brother, it would be a simple task," Yu Shangrong answered. "There are many things." Lu Zhou nodded. "Continue." "You enjoyed beating eldest senior brother up and made him man the helm. You sparred with the sword only with me. You often had seventh junior brother massage your feet, and you." Before Yu Shangrong could finish, Lu Zhou raised a hand to stop him. "There's no need to mention anything unrelated to the 9-leaf stage." "Understood." Yu Shangrong said nothing more. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Shangrong, waiting for him to continue. He kept looking until Yu Shangrong lowered his head, appraising his own clothes and hair, feeling ill at ease. It makes sense. If Yu Shangrong had learned the secrets of the 9-leaf stage, he wouldn't still be at the 8-leaf stage, let alone in this state with his white hair, Lu Zhou thought. The room was silent once more. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Shangrong leaned forward. He broke the silence by saying, "I wish to live." Strangely, the look Lu Zhou gave him was not one of indignation, but of reassurance. Falling sick and dying are all parts of the cycle of life. Everyone will die. However, only by living can one continue to find the reason to keep on living, hope. "I'm glad you've thought things through," Lu Zhou said, waving his hand. The brocade box on the table beside him flew to Shangrong's side. "I'll grant you this longevity pill. I hope you'll live on." He emphasized the words "live on." Shangrong trembled slightly. When he heard those hopeful words, something stirred within him. He kowtowed, offering no flattering words or dramatic gestures. There was no need for unnecessary explanations or expressions. "This disciple pays his respects," he said. To rekindle a person's passion for life, it is imperative to tell them to keep moving forward, even if the road ahead is dark. Hope is the best motivator to keep someone going. Lu Zhou felt slightly emotional when he saw Shangrong prostrate himself in front of him. After a moment's silence, he said, "Get up." Shangrong sat up and took the black brocade box. Lu Zhou said, "This pill is exceptional. You will be granted 200 years of life." 200 years is enough, Shangrong replied, not being greedy. The power from the longevity sword that had dissipated when he killed Jiang Liang was also equivalent to 200 years. Lu Zhou said, "That's not enough, far from it. How are you going to attain the 9-leaf stage in 200 years? Shangrong was puzzled. Lu Zhou continued, "You said there's nothing but an endless night behind the doors of the 9-leaf stage, but I don't think so. There are no easy paths. The journey from the 1-leaf stage to the 8-leaf stage is already fraught with obstacles. How could reaching the 9-leaf stage from the 8-leaf stage be easy?" Shangrong felt shocked. He thought his master's statement about intending to attain the 9-leaf stage at the mouth of the Cave of Reflection was just a spur-of-the-moment declaration. It seemed things were not as simple as he had thought. Although Lu Zhou saw the confused expression on Shangrong's face, he did not explain further. Instead, he pointed at the brocade box and said, "Take the pill." Shangrong opened the brocade box. Inside, a dark, gleaming longevity pill rested silently. When he opened it, a strong smell of medicinal herbs wafted into his nose. The aroma was warming and comforting. At the same time, there was an intense fluctuation of energy. Shangrong was slightly shocked. A newly refined pill. The longevity pill could extend a person's life due to the vast amount of energy it contained. However, this energy would slowly dissipate over time. Unlike wine, which improves with age, the longevity pill's potency diminishes the longer it is kept. He did not expect this longevity pill to be so new. Refining a longevity pill required significant effort and investment, something he was well aware of. "Eat it," Lu Zhou said. Shangrong did not hesitate. He placed the pill in his mouth. Initially, it felt warm, but when it touched his tongue, there was a scorching sensation. As though coming to life, the pill slid down into his belly. Before he could even taste it, it passed through his throat, feeling as if he had swallowed a large date whole. Shortly after, the scorching sensation permeated his abdomen. The pill was beginning to take effect. At that moment, Lu Zhou raised his hand and struck Shangrong's body. "Don't move." Shangrong could not move even if he wanted to. With his cultivation base gone and the energy from the pill surging, he was immobilized. Lu Zhou's strike created a chilling breeze that blew against Shangrong, offering relief from the heat. He knew his master was undoing the binding mantra. With the palm strike, the binding mantra instantly vanished, and the scorching sensation spread throughout his body. Everything was silent again. The familiar power erupted from his dantian, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. The power surged through his extraordinary 8 meridians and spread throughout his body. With his 8-leaf power, the scorching sensation became negligible. The effects of the longevity pill were further manifested, permeating his entire body. Lu Zhou observed that Yu Shangrong's hair was slowly regaining its original color, indicating that the longevity pill was working. As time passed, Yu Shangrong was deeply immersed in absorbing the pill's medicinal efficacy. Lu Zhou also noticed that Yu Shangrong's loyalty had increased after he prostrated before him. Currently, Yu Shangrong's loyalty continued to grow. Men are strange creatures, a thought can make the difference between a hair's breadth and worlds apart. Sometimes, a single thought can change one's mind. The second day dawned. Yu Shangrong felt he had absorbed most of the pill's medicinal efficacy. He slowly opened his eyes and saw his master, Lu Zhou, sitting opposite him at a table, resting with his eyes closed. Various books on the table were all related to the topic of lifespan. There was also a map and books about 8-leaf cultivation. The shelves held books of other genres as well. Yu Shangrong was stunned. It had been dim last night, and he couldn't see clearly. Now, upon closer inspection, it seemed his master had been well prepared. What moved him deeply was the sight of his master standing before him, indicating that his master had watched over him all night. Yu Shangrong felt that he had almost fully recovered his strength, though his condition still needed attention. He kowtowed to Lu Zhou once more, then picked up his longevity sword, turned, and left the room without a word. He had barely left the eastern pavilion when an imposing voice reached him. "Go to the southern pavilion." "Understood," Yu Shangrong said. Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. Last night's meditation was uneventful, but he noticed that the mission, Life of the Melilot, was now completed. As he had guessed, the Melilot referred to Yu Shangrong. The mission rewarded him 2,000 merit points. The other mission, the new open heavenly writing scroll, was shown on an ancient parchment to be in the northwestern corner. "Looks like it's over there." Since it was still very early in the morning, Lu Zhou closed his eyes again and continued to meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls. At the southern pavilion, Duan Muxing carried his overlord's spear and stood outside Mingshi Yin's room. "Old Fourth, be my sparring partner." Mingshi Yin. After a brief pause, Mingshi Yin walked out of his room and said, "Third senior brother, we're not at the same level, you and I. I suggest you find old Eighth. He's a good match for you. He has the Zen tunic and his boxing gloves. He's tough. He has only just sprouted one leaf." Duan Muxing stepped forward and pulled Mingshi Yin toward him. "How about Elder Hua? His tortoiseshell technique irritates me to no end." Mingshi Yin felt speechless. "Aren't you irritated that I keep running away?" he thought. Outwardly, he said, "No, no, no. I need to visit second senior brother. Once his problem is solved, you can spar with him." "Second senior brother? His cultivation base has been sealed, he's no match for me." Duan Muxing felt his words sounded off, so he clarified, "I can't unleash my potential without primal chi." "You're right, third senior brother. Second senior brother is no match for you." Boom, a loud explosion shook the air, stunning the two of them. They looked eastward beyond the southern pavilion. What happened? Who dares to cause trouble in the evil sky pavilion? Even Zhu Honggong, old Eighth, who had been sleeping soundly, jolted awake. Who dares to cause such trouble? Let's check it out. Mingshi Yin and Duan Muxing rushed out of the southern pavilion. Outside the southern pavilion, they found many female disciples gathered around the edges of the plaza, watching intently. Second senior brother? No way. In the middle of the plaza, Yu Shangrong stood atop the root-shaped pillar, embracing the longevity sword. His white hair had turned black, shocking those who saw him. "His sword is very cold," someone whispered. "So is his presence. He must be cold, standing up there." Pan Zhong mumbled. Zhou Jifeng nudged him, rolling his eyes, "Shut up. Didn't you see what happened to Elder Hua? His cultivation base is restored. There's no way he'll feel cold." Another figure stood before the pillar, Elder Hua, Hua Wudao, the most skilled in defense in the evil sky pavilion. Earlier, Hua Wudao had appeared near the southern pavilion. Seeing that Yu Shangrong's cultivation base was restored, he had decided to challenge him. He knew he could not win against Yu Shangrong, but he wanted to test the defensive strength of his 6-compatible seal. However, he could not even withstand a single hit. Hua Wudao looked up at Yu Shangrong with a pained expression and said determinedly, "Again." Yu Shangrong smiled faintly, his voice resonating from above. "You're weak, so weak you should work harder." Hua Wudao said awkwardly, "I don't think I can't withstand 2 hits." He unleashed his 6-compatible seal again, and the 9 scripts spun. The others scattered as the 6-compatible seal enveloped Hua Wudao. The 8 trigrams appeared beneath his feet. "Have your standards dropped so much, Elder Hua? You're only asking for 2 hits now?" Mingxirin suddenly said. Hua Wudao trembled briefly. A blush could be seen on his wizened face. Was withstanding a single hit an ordinary thing? Yu Shangrong stood on the stone pillar and looked down at Hua Wudao as he said, "Take a good look." Zing! Primal chi surged, and the longevity sword left its scabbard. Although the power from the longevity sword had dissipated, its unique characteristics still struck fear into the hearts of those who saw it. Everyone's attention was focused on Yu Shangrong at that moment. Yu Shangrong controlled the sword with his chi, and an energy blade appeared. He dove. The air in front of the stone pillar seemed to contort, and a thin layer of mist appeared. His figure blurred, and it seemed like there were 3 figures. Hua Wudao's eyes widened. When he blinked, the 3 figures had merged into one. The longevity sword was already inside the 6-compatible seal's range. Yu Shangrong raised the longevity sword before himself and pointed it at Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao felt pain. He had sparred with Duan Muxing and Old Third every day. Although he had not lost, he was not in good shape after their sparring sessions. When he sparred with Yu Shangrong, he did not expect the gap between Yu Shangrong and Duan Muxing's strength to be so great. He was greatly embarrassed. Zing! Yu Shangrong recalled his longevity sword and said, "There's no need to feel embarrassed. The longevity sword has been with me for many years. It has penetrated countless formations." Was that Yu Shangrong's way of comforting another person? Hua Wudao retracted his 6-compatible seal and staggered backward. Pan Lydian and Leng Luo, who were watching the battle from afar, shook their heads. "Old Leng, you're an 8-leaf cultivator as well. Why don't you spar with Mr. Second?" Pan Lydian said tauntingly. "I have yet to recover my cultivation base. We can do this another day. Old Pan, you have the support of the Sable Magnolia. I'm sure your cultivation base is recovering much faster than mine. Why don't you give it a try?" Leng Luo retorted. "I suddenly remember I've left a jar of century-old wine in the courtyard. Old Leng, care to have a cup?" "That's a splendid idea." The two quickly reached an agreement and left. Hua Yuexing quickly supported Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao said, "I'm all right. Thank you for the lesson, Mr. Second." Mingxirin stepped forward from the crowd and looked at Hua Wudao knowingly. "Elder Hua, you better not form another knot in your heart over this. My second senior brother is famous for his enter and return 3-soul sword technique. It's commendable that you were even brave enough to face it." When Hua Wudao looked around, he no longer saw Leng Luo and Pan Lydian. He felt much more at ease knowing they did not witness his humiliation. Yu Shangrong did not waste words and said, "Since you're a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion, I'll surely give you all the lessons you need. Is there anything else you need me to teach you?" Yu Shangrong asked gently. Yu Shangrong meant well. He was willing to teach all who wanted to learn. However, for some reason, his words sounded a bit off in the listeners' ears. At this moment, Mingxirin quickly pointed at Duan Muxing and cried out, "Third senior brother." Duan Muxing leveled his overlord spear and charged out from the crowd. He grabbed Mingxi Yin's collar and said, "You promised to spar with me. Are you going to renege on your promise?" No. Duan Muxing dragged Mingxirin away from the southern pavilion. "Say senior brother, slow down. The others felt speechless. At this moment, little Yuaner appeared on the beam of the southern pavilion. She said, "Morning, second senior brother." "Morning, little junior sister. Master wants to see you." "All right." Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, Lu Zhou placed the brush to the side. He looked at the name list he had just written down and nodded. Yu Shangrong, little Yuaner, Pan Zhong, and the others entered the great hall. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, pavilion master." Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Yu Shangrong as he said, "How was the sparring session?" Yu Shangrong replied, "I won with a single hit." When he said these words, a fleeting nostalgic feeling swept over him, as if he had returned to his past days of cultivation and learning in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Back then, he had only wielded a wooden sword, but that hadn't stopped him from challenging elites. He had also liked to proudly say that he had defeated his opponents with a single strike. Lu Zhou said, "Elder Hua has a sizable ego. Let him take a few more hits the next time." The others remained silent. Yu Shangrong nodded. Understood. Hua Wudao was an asset to the Evil Sky Pavilion. They should take care not to trample on his pride, in case it becomes a hindrance to his cultivation. It would have been a great loss. At this moment, Lu Zhou waved his hand. The paper on the table flew toward Yu Shangrong. With quick reflexes, Yu Shangrong caught the paper. He scanned the names on the list and roughly understood what it was all about. Lu Zhou placed his hands behind his back and said, "I have 2 missions to entrust you. Will you accept them?" Yu Shangrong replied without hesitation, "As you command, master." "Very well." Lu Zhou walked down the stairs to Yu Shangrong and said, "All the names on this list, leave none alive." His voice was neither loud nor soft, and the pace was neither slow nor rushed. Every word reached everyone's ears clearly. They inhaled sharply when they heard his words. Although they did not know whose names were on the list, it did not matter. They knew that once the list of names was in the Sword Devil's hands, they would all lose their lives. Was this the Evil Sky Pavilion's strength? Yu Shangrong looked at the list again and said, "Weak." The people on the list were, indeed, weak. Previously, he would not even deign to look at them. Perhaps, he felt the mission posed no challenge at all. He cupped his fists and said, "Let me add to the list of names." The others felt speechless. Lu Zhou replied apathetically, "All right." Yu Shangrong brought the paper to the table and began adding names to the list. A moment later, the rather empty paper was crammed with names. After he was done, he presented the paper with both hands to Lu Zhou. "Please take a look, master. There's no need for that. If you think you can kill them, then kill them." Lu Zhou showed his trust in Yu Shangrong. After all, he had no use for someone he did not trust. The others were silent. Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, and the others felt their understanding of the world crumbling. Little Yuaner, on the other hand, was curious. She walked up to Yu Shangrong and said, "Second senior brother, let me have a look." "Mm." Yu Shangrong did not mind. He passed the paper to little Yuaner. She raised the paper and read aloud, "Righteous Sect Master, Zhang Yuanshan. Duanling Branch Master, Chang Jian. Celestial Master Sect's Grand Elder, Zhang Daoran. Henku Branch's Grand Elder, Lao Zhangjin. Good Fortune Temple's Abbot, Buddhist Master, Miao Zhen. 7 Stars Villas Hu Shindao." Each name made the others' hearts skip a beat. They were all names of prominent figures, each one a person whose name shook the land. These were the elites of the 10 great sects who had attacked Golden Court Mountain previously. Little Yuaner's voice rang clear and bright in the great hall. After a moment, she paused and looked at Yu Shangrong. "Second senior brother, you've added many names." Yu Shangrong simply smiled. Little Yuaner continued, "Yun Sect's Grand Elder, Zhao Ji. Yun Sect's Second Elder, Sun Hong." These were the names of people from the Yun sect, the leader of the 3 sects in southern Great Yin. As the others listened, their hearts raced. The 3 sects were even stronger than the 10 great sections. The sizes of their forces were not something the 10 great sects could compare to. After reading for a while longer, little Yuana reached the last name on the list, Luo Sect's second elder, Shan Yunjing. As soon as Hua Yueshing heard this name, her eyes widened, and she staggered backward. Zhou Jifeng noticed Hua Yueshing's reaction and looked at her. "What's wrong?" Hua Yueshing replied, "It's nothing. I'm fine." There were only a few people in the Great Hall, and every movement was clearly visible. It was impossible for Lu Zhou to miss the change in Hua Yueshing's expression. The names on this list belong to those who bear ill intentions toward the evil Sky Pavilion. There are many sects on the noble path, but have you ever wondered why only they are on the kill list? Lu Zhou asked. Initially, he had no plans to explain his reasons to these people. However, the current evil Sky Pavilion was different from the past. After all, there were members who came from other sects. Before Lu Zhou could begin his explanation, Pan Zhong interjected, "The names that Pavilion Master and Mr. Second wrote down deserve to die. When they attacked the evil Sky Pavilion, they should have expected this day to come." The others nodded in agreement. Hua Yueshing, Lu Zhou looked at her. Hua Yueshing immediately bowed and said, "Pavilion Master. Shan Yunjing is the Luo Sect's second elder. Do you have a problem with me killing him?" Lu Zhou asked. He noticed that when Shan Yunjing's name was mentioned, Hua Yueshing seemed uneasy. Hua Yueshing replied, "I wouldn't dare to have an opinion on someone Mr. Second intends to kill. I'm just a little emotional." Shan Yunjing was my master. However, when I left the Yun sect, I severed all ties with her. Hua Yueshing explained. The others nodded in understanding. No wonder she reacted so strongly when she heard the name. It was only natural. After all, even if she had become cold-blooded, it would be difficult for her to remain indifferent to her former master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "Shan Yunjing?" Hua Yueshing nodded. "That's right." Lu Zhou looked at Yu Shangrong. After all, Yu Shangrong had added the name. Yu Shangrong said, "In that case, I'll leave her for last. If she's willing to repent in time, I'll spare her." His words were directed at Hua Yueshing. Hua Yueshing responded, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." "Thank you, Second Master." In the end, her master had taught her everything she knew. It could be considered as her fulfilling her duty by doing this. Lu Zhou had no objections, as he did not have much of an impression of Shan Yunjing. Many elites from the 10 great sects had laid siege to Golden Court Mountain, and aside from the 10 great elites, he could only recall a handful of the others. After all, with his status, it was impossible for him to notice and remember every minor figure. With no further objections, Yu Shangrong put the list away. Then, he said, "Please tell me about the second mission, Master." Lu Zhou waved his hand again. Another paper flew from the table. Yu Shangrong caught the paper and looked at it. It was filled with wriggly scripts and symbols that he could not understand. Little Yuaner stood on her tiptoes and hopped before she finally saw the symbols on the paper. She was thoroughly puzzled. Lu Zhou said, "For the second mission, go to Brackish Mountain and find a book with these symbols." Yu Shangrong looked at the paper again, a question forming in his mind. Brackish Mountain was his hometown. He did not know what these mind-boggling symbols meant, but he guessed that his master was being considerate by sending him to Brackish Mountain. Now that he thought about it, he had indeed been away from his hometown for a long time. The second iron rule of the evil Sky Pavilion required those who joined to sever all ties to the past. He could not possibly reject his master's kind offer. In the end, he said, "As you wish, Master. However, it's not easy to locate all the elites of the 10 great sections. This mission will take some time." "Do what you must," Lu Zhou said. Not only did Yu Shangrong have to locate them, but he also had to kill them. Some cultivators, who were extremely afraid of death, would hide themselves behind barriers and formations, making them hard to find. For this reason, even with his profound cultivation base, Shangrong could not complete the mission overnight. In the end, he said, "Yes, master." Then, Lu Zhou leaned down to Shangrong's ear and said in a soft voice, "If you run into a powerful opponent, avoid them and leave them to me." The world was full of surprises. Lu Zhou knew Shangrong should not underestimate others just because he was an 8-leaf elite. Shangrong was initially stunned but then nodded. He turned around and left the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall. The others watched him leave, filled with emotion. Shangrong had just returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, yet he was already given such an important mission. Would he be able to complete it successfully? Moreover, Lu Zhou had given Shangrong the liberty to act as he saw fit. Shangrong enjoyed missions like these, where he could travel alone and challenge elites from other parts of the world while completing his tasks. This mission, in a way, allowed him to return to his original lifestyle. After 2 days, Shangrong left the Evil Sky Pavilion. The missions were entrusted to him because he was the best person for the job, and this assignment offered a perfect opportunity to put his abilities to use. Lu Zhou considered asking Shangrong to capture Si Wuya, Old 7th, as well. However, Si Wuya was certainly with Jinghai, and the two were evenly matched. It was practically impossible to bring Si Wuya back. Moreover, the Nether sect had many branches spread across the land, making it difficult to locate Jinghai. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Aijin's death spread throughout the cultivation world, surprising the imperial family of Great Yin. During the morning assembly, court officials had a heated debate about the matter, but it was put on hold when the emperor did not appear at the imperial court for several days. 7 days later, there was a disturbance in Yi province, forcing the imperial court and family to shift their focus to the region. No one brought up the matter of the second prince, Lu Huan. Inside the study of the Evergreen Palace, one of the attendants walked in tremblingly. He kneeled on the ground and said, "Your Majesty, a report from the front lines says that Yi province is in disarray." A 60-year-old man stood beside the long table. He had a foot-long beard and deep-set eyes. He was the current emperor, Lu Gu. Lu Gu kept writing with his brush, immersed in calligraphy, seemingly unaffected by the news he had just received. After an unknown span of time, Lu Gu put his brush down and said, "Send word to Wei Zhuyan. Tell him to quell the disturbance." The attendant was slightly stunned. He was about to inquire if such an important matter should be brought to the court. However, when he saw the emperor's expression, he swallowed his words and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." "How is the Empress Dowager's condition?" Lu Gu asked, his hands behind his back. "The Empress Dowager has recovered from her illness after her trip to the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, bodyguard Jiang, who escorted the Empress Dowager to the Evil Sky Pavilion, is dead. Jiang Aijin, who assassinated the second prince, has been brought to justice." Lu Gu nodded slightly and said, "Here is my decree. The crown prince shall be grounded for 3 months. Also, find a replacement for Han Yuan as quickly as possible. Tell the officials to come up with a list of names and present them to me." "Yes, Your Majesty." The attendant left the study respectfully. It was now quiet inside the study. Lu Gu raised his right hand slightly, and red veins could be seen on his palm. He muttered to himself, "When I reach the 9-leaf stage, not only the 9 provinces, but all nations will be mine." 7 days later, at the Duanling branch's headquarters on Great Ring Mountain. The Duanling branch was a minor affiliate of the Confucian sects and one of the 10 great sects that attacked Golden Court Mountain. It was the smallest of them all and the only branch not protected by any formation barriers. It was situated in a remote location, and the path to reach it was winding. Once the traveler passed Great Ring Mountain, they would have to cross a valley infested with beasts and wild birds. Thus, the canyons and moats became the natural protectors of the Duanling branch. At high noon, the disciples were reading on the plaza. At this moment, a green-clad figure appeared in the air. "Who goes there?" The disciples immediately gathered and looked at the green-clad figure. They did not dare to offend the stranger, For someone capable of reaching this place without their permission had to be at least in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. The green-clad figure smiled. I'm sorry for intruding. Is this the Duanling branch? This is the Duanling branch. Do you have business here, senior? One of the bolder disciples asked. Is the sect master, Changjian, here? The green-clad figure countered, instead of answering the question. The disciples exchanged glances upon hearing this. At that moment, a commanding voice rang from the great hall, located halfway up the mountain. Who wants to meet me? A nascent divinity tribulation realm expert, surrounded by flashing energy, shot into the air above the great hall. The sect master has achieved a breakthrough. That's great. The sect master has achieved a breakthrough. The disciples leaped and cheered. This meant the Duanling branch had grown stronger, and its standing in the cultivation world would rise as well. When the green-clad figure saw the newcomer, he made no move. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he took a piece of paper out of his pocket. Seeing this, the Duanling branch disciples were baffled and at a loss for what to do. They had no idea what the green-clad figure was doing. The green-robed figure produced a black piece of something from his pocket and crossed Chang Jian's name off the list. Although the disciples could not see the content of the paper, the green-clad figure's simple movement caught their attention. At that moment, Chang Jian, who was hovering above the headquarters, unleashed a grand technique. His energy rippled into the surroundings, clearly showing he had achieved a breakthrough. Since he had made a breakthrough, he naturally wanted to flaunt his newly improved strength. Chang Jian looked at the green-clad figure. He knew the newcomer was not a pushover, so he had no intention of underestimating his opponent. He cupped his fists and asked, What business do you have in Duanling branch, dear sir? Are you Chang Jian? The green-robed figure asked with a smile. Addressing someone by their full name was considered rude, especially since Chang Jian was the master of the sect. However, he suppressed his annoyance and replied, I am. There's no mistake, then, the green-robed figure said as he put the list back into his pocket. What's that? Forgive me, dear sir. I don't have a good memory, so I have to consult the list, the green-robed man replied politely. A list of names? The green-clad figure looked at the others and said reassuringly, everyone else has no need to worry. After all, he was only there for the name on that list. Chang Jian frowned deeply. He stared at the green-clad figure with a fiery gaze. He suddenly remembered the title that had shocked the heavens. His heart skipped a beat as he said, You're here to kill me? I'm sorry, the green-robed figure said, raising his right hand slightly. The longevity sword flew into his palm. I know who you are. May I have a few more words with you? Chang Jian's brows were tightly knitted. The haughtiness and confidence he once had vanished without a trace when he saw the longevity sword. Sure, the green-clad figure curtly replied. I've just entered the peak 7-leaf stage. Grant me 3 days, and I'll surely own up to my crimes, Chang Jian said. The green-robed swordsman smiled faintly. No. As the saying goes, a cornered dog would jump over the wall. This was true of Chang Jian. Only, elders, to me. Chang Jian shouted. Many cultivators dived from halfway up the mountain, their numbers increasing. In addition to the disciples on the plaza, there were nearly 1,000 people. However, the green-robed swordsman remained calm. His grip on the longevity sword tightened. The sword hummed, sensing its owner's battle intent. Deprived of blood for a long time, the sword was now even more terrifying. Everyone on this list will lose their lives to my sword. I ask the others to stay out of this. I, Yu Shangrong, offer my thanks in advance. The name Yu Shangrong caused everyone to freeze, striking fear into their hearts. The reinforcements Chang Jian called were at a loss, their eyes wide as they looked at Yu Shangrong. Finally, Yu Shangrong made his move. 3 figures appeared before merging into one as he flew toward Chang Jian like a meteor. Inside the great hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou was thinking about the 9-leaf stage when he heard a notification. Ding! Target killed. Reward, 1,500 merit points. At the Duanling branch on Great Ring Mountain, an unusual silence reigned. Yu Shangrong's enter and return 3 souls technique sent the Duanling branch master, Chang Jian, reeling for hundreds of meters, leaving him with little combat strength. It was a one-sided fight, with Yu Shangrong doing all the attacking. Energy blades rained down on Chang Jian like a heavy torrential downpour. It seemed as though Yu Shangrong had been suppressing his feelings for a long time, and he finally had an outlet to vent them. An 8-leaf cultivator beating a 7-leaf cultivator might seem like an unreasonable and unfair fight, but this was the reality when one's sword path had reached its peak. The principle behind energy blades was for a cultivator to conjure primal chi, condense it into energy, and form it into blades. If a cultivator lacked a weapon and tried to form energy blades solely through imagination, it would be a difficult and exhausting task, requiring much more energy. Therefore, owning a weapon was crucial. With a weapon, a cultivator could channel energy around it and form energy blades directly. The other energy blades could then be replicated through the same process. A yellow-grade weapon could enhance the strength and formation speed of energy blades by 30%. A mystic-grade weapon was 30% faster and stronger than a yellow-grade weapon. For a heaven-grade weapon, there was a significant quality leap, granting it a unique ability to penetrate energy. The strength, number, and speed of the blades were 3 times greater than those of earth-grade weapons. This was the terrifying power of a heaven-grade weapon. Besides these factors, the bond between the weapon and its owner also played a crucial role. Yu Shangrong had long since achieved perfect affinity with his longevity sword. While it was not 3 times more powerful than an earth-grade weapon, it seemed to be 5 or even 10 times stronger. The energy blades rained down, destroying the buildings of the Duanling branch on Great Ring Mountain. When the Duanling branch disciples heard the name Yu Shangrong, they stared with their mouths agape. They knew how powerful the sword devil was, but witnessing the torrential rain of energy blades with their own eyes still filled them with fear and awe. A deep gorge could be seen halfway up the mountain. The difference in strength between Yu Shangrong and Chang Jian was too great. Yu Shangrong had easily killed Chang Jian, and nobody dared to step forward or object. Yu Shangrong opened his hand, and the longevity sword returned to its scabbard on its own. A faint red energy entered the blade. Yu Shangrong acted as if nothing had happened as he flew above the headquarters, surveying his surroundings for a moment. None of the Duanling branch disciples dared to move. "I'm sorry for disturbing all of you. Farewell." With that, Yu Shangrong disappeared. Over the next month, the Hanku branch's grand elder, Zhao Jin, died. The 7 Stars Villa's Hu Shindao died. The Celestial Master Sect's grand elder, Zhang Daoran, died. For a time, the 10 great sects lived in fear and trepidation due to these events. The existence of the Evil Sky Pavilion's hit list soon became public knowledge. Many disciples involved in the attack on the Evil Sky Pavilion left their respective sects in a bid to save their own lives. In the Luo sect, Southern Great Yin, the Yun sect had also learned about the hit list. The Luo sect's 3rd elder, Lu Ping, rushed toward the meeting hall with a worried expression. As the youngest elder of the Luo sect, he had a long path ahead of him. "Elder Lu. Elder Lu." The guards outside the meeting hall bowed when they saw him. "Is Elder Shan inside?" Lu Ping asked. "In reply to your question, Elder Lu, Elder Shan is in the middle of a meeting," one of the guards responded. Lu Ping went in without hesitation. More than 10 individuals were seated inside the meeting hall. When they saw Lu Ping hurrying in, they looked puzzled. "What's the rush, Elder Lu?" the other elders asked. Lu Ping did not beat around the bush. "Elder Shan, things aren't looking good. There's a rumor in the cultivation world that Yu Shangrong, the sword devil, has returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Then, he continued in a hushed tone, "The Evil Sky Pavilion has a hit list with the names of the cultivators who attacked it many years ago. Those on the list will be killed by Yu Shangrong." The others were shocked. Yu Shangrong's strength was not to be underestimated. The Yun, Tian, and Luo sects made up the three sects. The Yun sect was the only one who had a conflict with the evil Sky Pavilion. The Tian sect mostly stayed out of secular affairs. The Yun sect had only occasional interactions with the 10 great sects and did not have much enmity with the evil Sky Pavilion. Their last conflict was partially due to Yi Tianqin, who persuaded the Yun sect to send a dozen Divine Court Realm cultivators to attack the old villain on Blue Sun Mountain. However, the attempt ended in failure. The Yun sect was involved because of Yi Tianqin. Every debt has its debtor. What does this have to do with the Luo sect? Someone asked. Lu Ping, don't belittle our strengths and glorify another force's power. It's only a name list. There's no need to get all worked up about it. When Lu Ping heard this, he frowned. He lowered his voice and spoke each word clearly. Let me finish before you jump to conclusions. The Hanku branch's Grand Elder, Zhang Jin, the Seven Stars Villas Hu Shindao, the Celestial Master sects Zhang Daoran, they're dead. The others gasped, looking at Lu Ping in disbelief. The Sword Devil merely kills according to the name list. Anyone who finds themselves on that list will die. A month ago, the Duanling branch master, Chang Jian, had died. His name was first on the Sword Devil's list. I've sent my men to the Duanling branch. Sect Master Chang had recently attained the peak 7-leaf stage, and he was still utterly defeated by the Sword Devil. The meeting hall fell deathly silent. They were beginning to see how serious the matter was. Shan Yunjing raised her head, her expression grim. Someone said, you mentioned that the name list contains the people who once attacked Golden Court Mountain? That's right, Lu Ping confirmed. The others relaxed slightly, grateful that the Luo sect had stayed out of that affair. Elder Shan, Lu Ping looked at Shan Yunjing, who sat to the side. Shan Yunjing was the Luo sect's second elder and the only female elder of the sect. She was the best archer, acknowledged by everyone in the Luo sect. It was rumored that Shan Yunjing had once been considered for the title of one of the Divine Capital's 3 godly archers. Her disciple, Hua Yuexing, made a grand entrance into the cultivation world. With her amazing talents, she went to the Divine Capital and took her master's place. In terms of cultivation base, Hua Yuexing was not yet at Shan Yunjing's level. However, she had great potential and a bright future ahead. The others looked at Shan Yunjing. Your name's on the list. Shan Yunjing felt as if her heart had been hammered. Although she tried her very best to remain calm and maintain a peaceful expression, a sense of fear welled in her heart. The others seemed rather carefree. They sympathized with her but were relieved they were not on the list. Some even took pleasure in her misfortune. The meeting room remained silent for a very long time. Shan Yunjing finally spoke, does the sect master know about this? Not yet. I'll act as if I don't know about this, then, Shan Yunjing said. What did she mean by that? How could you ignore the fact that your name's on the hit list? Lu Ping cupped his fists and said, Elder Shan, we must proceed with caution. If the Sword Devil comes knocking, it'll be too late to regret it. Elder Shan, I think Elder Lu has a point. We should take this seriously. We can't afford to brush this off, the fourth elder said. Shan Yunjing shot to her feet. She looked around and said, are all of you afraid? The others smiled disapprovingly. Why should the Luo sect be afraid? We're not exactly afraid. Let's focus on the matter at hand and not distract ourselves. Elder Shan, what do you plan to do from now on? The others looked at Shan Yunjing again. Shan Yunjing said tonelessly, the Luo sect has 10 holy lands. They span Luo Peak, Purple Cloud Peak, and about 20 mountains. Each site has up to 10,000 disciples, all protected by barriers and formations. There are also experts skilled in formations and Taoist seals. The first holy land, which is this very place, has inherited the formation from the past 10 generations of sect masters. The elders are the mainstays of the Luo sect. We should all band together to resist the Sword Devil. In the vast cultivation world, the crooked can't be allowed to triumph over the noble. We must not let them do as they please. The meeting hall fell silent again. You have a point, Elder Shan. Evil is evil, and we can't allow the balance of the world to tip in their favor. Although the Luosex formation can't compare to the Divine Capital's 10-terminal formation, it's not something that can be easily broken. At this moment, the elder sitting furthest from the door said, "What if the Sword Devil decides to wait outside? He is of the Fiend Path, after all. As the saying goes, it's easier to dodge a spear in the open than to defend against an arrow fired in the dark." The Yunsex Luo-Shur-San, the first seat of the Sword Altar, one of the 8 altars, wasn't a match for the Sword Devil, and many can vouch for this. He had a point. The concern about the thief was worse than the theft itself. Who could guarantee that the Sword Devil would not stab them in the back? At this moment, a disciple hurried into the meeting hall. He announced loudly at the door, "Elders, there's a letter." From whom? The Sword Devil. Everyone felt their hearts sink when they heard this. The inevitable had happened. Shan Yunjing frowned. She waved her hand and said, "Read it." She knew she had to stay with the others. Otherwise, with her strength alone, it would be impossible to evade the Sword Devil's pursuit. The disciple opened the letter and read its contents. He seemed to be in a difficult position. In the end, he cleared his throat and read aloud, "I, Yu Shangrong, would like to trouble you to inform the Luosec's second elder, Shan Yunjing, that everyone on the list will have their lives claimed by my sword. In a show of exceptional grace, the Evil Sky Pavilion grants Elder Shan a chance to atone for her sins. From this day on, the Evil Sky Pavilion shall add a name to the list every 7 days until Elder Shan shows herself or until there are no more names to be added. Please forgive me for my crude choice of words. Writing isn't my strongest suit." After the disciple finished reading this, he looked puzzled. Is this the tone the freaking Sword Devil should be taking? Even the other elders were puzzled, let alone him. Shan Yunjing had a complicated expression on her face. She took a deep breath and said, "It's him, all right." "It's him? Many years ago, I tried to shoot him from the peak of the Third Holy Land. However, his energy was too dense. I didn't expect him to hold a grudge after all this time," Shan Yunjing said. "There's no need to fear him, everyone." The others looked at Shan Yunjing. She was, perhaps, the only person who could make such humble words sound righteous. "That's not right," Lu Ping raised his hand. "The letter says that Elder Shan can apologize. This means there is still hope." "You have a point, Elder Lu." "I concur." Shan Yunjing was stunned. She looked around and noticed that everyone's attitudes and gazes were different from moments ago. "What do you mean?" "Elder Shan. Please consider the bigger picture. I think you should offer your apology." "That's right. According to the Evil Sky Pavilion's convention, he's supposed to kill you. But since he made the offer, it means this is a chance. Elder Shan, although the Luo sect isn't weak, we're not bold enough to take on the Evil Sky Pavilion as an enemy. Please consider the bigger picture." Then, everyone said in unison, "Please consider the bigger picture, Elder Shan." Shan Yunjing did not expect the change in their attitudes. She placed her hands behind her back and chuckled. "A hit list, huh? What if I refuse?" Lu Ping said sternly, "In that case, we'll send you there." He emphasized the word send. His attitude had been different from the other elders from the start. He was determined that the only person who should die was the one who had offended the Evil Sky Pavilion. After all, this was the Sword Devil, not some 2-bit villain. Why should the Luo sect shoulder this responsibility when Shan Yunjing had brought it upon herself? "Fine. I'll go." Shan Yunjing narrowed her eyes in anger. Lu Ping said, "Tell you what. I have a friend who owns a mount. You can ride this mount to the Evil Sky Pavilion, Elder Shan." "That's wonderful. That's splendid." The other elders nodded and offered their praises. Shan Yunjing suddenly felt a lump in her chest. She found it difficult to breathe at this moment. News of the hit list spread further in the cultivation world. There was a saying that the sword devil, Shangrong, would add names to the list to threaten the listed individuals into showing themselves, often taking many innocent lives in the process. By the end of the month, Shangrong had reached number 2 on the blacklist. However, in truth, Shan Yunjing was the only one who was treated this way. 3 days later, inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall, Lu Zhou felt extremely relaxed. Throughout the month, as Yu Shangrong dealt with the names on the hit list, his merit points rose swiftly. Merit points, 32,250. This meant he could buy the 10 Worlds avatar. With that avatar, he could successfully enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm. However, he was in no hurry to purchase it. At this moment, Zhou Jifeng walked in. He bowed and said, "Pavilion Master, Shan Yunjing is here." Lu Zhou descended the steps, hands behind his back, and then stroked his beard. There's a rumor in the cultivation world that Mr. Second has sent a letter to the Luo sect, stating that he would add more names to the list every day until Shan Yunjing shows up at the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhou Jifeng explained. Lu Zhou frowned. Although Yu Shangrong enjoyed challenging elites, he was not someone who relished senseless killing. Why had he become so violent? Who told you this? Lu Zhou asked. An Evil Sky Pavilion disciple heard it from people at the information station while buying supplies in Tongzi town, Zhou Jifeng replied. The truth seems to be getting more distorted by the day. Lu Zhou shook his head. Bring Shan Yunjing here. Understood. Zhou Jifeng left the great hall. Lu Zhou returned to the steps and sat down slowly. When Hua Yueshing and the others heard the news, they hurried over. A short while later, Shan Yunjing and 4 others walked slowly into the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall, led by Zhou Jifeng. Perhaps it was their first time here, so they appeared visibly nervous. They placed a box on the floor and bowed. I am Shan Yunjing of the Luo sect, here to offer my apology, she said, cupping her hands. When she looked up, she saw Lu Zhou sitting on his throne. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Hua Yueshing. Shocked and a wave of anger rising in her heart, she spat out, "You scoundrel! How could you join this place?" Hua Yueshing's expression changed slightly. She took 3 steps backward. At this moment, Lu Zhou raised his hand, and a miniature Daoist hand seal flew out. Shan Yunjing raised her arms to defend herself, activating her protective energy to withstand the hand seal. Swoosh! 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 Duanmu Xing's overlord spear suddenly descended upon Shan Yunjing. The densely packed spear shadows overlapped into layers of waves. Boom! 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 Although Shan Yunjing was a 6-leaf elite, she struggled to hold her ground when Duanmu Xing attacked from such close range. Moreover, Duanmu Xing had regularly sparred with Hua Wudao, a 7-leaf cultivator, which had significantly enhanced the strength behind his attacks. Shan Yunjing, being an archer, found it particularly challenging to counter her opponent once he was in close range. Even with 3 additional leaves, it was difficult for her to leverage her skills effectively. She had no choice but to retreat. Her protective energy rippled and finally shattered. Bam! Shan Yunjing staggered back, somersaulted, and landed on her feet. Her eyes wide, she stared at Duanmu Xing, who wielded the overlord spear. Golden energy crackled from the tip of the spear to the dragon carving on the shaft. He's strong. Is the Evil Sky Pavilion filled with such powerful individuals? She was thoroughly shocked. Stand down, Lu Zhou said. Duanmu Xing turned around and bowed to Lu Zhou. Yes, master. Master? Shan Yunjing suppressed the fear rising in her heart. The Luo sect was unlike the 10 great sects or the Yun sect. The Luo sect, like the Tian sect, had never had any dealings with the Evil Sky Pavilion. She did not expect that her single mistake would result in such a powerful enemy. She looked at Hua Yueshing, who was standing nearby, and wondered, did the rascal slander me? However, she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. She dismissed the thought. Lu Zhou pointed at Hua Yueshing and said, Hua Yueshing is a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If you call her a rascal, you're being disrespectful to me. Shan Yinjing's heart skipped a beat. Lu Zhou continued, I could have asked her to slap you, but, his tone softened. You were her master once. A disciple hitting her master goes against the natural order. I'll strike on her behalf. Shan Yinjing raised her hand again, and a hand seal like the one before sailed toward her. Smack, it hit her cheek with pinpoint precision. This time, she dared not evade it and took the slap squarely. The hand seal slap was not light, it left a 5-finger mark on her face. When Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng saw this hand seal, they were amazed. The pavilion master's hand seal looks the same as mine, but anyone can block mine. The pavilion master's hand seal can't be blocked. That's the difference between us. Do you think you're fit to be mentioned in the same breath as the pavilion master? I was mistaken. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong were thoroughly enjoying this. The two of them were once forgotten figures in their former sects, with no place for them in the past. Once they found a place where they could stand on their own, they had to determine if it was reliable. When they first joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, they were somewhat reserved. Now, they are more at ease and no longer as nervous as before. Shan Yinjing spoke out of turn and was punished with a slap. The Evil Sky Pavilion is not a place where one can act however they please. They suddenly remembered the pavilion master had once said that if he had been merciful and soft-hearted, the Evil Sky Pavilion would not have reached its current position. Shan Yunjing did not dare to avoid the slap, nor was she capable of doing so. After being punished, she became more disciplined. After administering the punishment, Lu Zhou sat down, waving his sleeve. Naturally, Shan Yunjing did not dare to complain. Lu Zhou did not ask for Shan Yunjing's opinion but instead turned to the side and asked, Hua Yueshing, do you have anything to say? Hua Yueshing, after all, is a young lady. She had never been in such a situation, and she had no dignity when learning from Shan Yunjing. Even now, she is still fearful of Shan Yunjing. Shuddering at Lu Zhou's words, she hastily replied, No, I don't. No? Lu Zhou stroked his beard. He gave it some thought and said, If you have nothing to say, I'll say something on your behalf. Please do, Pavilion Master. Hua Yueshing, of course, had no objection to this. Silence descended on the great hall. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Shan Yunjing. Shan Yunjing cupped her fists and said, Greetings, old senior. Do you know why you were summoned? Lu Zhou asked. Shan Yunjing glanced at Hua Yueshing. She considered it for a moment before saying, Hua Yueshing was once my student, and I was her master. Due to various reasons, she was exiled from the sect. If she has any resentment or dissatisfaction, I am willing to offer my apologies. You are the Luo sect's second elder, a person admired by many. With her talents, why did you let her leave? Lu Zhou asked. Most people would put in a lot of effort to nurture a talented disciple like Hua Yueshing. With a disciple like her, the master would gain honor and glory as well. A complicated expression appeared on Shan Yunjing's face. She stammered, It's meaningless to speak of the reasons now. In any case, I am willing to apologize to her. If the Evil Sky Pavilion intends to demand compensation, I'll accept it without any complaints. At least she knows when to yield. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly rang from outside the hall, Shan Yunjing, you are a complete disgrace to the Luo sect. The others looked for the source of the voice and saw Hua Wudao walking in with a dark expression on his face. Everyone knew that Hua Wudao and Hua Yueshing were close, sharing the same surname. One of them was from the Yun sect, and the other from the Luo sect. Ultimately, they could be considered to have come from the same lineage. However, no one knew the exact nature of their relationship. When Shan Yunjing saw Hua Wudao walking into the hall with a dissatisfied expression, she frowned. Hua Wudao. You recognize me? Hua Wudao asked. When I was in seclusion, I heard that you had joined the evil Sky Pavilion, but I didn't believe it. It seems the rumor is true, Shan Yunjing said. Hua Wudao cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, a person like you isn't fit to remain in the Luo sect. You chased Hua Yueshing away to claim her falling moon bow for yourself. Falling moon bow? The name of the weapon sounded extraordinary. Hua Wudao's words inadvertently revealed the reason Shan Yunjing had chased Hua Yueshing away. Elder Hua, the falling moon bow is bestowed by the patriarch of the three sects. It is clearly stated that the bow was to be given to me, Shan Yunjing. Why are you slandering me? She replied. Shut up. Hua Wudao's outburst surprised Shan Yunjing, and she fell silent. She suddenly remembered that she was not in the Luo sect, but in the evil Sky Pavilion. The patriarch of the three sects initially intended to give the bow to Hua Yueshing. Are you going to refute that as well? He demanded. At this point, the situation was clear. It was natural for a sect to distribute its assets to its members. Once Hua Yueshing left the sect, she would not be able to obtain the falling moon bow, no matter how talented she was. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. He looked at Hua Yueshing and said, is what Elder Hua said true? Hua Yueshing bowed and replied, it is. Shan Yunjing's face turned ghastly pale as she took several steps backward. Lu Zhou looked at Shan Yunjing and asked, what is the grade of the falling moon bow? Shan Yunjing shook her head and did not answer. Hua Wudao had no qualms and responded, heaven grade, middle. The others broke into an uproar. As expected, it was a heaven grade weapon. Whether low or middle heaven grade, such a weapon was a rare treasure. It was no wonder Shan Yunjing would banish Hua Yueshing over the falling moon bow. It was only natural that a heaven grade weapon would stir covetous thoughts. In extreme circumstances, she might even harm Hua Yueshing for it. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, nodded slightly, and said, Shan Yunjing, I have always been reasonable and listened to both sides. Do you have anything to add to Elder Hua's account? Shan Yunjing waved her hands and said, this weapon was given by the patriarch, Yun Tian Luo. The Luo sect's disciples can vouch for this. Please thoroughly investigate this matter, Pavilion Master. When Yun Tian Luo founded the three sects, he distanced himself from worldly affairs. The sects have since split. Why would he grant you the weapon? Lu Zhou asked calmly. I am the greatest archer in the three sects. Shan Yunjing said confidently. Hua Wudao cursed loudly, Bullsh *T. This outburst frightened Shan Yunjing again. Hua Wudao walked up to Shan Yunjing and said, in terms of archery, Hua Yueshing's talents are not inferior to yours. Moreover, from what I know, a name is engraved on the falling moon bow. Instead of wasting our breaths exchanging words, why don't you produce it now, so everyone can have a look? Shan Yunjing's eyes widened. She had no way to refute Hua Wudao's words. Duan Muxing touched his overlord spear and said, so, we can engrave names on our weapons. I'd like that as well. I'll engrave my name here. Zhou Jifeng cupped his hands and said, there's something you don't know, Mr. Third. Engraving your name on your weapon will damage its unique formation veins. The dragon veins around the overlord spear are densely packed. At the same time, it needs to be refined by true fire. Once a name is engraved, it's almost impossible to remove. Even if you can remove it, there's the risk of destroying the weapon itself. Hence, many powerful cultivators face the problem of refining another person's weapon after they snatch it away. Pan Zhong chimed in with a smile, if that weren't the case, heaven-grade weapons wouldn't be so precious. Duan Muxing nodded. I see. The great hall fell silent again. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Shan Yunjing. Shan Yunjing's heart sank. She retreated instinctively. Duan Muxing breathed onto the overlord's spear and wiped it with his sleeve. He muttered to himself, what a shame. My overlord's spear has yet to stab a nascent divinity expert to death. Shan Yunjing shuddered. I wasn't talking about you, Elder Shan. Carry on. Duan Muxing continued wiping his spear, feeling the curious gazes of the others. Shan Yunjing could no longer bear it. She knelt and said, "Please forgive me this once, Pavilion Master. Since I'm here, I have no intention of offending the evil Sky Pavilion. I am willing to compensate for the issue with the falling moon bow." She waved her hand, and the 4 subordinates who had followed her brought forward the boxes. Click. The boxes were opened, revealing gold, silver, and gemstones. The 3 sects were indeed wealthy. However, the evil Sky Pavilion did not house many people, and their daily expenses were not high. These worldly treasures lacked the power to attract them. Besides, the evil Sky Pavilion was not short of funds. If they ever needed more money, they could always sell some of the junk in the Western Pavilion. Lu Zhou looked at the treasures indifferently. He rose to his feet, placed his hands behind his back, and walked down the stairs. "If it weren't for Hua Yueshing, you wouldn't have been given this chance. I'll give you another chance." Shan Yunjing was overjoyed. She said immediately, "Thank you, Pavilion Master. Surrender the falling moon bow, and I will let bygones be bygones." Shan Yunjing was stunned, speechless for a moment. "You're not willing?" Lu Zhou asked ominously, as if he could strike at any moment. Lu Zhou's imposing presence and the mental pressure Shan Yunjing felt left her no room to refuse. I'll surrender it." With deliberately slow and reluctant movements, she produced an exquisite-looking bow from beneath her cloak. It was black and slender. At first glance, it resembled a mini crossbow. The others stared at it, and even Hua Wudao was amazed. They did not expect the falling moon bow to look like this. Could such a small and delicate bow unleash a powerful shot? Everyone was slightly skeptical. Shan Yunjing presented the falling moon bow respectfully with both hands. Lu Zhou raised his hand and waved it, and the falling moon bow flew into his hand. As he looked at the falling moon bow, he was reminded of the sky bow he saw on Skylark Pagoda. The falling moon bow seemed smaller than the sky bow. Ding! Obtained the heaven-grade weapon, falling moon bow. Refining needed before use. Hua Yueshing. Lu Zhou saw the name engraved on the falling moon bow. Shan Yunjing lowered her head and did not dare to speak. The evidence was there for everyone to see, there was nothing she could say. Her face burned red with shame as she was exposed. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Do you have anything to say about me taking your weapon from you?" Did Shan Yunjing have a choice? Her name was still on the hit list. If she died, what good would a weapon be to her? Therefore, she replied, "No." Good. Lu Zhou looked at Hua Yueshing, who was standing nearby, and glanced at Hua Wudao as well. Then, he said, "I'll compliment you for being tactful. I'm willing to spare your life, seeing that you were once Hua Yueshing's master." Shan Yunjing felt relieved, as if granted a great amnesty. However, she felt a pang in her heart whenever she thought about the falling moon bow. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Shan Yunjing thought she could finally leave when a female disciple walked in. She bowed and said, "Pavilion Master, the Luo sect's mount is out of control." Shan Yunjing frowned. Pan Zhong chuckled and said, "It seems the Luo sect is quite wealthy. To think you brought a mount." Roar. A thunderous cry echoed from outside. Lu Zhou felt the beast's cry was familiar. He was certain he had heard it before but couldn't remember when. "Master, I am willing to subdue this mount. Golden Court Mountain isn't its playground." Duan Muxing raised his spear. Shan Yunjing hastily said, "There must be a misunderstanding. This mount belongs to the Luo sect's third elder. I only borrowed it for the occasion, and it isn't fully tamed. Please have mercy, Pavilion Master. I will take it away now." Roar. Another female disciple rushed in, flustered. "Pavilion Master, this is bad. That mount is releasing poison." "Releasing poison? How is that possible?" Shan Yunjing looked puzzled. Lu Zhou scoffed. "That damn beast. Take me to it." Shan Yunjing felt like crying. She had already given up the falling moon bow as compensation. Did she have to leave her mount behind as well? The mount was more precious than the weapon. However, once it acknowledged a master, it was extremely difficult for another cultivator to tame it. Therefore, no one coveted another's mount. The others followed Lu Zhou out of the evil sky pavilion. Shan Yunjing was completely flustered, sprinting along with her 4 subordinates in tow. She looked up and saw a mount that resembled a wolf, emitting a purple gas from its body as it charged around in the sky. It was 10 feet long. As the mount released the peculiar purple gas, the gas slowly descended to the ground. It's really poisonous. Whiz. Whiz. Everyone activated their protective energies to keep the purple gas at bay. What mount is that? Pan Zhong asked, curious. Tell it to come down before the poison gas becomes too dense. Zhou Jifeng said urgently. Shan Yunjing flew into the air. She shouted, livestock. Down. At this moment, the mount suddenly changed direction. There was a gleam in its eyes as it attacked Shan Yunjing at lightning speed. Elder Shan, her subordinates, cried out in unison. Everyone was taken aback by the mount's sudden move. Shan Yunjing, being an archer, did not expect the mount to attack her at all. Bam! Shan Yunjing fell, but her protective energy blocked most of the attack. Roar! The purple wolf-like mount grew in size, looking even more hideous now. Duan Muxing, itching for action, said pleadingly, Master, please allow me to take down this livestock. Lu Zhou glanced at him before shaking his head and said, this is no ordinary poison. It's laced with witchcraft. Witchcraft? The others were shocked. At the mention of witchcraft, they immediately thought of Emily. How could the mount know witchcraft? Meanwhile, the mount released more and more poison into the sky. Shan Yunjing immediately kneeled and said, Pavilion Master, this is definitely a misunderstanding. If the Luo sect intends to make an enemy out of the evil sky pavilion, I would never come here. Someone must be trying to drive a wedge between us. At this moment, Hua Yuexing drew her energy bow and let loose a volley of golden energy arrows. Asterisk twang. Twang. Twang, asterisk the 3 energy arrows sailed across the sky like meteors, striking the wolf-like mount above. This was the skill of an archer, striking when it was least expected. Shan Yunjing stood up decisively, drew her energy bow, and released 3 energy arrows. A 6-leaf archer was indeed extraordinary. The 3 arrows soared through the sky. Boom! Despite firing at different times, their shots hit the mount simultaneously, shocking the others. Hua Yuexing looked slightly embarrassed. Only Hua Wudao patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry about it. You'll surpass her in a few years. After all, you're only at the 2-leaf stage, while she's at the 6-leaf stage. MHM. Thank you for the encouragement, Elder Hua, Hua Yuexing replied. Shan Yunjing didn't have time to dwell on it. Her eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, and her unique archer's nature was evident. She needed to subdue this beast quickly, otherwise, a grudge would surely form between the Luo sect and the evil sky pavilion. Shan Yunjing fired even more powerful arrows at the beast. Initially, she fired 3 at once. Now, she released 10 shots in rapid succession, creating a display like fireworks. However, the mount had exceptional defenses. Apart from howling a few times, it didn't seem to be affected. Instead, it began to release the poisonous gas at a much faster rate. The mount seemed to have gone mad, flitting in and out of the clouds in a frenzy. Roar! Who could keep up with its speed? They could barely keep up with it using their grand techniques, let alone subdue it.